Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering roar from the pitch-black jungle in the distance. The faces of Ziegler and the others changed suddenly. They have often come to this island in the past, so they naturally know the distribution of powerful beasts on this island and what their voices are like. Hearing this voice, Zydra immediately whispered, "Damn it, that gorilla ran over. What's going on? Why did that gorilla come here?" Although he was very puzzled, a gorilla with a height of nearly 20 meters and as black as ink like a small hill had already come from the jungle in the distance. His eyes were red and he stared at Ziegler standing on the beach. At this time, Ziegler had a gloomy face, but he quickly pulled it down. Although he didn't want to mess with this gorilla. If there was a fight, wouldn't be afraid of the fight. I originally wanted to spare your life and protect my goods on this island. But since you are so reckless, then let me die. After finishing speaking, Ziegler waved his hands, only to see that the hands that had already been wrapped in white bones extended into two blades in an instant. Bone blade. At this time, the gorilla roared and waved, grabbing a huge tree next to his body. With a bang, the tree was actually uprooted. The terrifying force even shook the ground under his feet. Ziegler, on the other hand, looked at the King Kong orangutan with cold eyes. Kill. Raising the bone-sharp blade, Ziegler rushed to the face of the King Kong orangutan like a white lightning. Swish with a sharp swing of the two bone blades. Two deep bone wounds were cut on the gorilla's thigh. Although this gorilla was huge in size, its speed was not very fast. Suddenly, it was struck by severe pain, and this gorilla couldn't help screaming loudly. But at this moment, a cruel sneer appeared on the corner of Ziegler's mouth. Bone-piercing gun, he suddenly raised his left hand. And under the control of the bone ability, the white bone quickly deformed in the air like melted oil wax, and instantly turned into a long spear nearly 10 meters long. Give me death. After speaking, he was about to stab the King Kong orangutan in front of him with a single shot with the bone spear in his hand. In the midst of this flash, a huge green fist suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Boom! The force of the fist was so strong that it hit Ziegler's face in an instant. And before he even had time to scream, he was sent flying in an instant. A click. The body broke several big trees continuously, and then stopped. However, such an attack has no effect on Ziegler at all. His body is protected under a hard shell all year round, under the protection of those white bones. If he cannot break his white bones, it will be impossible. It is impossible to harm Ziegler's body. I didn't expect there to be a green-haired monster on this island. Are you from the ghost human race? At this time, Ziegler slowly stood up from the ground, patted the dust on his body disdainfully, and said to Liu Hao, who had turned into the Hulk not far away, "This battle really happened too fast and too suddenly. The brief confrontation just now was only a few seconds, and some of Ziegler's men didn't react. There are other people on this island at this time." Of course, they saw Liu Hao, who had transformed into the Hulk. In the world of One Piece, there are all kinds of strange races, including the long-handed race, the long-legged race, and even the small human race. A person like the one in front of him who is covered in dark green can be regarded as a normal person. Hearing Ziegler's inquiry, Liu Hao did not answer, but his eyes were like black ink, fixedly staring at Ziegler like a bolt of lightning. Ziegler sneered, "Since you don't want to answer, then go die, bone troll." As soon as the words fell, the white bones on Ziegler's body began to expand rapidly, like an inflated human-shaped balloon. But in an instant, it turned into a terrifying skeleton giant with a height of nearly 8 meters. Hulk, who is 5 meters tall, is even just a child in front of Ziegler. Go to hell. Ziegler's body rushed forward, and the ground under his feet began to collapse instantly because he could not bear his terrifying power. Due to his huge size, a large piece of ripples began to build up in the air like an air cannon, killed in the direction of Liu Hao. I could only hear the surrounding trees trembling under the bombardment of Ziggler's body. Boom, fist and fist staggered instantly in midair. The shock wave raged like a scythe passing through the trees. The terrifying shock wave was so sharp that it almost cut off the thick trees in an instant. Hahaha tilde tilde, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Do you have any idea to become my crew member? Although my bounty is only 4,000 million now. It's because of my cautious personality. And my strength is comparable to a big pirate with a bounty of million. There is one thing to say. Ziggler's strength is really very strong. He can even face Liu Hao head-on. Even now the Google on Ziggler's arm is still deforming. It seems that he wants to directly pierce Liu Hao's skin. Cut off his flesh and blood. But Liu Hao's self-regeneration ability is too strong. Coupled with the continuous healing from the Gamma Divine Power. The white bones growing on Ziggler's arm cannot cause much damage to Liu Hao. If you want me to be your crew member, then you underestimate me too much, let me die. After finishing speaking, Liu Hao waved his hand and directly grabbed Ziggler's waist and abdomen, only to hear a rattling sound. And under Liu Hao's enormous strength, Ziggler's hard bone armor was instantly shattered. As the anger in Liu Hao's heart increased, his power naturally became stronger, and the continuous gamma power was transformed into a huge force. Now Liu Hao seems to have become a crater waiting to erupt. Sensing the sudden shattering of his bone armor, Ziggler's originally flamboyant face also changed instantly at this time. How the hell did you do that? Before the question was completely uttered, Liu Hao raised his hand, and the huge force was enough to pull mountains and open rivers. He even lifted Ziggler in midair out of thin air. Hit me and I'll fall, booms. The power ran through his whole body, and there was only a terrifying roar. Just like thousands of shells hitting the ground directly, Ziggler's body hit the solid mud ground fiercely. The white bone armor on his body couldn't bear it. It came from the violent rage the Hulk in the state is fully swaying. Catcha tilde tilde. All I could hear was a continuous crackling sound, like a potato chip being crushed casually. Looking carefully at this time, Ziggler's face was already covered with blood, and he looked at Liu Hao in front of him with horror like looking at a monster. But Liu Hao just looked at Ziggler in front of him with indifferent eyes. Now raise your hand, no I still have, boom. He smashed his head with a punch. From the beginning to the end of the battle. In just a few seconds. Although the aftermath of the fight was very shocking, even the surrounding trees and soil were severely pressed down by 2 or 3 inches. But those subordinates of Ziggler didn't react at all, and found that their boss had been killed by Liu Hao. At this moment they were already full of panic. But Liu Hao would not give them a chance to react. Although Liu Hao in the Hulk state is extremely large, it does not mean that he is not agile. Like a green gust of wind instantly appeared in front of those pirates. The arms swung like heavy hammers. I only heard a series of bangs. And I don't know if the fist hit the tree or the head of a person. Anyway, after just a few seconds, all the corpses in front of them had lost their heads, and only an empty body fell to the ground. Looking at the pirates in front of him, Liu Hao's body shape began to slowly change, turning into a normal human form. Tilde tilde, I didn't expect to meet a pirate at random. And its strength is so powerful. If it weren't for my Hulk forms, which can keep increasing its own strength with anger, I'm afraid I will defeat this guy in a short time. It's really impossible. Seeing the corpse of Ziggler who had turned into a human in front of him, Liu Hao actually took out the devil fruit from his bosom. This devil fruit was found among the goods found in the cave. By sacrificing the original substance to the rules of the One Piece world, Liu Hao already knew what kind of devil fruit this was. Superman is a devil fruit mask fruit. You can change your appearance, which is very similar to the imitation fruit. But the ability is not as comprehensive as the imitation fruit. But you can still obtain all the abilities of the character you play like the imitation fruit. But compared with imitating the ability of the fruit mask fruit, there is no way to use the ability of the character you play. But the role of the mask fruit can directly play that character without contact. Do I want to use this devil fruit? Compared with the native life in the world of One Piece, Liu Hao can use the 3 devil fruits without any cost. The cost of 2 of the devil fruits can be saved by using one's own martial soul ability. And the cost of the 3rd devil fruit can be saved by using the original quality. But he can't eat the 4th one otherwise. His body will explode directly from eating too many devil fruits. So in fact, there is only one devil fruit that Liu Hao can eat freely. Because the ability of the devil fruit that Wuhan can save is fixed. The red light ring can only be exempted from flame-type devil fruits. And tidying glasses can only be exempted from spirit-type and soul-type devil fruits. In the end, Liu Hao still chose to eat the mask fruit, which consumed about points of the price of the original essence immunity. Because Liu Hao found that different devil fruits consume different original essence to avoid the price. The more powerful the devil fruit, the greater the amount of original matter that needs to be consumed. Now Liu Hao's own original amount is less than 5,000. And the original matter needs to be used to evolve Liu Hao's own devil fruit ability. It also needs to consume the original quality to repair various modules and functions of the system. So in fact, Liu Hao doesn't have much leftover original quality. In addition, the ability of the mask fruit is really good, which is more suitable for Liu Hao to use to obtain a large amount of original quality. In addition to this point, another point is that Luffy's brother Ace has already gone to sea and was invited by Whitebeard to join the Whitebeard pirates, which means that the plot will begin in less than a year. And now Liu Hao is not yet an adult, so it is actually difficult to join the plot. But becoming a role in the plot through the ability to play the fruit of the mask can allow Liu Hao to obtain a lot of original quality. Compared with imitating fruit, the ability of masking fruit is much more complicated. There are a total of 3 ability cores of mask fruit. Character mask masking character playing. A character mask, as the name suggests, can wear a person's mask, possessing all the abilities of that person, but cannot perform behaviors beyond that person's own abilities. But it can be slowly changed. For example, if Liu Hao plays a fat man, he can gradually lose weight through exercise in the eyes of outsiders. This kind of acting is okay by making a mask. One can change one's body shape and appearance at will. This ability is very similar to the ability to imitate fruits. So I won't talk about it anymore. Role-playing, also known as mask engulfment. Once you become a person with another identity through the mask, you will be constrained by the identity of the person with another identity. And the ability to engulf the mask is through slow and long-term performances. Slowly to change the people around you, the view of the characters performed by the performer, and finally swallow this mask completely to obtain all the abilities of the characters performed. That is to say, through the ability to play such a character. Liu Hao only needs to use his own mask fruit to possess multiple devil fruit abilities. This is also the reason why Liu Hao chose to swallow the ability of the mask fruit. Although the ability of the mask fruit has many benefits, there are also many constraints. First, the person who eats the mask fruit and the original character cannot appear in front of the same person at the same time. Second, before the mask is devoured by the ability to devour the mask, it is impossible to do things that violate the identity of the character being performed. That is to say, if Liu Hao becomes Luffy, he cannot use his own the ability to transform into the Hulk. Of course, the best role is to play a dead person, but the premise is that no one knows that the dead person is dead. Just like Ziggler, who was killed by Liu Hao on this island, because everyone who knew that Ziggler was dead had been killed by Liu Hao. Walking in front of Ziggler's corpse, Liu Hao slowly raised his hand, and a translucent mask appeared in his hand. And there was no human face pattern on the mask, until Liu Hao put this mask on Ziggler's body. Great Channel Aru Island. A small wooden boat came here suddenly. Sitting on the wooden boat was a burly, rough-looking middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man was sitting on a small wooden boat under his buttocks, but the neck there are 2 emerald necklaces on it. and jewelry rings of different styles on the 10 fingers. On the left waist were 3 hair-smashing guns, and he poured down the bottle of strong rum on the right waist. When he looked at Aru Island, the middle-aged man's face showed unconcealable greed. "Sif, ha 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 ha, my companions, here I come." This person is Marshal D. Teach, one of the future 4 Emperors Blackbeard. After walking on the island, Blackbeard's eyes kept scanning Aru Island. Since he killed his companion Sachai, Blackbeard immediately escaped from the Whitebeard pirates. Originally shouldn't be so ostentatious. But on the island of Arus, there is a future companion that Blackbeard values very much. For the sake of that companion, Blackbeard actually didn't mind exposing his news. Because since he obtained the ability of the dark fruit, his strength has been growing at a high speed. Compared with before without the dark fruit, it has at least doubled. And he also knew that such a comfortable life would not last long, and his father would definitely send someone to escort him back. But people's dreams don't end. "I don't believe that my life will end at this moment, Dad. Let me see who you will send over and take me back." Sif ha 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 tilde, however. After Blackbeard set foot on Aru Island, a damaged ship slowly came to this island under the swaying of the breeze. A damaged pirate flag was hung on that ship, and there were 2 white bones on the black pirate flag skull. This ship was the ship of Bone Demon Chigra. And now it is Liu Hao who is driving this ship. And he has been driving on this sea for several days in the face of strong winds and huge waves. Originali's ship of Ziegler was relatively old, and it was in the wind and waves. This ship has long been unable to support it. If Liu Hao hadn't repaired it while sailing, it might have sunk in the sea long ago. And Aru Island is the closest inhabited island to the deserted island on the chart. Finally reached, looking at the island in the distance, Liu Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Now the character he plays is still the Bone Demon Chigra. The ship slowly landed, and Liu Hao looked at the distant island. If he wanted to use the ability to devour the mask, he had to perform a long-term performance CISO from now on. All of Liu Hao's codes of conduct must be based on the character of Ziegler Prevails. Compared with other pirates, Ziegler is actually a very cautious person. Because from the beginning to the end, Ziegler never showed his original appearance in front of others, and his face was always covered with a bone mask. Only when a person acts alone, Ziegler will show his original appearance, which is why the entire Navy has not known what Ziegler looks like so far. So Liu Hao can definitely enter the island with Ziegler's face on his face. Walking into Aru Island, this island is actually not big. There is only one small town on the whole island, but there is a small pier outside the small town. The town's population is actually not that big. Maybe the town has never been infested by pirates all year round. So now a stranger like Liu Hao is walking on the street, and no one looks at him strangely. The purpose of Liu Hao's coming here is to repair his own ship, and the second purpose is to obtain enough supplies. According to Ziegler's character, he will definitely not cause much trouble when he does such a thing again, as Liu Hao plays the role of Ziegler more and more deeply. When using Ziegler's mask, the physical energy consumed is gradually decreasing. However, because Liu Hao's own human form is far stronger than the Hulk form, in order to sustain the use of the Ziegler mask for a long time, he needs to continuously convert his gamma divine power into physical strength. So there is a flaw in Liu Hao's body that is not considered a flaw. That Ishi's pupils are dark green, of course. Such a flaw can only be found in the eyes of people who are very familiar with it. But Ziegler's companions on the same pirate ship have been killed by Liu Hao. Naturally, no one would find such a flaw. Walking on the streets, Liu Hao was observing the small town while thinking about what to buy and put on the boat. Although he is a very successful scientist in the Marvel world, he has never been to sea and he doesn't know what to prepare. Even in the Marvel world, Liu Hao has gone to sea before. His experience is based on the experience of those ships that go to sea with modern technology. In a sea full of pirates like the world of One Piece, the knowledge of the 21st century is definitely not worthwhile. For example, Dan Shui has been drinking for the past few days. It is not water but wines, all of which are rum brewed from bananas. Let alone the sour taste, it is like drinking alone. I haven't washed my feet for decades, but I suddenly washed my feet once, and then poured the foot washing water into the wine barrel. Every time he thinks of that disgusting smell, Liu Hao wants to vomit. Just as Liu Hao was observing what could be put on the boat in this small town, there was a sudden rumbling sound in the distance. The voice on the street quickly reached my ears, and the people who were walking next to me immediately started talking about it. What happened? Why did there suddenly explode on the other side of the prison? One of them spoke up. That side seems to be the direction of the Navy branch. Could it be that pirates are attacking the Navy branch? Another person said suddenly. But the speaker was unintentional, and the listener was intentional. Liu Hao, who was standing next to him, suddenly heard the news, and immediately turned his attention to the place where the explosion sound came from. Unexpectedly, there is still a naval branch on this island. It seems that the explosion occurred on the side of the naval branch. Could it be that there are really pirates attacking? Just when Liu Hao was puzzled, he saw endless dark smoke starting to emerge in the distance. At the same time, a hoarse voice came from a distance. Dark cave. Looking at the surging black smoke in the distance like a tide, Liu Hao's eyes immediately narrowed slightly. Although he doesn't remember most of the plot of One Piece, but some of the most important supporting roles are still in his mind. Such a kind of black smoke can only come from a very important role in One Piece. One of the future 4 emperors, Blackbeard Marshal Ditichi. Such a black smoke comes from his devil fruit ability. Dark fruit. I didn't expect that the current Blackbeard already has the ability of the dark fruit. And judging from this situation, it seems that he has reached the first half of the Great Channel. Looking at the permeating black smoke, Liu Hao's face became a little solemn. But soon he changed his face again. If I can perform a grand performance in front of Blackbeard and the Navy branch, making them all think that I am Ziegler, then maybe my mask fruit ability can truly own a mask. The darkness in the distance quickly spread towards the street, and the villagers on the street became extremely flustered at this moment. Run away, I don't know who it was, suddenly shouted at this time, and the villagers who received it quickly dispersed like a frightened flock, leaving only Liu Hao standing alone on the street. In the distance, behind Blackbeard was an extremely tall middle-aged man who slowly walked over, stepping on the darkness under his feet. He kept laughing with open arms, extremely flamboyant. But at this moment, Blackbeard's laughter stopped abruptly, because he saw a person standing like a rock in his dark tide. That person was wearing a hideous mask of white bones. And at this moment Blackbeard narrowed his eyes slightly. His character is indeed arrogant and conceited, which is why he dared to hand over Ace directly to the Navy, and then brought the entire Whitebeard pirates over, and even frantically wanted to defeat Whitebeard by himself in the end. Although his big gamble was the final victory. But even if there is a slight deviation in this, Blackbeard will die directly in the future war on the top. This is also enough to understand what Blackbeard's character looks like. So when he saw Liu Hao, cruel murderous intent appeared in his eyes. But soon Blackbeard laughed again. The thief, ha 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 tilde, I didn't expect that the bone demon Zigra in the first half of the Great Channel. He has such a powerful strength that he can remain indifferent in my dark cave. Do you want to be my partners? Hearing the invitation, Liu Hao did not speak. Who are you? Ziegler's voice was already extremely hoarse. But at this time Liu Hao suppressed his voice even more. It sounded like he was using a saw to saw wood and talking. Blackbeard was not much surprised by Liu Hao's inquiry. After all, he is really unknown now. But Blackbeard believes that in the future, his legend will be spread everywhere in this sea. Who am I? I am the future One Piece. I am Marshal Ditichi. Now I ask you if you want to be my partner. The Blackbeard standing in the distance opened his big hands, and the terrifying darkness seemed to cover the world, like a black curtain covering the sky. If Liu Hao didn't agree, Blackbeard might choose to attack him immediately. After all, the current Blackbeard is not willing to be exposed in front of others. You want to be my captain, then show me how strong you are. Bone Troll, I saw Liu Hao's body began to expand rapidly, and the white bones formed armor on his body surface. But his body had already turned into Hulk's form, after all. No one can know what the face under the bones looks like. And others only know that Zydra is the owner of the bone fruit. Thief hahaha tilde since you are stubborn, then die here. Although Blackbeard was always smiling, the murderous intent in his eyes never disappeared and even became more intense. Dark water, come here for me, lifting his hand. A dark spiral appeared in Blackbeard's hand. A huge suction instantly grabbed Liu Hao's body, pulling his body towards Blackbeard, but at this moment, Liu Hao didn't retreat but stepped forward with his toes, smashing the clay slabs of the streets under his feet, and rushed towards Blackbeard like a mad dragon. But there was a ferocious smile on the corner of Blackbeard's mouth. The dark fruit, but it has given me the ability to suppress all devil fruits, and dare to rush towards me directly. It is really life or death. It was too late and then too soon. At this time, Liu Hao's giant form had already rushed in front of Blackbeard and smashed a huge white bone fist towards Blackbeard's head. Fall for me, only Liu Hao's roar was heard, boom, okay. But at this moment, Liu Hao was stunned. Why the black beard in front of him didn't fall down? And when he looked up, it turned out that his fist had already been grasped by the Blackbeard's companion. Hey tilde, I can't let your fist fall on my captain. Nice job, Badgers, unexpectedly. This person is the captain and helmsman of the No. Ship of the Blackbeard Pirates. Nicknamed the Champion Giza's Badgers. Now it's your turn to fall, Ziggler Darkwater. The suction force of the dark vortex in his hand was even stronger, and he immediately grabbed Liu Hao's body in his hand. Crush your bone armor for me. The vortex in Blackbeard's hand was even bigger, like a huge mouth of an abyssrian to swallow Liu Hao's body. But even though the dark vortex was even bigger, Liu Hao's body was still unmoved after a few seconds. Blackbeard's complexion became extremely pale. The ability of the dark fruit can suppress the ability of other devil fruits. My dark fruit ability can suppress other devil fruits. But why can't this guy Ziggler's bone fruit ability be suppressed? At this time, a rare panic appeared in Blackbeard's heart. But at this time, Liu Hao laughed coldly. The suppressing ability of Onin fruit actually exists to suppress the mask fruit. But the premise is that the ability to use the mask is needed, not the ability to use the mask. So now Blackbeard has no way to suppress Liu Hao. But he wouldn't say such a thing. I don't know if you've heard of that thing. It's called armed color domineering. Hearing what Liu Hao said, Blackbeard's eyes also brightened. After all, he came from the Whitebeard Pirates, and he naturally knew about the armed domineering and the deeper use of energy. I was really too careless. I always thought that there would be no masters who could use domineering in paradise. But it's also understandable. Under the barrier of armed domineerings, my dark fruit's ability really can't suppress him. Seeing the suddenly enlightened expression on Blackbeard's face, Liu Hao was overjoyed, played successfully. The ability of Liu Hao's mask fruit is very complicated, one of which is called role-playing. Through the ability of role-playing, Liu Hao can change the role of the mask Liu Hao himself plays. Became skinny also in front of Blackbeard. Liu Hao showed that he would not be suppressed by the dark fruit's ability. Then he gave an explanation, that is, the part surrounded by the ability of the dark fruit has actually been plated with a layer of armed domineering. And Blackbeard at this time obviously believed this too. So it means that Liu Hao's role-playing this time was successful. So at this time, an inexplicable pitch-black power gushed out from Liu Hao's body slowly and continuously. This is a strange warm current, and Liu Hao can perfectly control this wave of energy to bless his own body surface and the surfaces of various objects. This is armed color domineering, however. It takes a lot of physical energy to use armed domineering, which makes Liu Hao have to stay in a semi-transformation state for a long time, using gamma divine power to transform into physical strength. So you disgusting black fat man, get the hell out of here. Although one of Liu Hao's arms was already under the control of badgers, his other arm had already slammed into Blackbeard's face like a gust of wind. Boom, with one punch. The power is enough to destroy the city and the country. Boom. Blackbeard's body was blasted hundreds of meters uncontrollably. Only a series of clicks and explosions were heard, and the ground along the way was continuously hit by Blackbeard's body, as if it was being thrown into the water. Wow, it hurts so much. There are two side effects of dark fruit. The first is that it needs to bear twice the pain, and the second is that there is no way to elementalize. Therefore, after being blown away by Liu Hao, the pain Blackbeard endured was enormous. Badger's face also changed when he saw his captain being sent flying. The originally playful face immediately became extremely ferocious. How dare you attack the captain, undulating elbow. An invisible airflow began quickly, condensing in the armor of Badger's right arm. Like a breeze and a vortex began to appear. The speed of condensation was extremely fast. Even before Liu Hao could react, Badger's arm had already slammed into Liu Hao's abdomen. Horrific shock waves rushed over like a tsunami, and the white bone armor layered on the surface of Liu Hao's body began to shatter in succession. The shock wave was still raging, and the moment the land behind Liu Hao was hit by the shock wave, it was like a piece of paper blown by a strong wind, and it was blown directly into the air crash. As the bone armor on Liu Hao's body slowly cracked, what appeared in front of Badger's was a terrifying monster with gnarled muscles and a dark green body. Seeing this scene, Badger's pupils were like an earthquake. It seemed extremely surprised. Liu Hao also did not expect that this punch of Badger's would directly break the exoskeleton armor on his body. But he reacted quickly. Milky white bones grew rapidly on Liu Hao's body, but they were fully restored in the blink of an eye. At this time, Badger's also quickly recovered from the shock. He raised his hand and clenched his fist, ready to strike again. However, at this moment, Blackbeard's voice reached Badger's ears. Let's end this battle. The Blackbeard in the distance walked over with a gloomy expression, looked up at Liu Hao in the distance and said, although Blackbeard has a very conceited personality, and feels that he and Badger's can completely kill Liu Hao with the strength of both him and Badger's. But no matter how conceited he is, he knows in his heart that with his current strength and the strength of his partners, he can definitely kill Liu Hao. It will not be the opponent of the Whitebeard pirates. Let me spare your life now, Ziegler. After I kill Dad, I will definitely tear you to pieces. Hearing his captain's order, Badger smiled and loosened his fist slowly. And Liu Hao actually didn't want to have a fierce battle with these two members of the Blackbeard pirates, and his body slowly returned from the giant state to its original shape. You fought with me for no reason. Now you just leave as soon as you say you want. Hearing what Liu Hao said, Blackbeard's eyes narrowed slightly, and a murderous look emanated from his eyes. But soon Blackbeard laughed. In that case, what do you want? Lowering his head, looking at the Blackbeard in front of him, Liu Hao said slowly, I know you are from the Whitebeard pirates. I want the head of the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard pirates. When Blackbeard heard Liu Hao's request, the pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly. He couldn't believe that the bone demon Ziegler in front of him dared to make such a request. The crew almost provoked the entire Whitebeard pirates, provoking the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate. But soon Blackbeard laughed, because he was also an extremely conceited person. Thief, ha 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 tilde, you are so interesting, Zigra. You are so arrogant and reckless, you want Ace's head. Then I will give it to you. But the premise is that you must get his head from mine. Take it away with your own hands. Liu Hao also smiled coldly at that time. It will be up to each other according to their own abilities. After saying this, Liu Hao turned around and left. But he didn't leave the small town after all. He didn't even buy supplies. Seeing the back of Liu Hao leaving, the Blackbeard, who had been laughing all the times, his eyes became slightly cold, and his face became extremely gloomy at the same time. I didn't expect to meet a person in paradise who can use the armed color domineering to be immune to my dark fruit ability. It seems my strength is still not strong enough, Badgers, who was standing next to him, touched the back of his head very honestly and said, Captain, your strength is already strong enough, and you can even destroy a naval branch with ease. Characters like Ziegler are rare after all. Blackbeard turned his face away, looked at Badger standing behind him and said, When you go to the New World, you will know that there are so many people like Xiang Kigla. Patting Badgers on the shoulder, Blackbeard said again, Let's go now, that's right. I didn't do the thing that destroyed the Navy branch. It was the bone demon Ziegler. Ha 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 tilde, that's right, it was Ziegler who did it. Badger's face froze, but he quickly reacted and said with a laugh, Walking on the streets of Aru Island. The battle just now did cause a lot of damage to the main street of this island town. But the greater damage was on the side of the naval branch. Although Liu Hao didn't know where Blackbeard got the news, he found one of his companions Badgeson Aru Island. Of course, Blackbeard may have other purposes for coming here. After all, he is a very vicious and cruel person. After about several hours, the residents who were like frightened birds in the town came out of the hiding houses. Seeing the scene after the street has been destroyed. All the people want to cry but have no tears, but even so, you can only face the reality and then face the next life. For about a week in the future, Liu Hao will buy all kinds of supplies on this island. And some people from the Navy branch have already put the entire island under martial law. Fortunately, Liu Hao burned the pirate flag on his ship very early. After all, although his strength is barely comparable to that of Blackbeard, but in the face of the most powerful military group on the sea, the World Navy, he is still unwilling to collide with them head-on. So during this week, I lived honestly on the island of Aru. At first, Liu Hao thought that as a foreigner, he would be pulled out by the people on Aru Island soon. But later, he found that most of the entire island came from other places. Liu Hao is just reclusive, and is very inconspicuous in the entire Aru Island. So during this period of time, he was doing well, performing in front of everyone while exercising his body. The most important thing is to learn swordsmanship. In other words, he is learning swordsmanship in the world of One Piece. In the world of One Piece, if you want to become a strong player, there are probably 3 mainstream schools you can follow. Namely Sword Dubuto and Devil Fruit, of course. These 3 genres do not have to be strictly distinguished. Just like Luffy's most powerful is his own Devil Fruit and his own fighting ability. That is martial arts ability. But if we must talk about attack power, swordsmanship is the most powerful among these 3 schools. This is why many people say that Hawkeye has the fighting power of the 4 emperors. In addition to his frequent contests with the red hair and the fact that he has always maintained a tie, he also has a terrifying attack power that makes everyone feel terrified. After all, he is the #1 swordsman in the world. And now Liu Hao's identity as Ziegler possesses the ability of bone fruit. He can manipulate his own bones to chain and turn his hands into blades. So learning swordsmanship is naturally perfect. Coupled with the approval of Blackbeard, Liu Hao can already use the armed color domineering. Although this armed color domineering is very thin, it has undergone a 0-to-1 transformation. As long as the number of armed color domineering is increased, it is completely possible to let the armed domineering color infect one's own bones, making one's own bones indestructible, just like forging a black knife. Only with the strongest defense can you be invincible. But on Aru Island, there is not even a martial arts school for learning swordsmanship. So Liu Hao can only stand by the sea every day. Condensing a bone-long knife with bones, it kept waving, trying to cut the sea with the long bone knife in his hand. If you want to study scientific knowledge, to be honest, Liu Hao can easily surpass % of the people in the entire One Piece world. But if you want to study swordsmanship, Liu Hao really has no way. But years of study and research made Liu Hao understand one thing. If he wanted to do one thing and had never tried it before, then it is best to start with the simplest thing among those things. So Liu Hao only does one thing at the beach every day, and that is to draw his sword and chop 1,200 times per hour against the high altitude. That is to say, Liu Hao has to draw his sword 20 times every minute. Although this doesn't sound like a big deal after all, drawing a knife every 3 seconds, as long as one's own strength and focus are enough, even ordinary people can do it. But if placed in an extraordinary world like One Piece, each time Liu Hao draws his sword is enough to set off a gust of wind. Where the blade crossed, even the air was filled with low-pitched wailing. The sound was like cracking silk. Although the blade set off a strong wind, Liu Hao knew that this was different from the flying slash in anime and manga. The strong wind was just the residual wind brought by the shock wave of the blade. It is completely different from the vacuum created by the flying slash. But after 2 months of practice, Liu Hao's sword drawing slash is definitely a unique skill. After 1,200 times per hour, and the daily practice time is as long as 8 to 10 hours, which is an extremely terrifying value after all. The human body has a limit and will always feel tired. And the human will also has a limit, and will always be surrounded by laziness. It is also fortunate that Liu Hao can transform into the form of the Hulk with a steady stream of gamma divine power, which emerges through anger. And his will is continuously forged, so that Liu Hao can practice for as long as a month. At this time, the blade cut through the air. Only a hum was heard. It's like there are countless bees flapping their wings at the same time. Snatch, the sword energy raged towards the sea, as if it was slashing hard on a steel plate. Only a loud bang was heard, as the wind of Liu Hao's blade swept across. A white vacuum was suddenly rolled up. This was not just a gust of wind, but an extension of Liu Hao's own power. In this terrifying vacuum, the sea was split into 2 halves. Boom's huge power poured out, like the Milky Way pouring down the ground. The sea was directly detonated on the island of Aru. The residents of those towns originally thought Liu Hao was a weird person. After all, he didn't do anything every day, but just stood by the sea and kept waving the white long knife in his hand. Moreover, waving the long knife in his hand every day only makes one movement. Did you see that the fool by the sea swung his knife and cut the sea open? What? The owner of the tavern stared dumbfounded at the sea that was divided into 2 in the distance. We are not blind, tusk, it's incredible. It seems that the future achievements of that fool will be limitless. An old man said in admiration at the same time. Those Marines who were drinking in the tavern also focused their attention on Liu Hao. But their eyes narrowed slightly. Thank you for your rewards monthly tickets. And recommendation tickets. Thank you for the rewards from Stranger's Night. The night is cold as water. Liu Hao is still the same as before, sitting with his legs crossed beside the sea. In a year or 2, this sea will start to turbulent because of the appearance of Luffy. There is really not much time left for Liu Hao. He must act quickly in just a few years. Liu Hao never thought of changing the entire world of One Piece. So his purpose just to become the One Piece. Liu Hao needs to obtain enough original quality. The best way to obtain original quality in One Piece world is to become One Piece before Luffy. After all, the main line of this world is the adventure of Luffy becoming the One Piece. Moreover, some careerists like Blackbeard and the others also poked their heads out of the deep abyss. And the top powerhouses above the sea also began to show their abilities. So now Liu Hao also has to go to sea to find his partner and start walking the path of One Piece night on Aru. It's not just that Liu Hao didn't fall asleep. The same is true for Commodore Moses of the Aru Island Navy branch. Since the Navy branch was attacked by Blackbeard a month ago, and then Blackbeard threw this blame on the head of Liu Hao's identity Ziggler. Now for more than a month, Moses has not found any news of Chigra's appearance, especially in the past few days. The news of the accountability of the Navy headquarters has become more and more intense. Originally there was not much hair on Moses' head, and it has basically fallen out in the past few days. Damn Ziggler, where did you bastard go? Taking a deep puff of the cigar, Moses knew in his heart that there was no way to be so anxious. Let's go out for a walk, this is his habit. Whenever he falls into extreme anxiety and anger, he always tries his best to calm himself down, usually by taking a walk by the sea while smoking a cigarette. Walking on the beach, stepping on the soft gravel. Looking up into the distance. It is already the moon rising over the sea. The light of the moon is clear and bright, and the whole beach turns silver gray under the light of the moon. While walking Moses, he smoked the cigar in his mouth. Sudden he saw in the distance, illuminated by the bright moonlight, what seemed to be a man sitting on the sand. That person was sitting cross-legged on the beach, with a pale white long knife between his legs. It didn't look like it was made of metal but bones. It's a strange person to sit by the sea at such a late hour. Moses is more familiar with that person, or he has heard of that person from other people's mouths. That strange man waved the long knife in his hand beside the sea every day. And what was even more strange was that he only made one movement forever. And recently, Moses also heard that the sword energy swayed by that strange man was enough to cut the sea. Looking carefully now, that person is not very old. Probably around 21 or years old, tilde. Moses immediately thought of one thing. Although the people in the Navy headquarters have been blaming him for more than a month, they never thought of canceling him directly. If he can make up for his mistakes, then perhaps the Navy headquarters will no longer blame him for this matter. This guy is only about 21 or 23 years old, and he already possesses the strength of a swordsman. Admiral Akinu only possessed such strength at the age of. If I send this guy to the Navy headquarters, maybe he can really do it, make up for it, at this moment. Liu Hao was still thinking about when he should go out to sea and become a pirate. But not far away came the sound of rustling footsteps. Turning his face around, he saw that it was Commodore Moses of the naval branch of Aru Island. Liu Hao ignored him. Moses didn't walk fast. He seemed to be wandering slowly on the beach, and walked to Liu Hao's side after about 2 or 3 minutes. Sit cross-legged. Liu Hao's current identity is Bone Demon Chigra, and his height is about 5 meters. So Moses, who is more than 3 meters tall, is very short beside Liu Hao. What's your name? Moses turned his face, looked at Liu Hao next to him and asked. Liu Hao also looked down at Moses, Zigra. Hearing Liu Hao's names, Moses paused for an instant on his originally smiling face. After a while, some awkward smiles said, Haha, tilde, your parents really gave you a bad name. I feel very uncomfortable hearing this name now. And Liu Hao next to him also smiled slightly, the name Zigla. The meaning it represents in your mind is actually the same. Okay, what is this nonsense? Moses still didn't understand. What did Liu Hao mean by this passage? I'm leaving Moses. If you want to catch me, you'd better hurry now. It was only then that Moses realized that the person in front of him was the bone demon Zigla he had been thinking about. You are? Liu Hao looked at Moses and smiled slightly. In his heart, he didn't really care that Blackbeard blamed him anyway. Liu Hao had decided to go to sea and become a pirate now. Pirates who have attacked the Navy branch in the pirate arena are very rare. And this time will definitely make Liu Hao famous. It's too late, Moses. After Liu Hao finished speaking, he immediately raised his hand, and it was Moses' turn to punch directly in the face. At the moment when he was hit, the astonishment on Moses' face hadn't disappeared yet, until he was hit on the head by Liu Hao's punch, and passed out completely. The morning breeze and the dawn of the rising sun shone on Moses' face, and there were several seagulls lying on his back, pecking at the sweat that flowed out of his body. Moses, who was lying on the beach, slowly stood up from the sand. But the head that had been punched by Liu Hao still hurt very much. Slowly touching the wounded part, Moses was furious. A pirate lived under his nose for a month, but he didn't even notice it. And what's even more ridiculous was that this pirate turned out to be the Chigra he was looking for. Once this matter is known by the Navy headquarters, the devil will know whether he is still qualified to stay on Aru Island as a brigadier general of the Navy branch. This matter must never be told to others, otherwise Moses was still thinking about how he could explain that he woke up beside the beach. But there was a series of rustling sounds not far away. Turning his face and looking over, a series of naval soldiers came in the distance. Those people were Moses' subordinates at this time. Everyone's faces were extremely flustered, and they kept raising their arms and waving when they saw Moses. "It's not good, it's not good. Brigadier General Bone Demon Ziegler came to our branch again. Then he took away all the supplies and the permanent pointer. What should we do now, hearing this news?" Mercer's expression changed suddenly, and he only felt a rush of blood rushing to his brain. With a pop, a mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth. "Damn, Ziegler. How dare you take away all the permanent signs? You are really damned, like the Navy branch. There must be a lot of supplies and permanent pointers. After all, the function of the Navy branch is to provide necessary supplies and permanent pointers to ships that come to the Navy branch, in addition to protecting the safety of a large sea area. If all the materials and permanent pointers were taken away, it would be equivalent to the complete paralysis of this naval branch. If those warships of the Navy leave the port, in a ghost place like the Great Channel, the weather may change strangely any time and anywhere. Without the help of a chart and a permanent pointer, it is equivalent to driving a boat directly into a storm. It's no different from courting deaths. That's why Moses was so angry. On the other hand, on Liu Hao's side, he had already driven the boat and swaggered away from the port. Moses should know by now what I did in the Navy branch. And I don't know how much my reward will change from 4,000 million. Lying on the deck, Liu Hao looked up at the white clouds and blue sky in the sky wearing sunglasses. The bone fruit's ability is indeed very powerful, allowing Liu Hao to control his own bones. This kind of manipulation is not just the bones that spread out from the body. Even if the skeleton has been separated from Liu Hao's body, it can still be manipulated. So Liu Hao simply used a large clone made of bones. Although those bone clones look like puppets, the bones will creak and creak every time they move. However, with the assistance of such bone clones, Liu Hao can sail a large ship on the sea by himself. In addition, for a period of time, Liu Hao has also been learning about sailing on Aru Island. In a world surrounded by the sea like One Piece, the knowledge of sailing is something everyone should learn from childhood. And in an island, basically every family has a profession like a sailor. Some simple nautical knowledge and taboos are basically passed on by word of mouth, or even in the process of chatting and bragging. This is also the reason why Liu Hao dared to go to sea alone. The sea breeze was blowing gently in the distance. The ship controlled by Liu Hao was actually not fast, and it didn't even have artillery on it. But Liu Hao didn't care after all. The flying slash released by his sword-drawn slash was enough to cut through the sea, even if he encountered some pirates along the way. That was nothing. And the new news about the Bone Demon Ziegler has also reached the Navy headquarters. Great Fairway Emerald Isles. This is the beginning of the annual Emerald Festival. The Emerald Festival is a unique festival in the Emerald Islands. Compared with other islands in the Great Channel, the Emerald Islands grows a unique lobster called the emerald lobster. During this period, the meat quality of the emerald lobster is the most delicious. So every few days, the Emerald Islands will hold a lobster-eating conference, also named the Emerald Festival. It is precisely because the emerald lobster is so famous. And the Emerald Festival is a festival that many gourmets dream of. So on this day, famous chefs from all over the world and the Great Waterway will gather in the Emerald Islands. The purpose of Liu Hao's coming here is to find a satisfactory chef. After all, sailing on the sea, if you don't eat well, it will be too painful. Although Liu Hao can also cook some ordinary meals, but he is not a professional chef after all. And the food he makes either has too little salt or too much salt. Anyway, he can barely stuff it into his mouth. Delicious is definitely not a word. Walking among the crowds, Liu Hao looked around. The crowd is noisy. There are various small vendors selling delicacies along the street. Although the main food of the Emerald Festival in the Emerald Islands is emerald lobster, It does not mean that there are no other ingredients here, such as the meat-sliced starfish in Liu Hao's hands. Starfish is a kind of echinoderm, which can only be used to make soup after drying. But such a meat-sliced starfish in the Emerald Islands can be eaten raw, because the taste of meat-sliced starfish is extremely sweet, with a kind of sweetness unique to protein. Many people think that sweetness has nothing to do with protein and amino acids, but this is not the case. The meat of many sea urchins is actually extremely sweet. While stuffing something in his mouth, Liu Hao was listening to the people around him saying which famous chefs there are. The Emerald Festival is well known in dozens of nearby islands, coupled with a unique ingredient such as emerald lobster. There are many chefs of all kinds who come to the archipelago. There are chefs from the Kingdom of Flowers, chefs from all over the world, and Liu Hao even heard that there are dozens of chefs from the New World. Just find a booth and sit down. Next to the booth is a reporter from Le Monde. The reason why Liu Hao saw it was because they were still holding camera phone bugs in their hands. Pat that reporter on the shoulder. Liu Hao said with a smile on his face, "This gentleman. My name is Jack and I would like to ask you, which chef is the most skilled here?" The reporter was recording everything around him with a camera phone. But when someone slapped him on the shoulder, he was not angry and said to Liu Hao with a smile, "I can't give you an accurate answer, after all, if I say it. It would be too offensive. But I can tell you which chefs are more famous here. I believe you are here to participate in the Emerald Festival, that is. If you want to taste delicious food, the chefs I introduce to you if you go to eat what they make. It will definitely be a worthwhile trip." Liu Hao looked at the reporter and quickly nodded with a smile, then snapped his fingers at the stall owner next to him. "Boss, please give me more of what you like to eat." When the reporter saw that Liu Hao was going to treat guests, the smile on his face became brighter, but he didn't refuse. Although the news he said can be known by just asking anyone. But as a reporter, he still gets a little more than those ordinary tourists who come to eat delicious food. More, the boss moved very quickly, only hearing a chopping sound coming from the chopping board, and quickly prepared a bunch of seafood feasts and placed them beside the two. The reporter looked at Liu Hao with a smile while inserting food into the plate with a fork, and continued, "There are many chefs who came to participate in the Emerald Festival this time. But there are 7 chefs in total, but among the 7, only 3 are good at making food for more than 50 people. So if you really want to eat the food of those chefs, you can only choose these 3 people." After speaking, the reporter took out 3 photos from his arms with excitement and put them on the table. Then he turned his head to the photo in front of Liu Hao, motioning for Liu Hao to take a look at it. The reporter is relatively short in stature, so he stood directly on the stool and pointed at the photo on the left in front of Liu Hao. The person in the photo is a fat man with a white beard, a bald head and a smiling face. He looks very kind and friendly. The chef's name is Ajura, and he is nicknamed the King of Food. I heard that he once cooked food for Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, later for some reason. He opened his own shop in Paradise, and even the Big Mom pirates didn't even choose to attack him. So you can imagine how good Ajura is at making delicious food. Looking at Ajura in the picture on the left, Liu Hao was shocked if he chose Ajura to be his chef partner. Considering the relationship between Ajura and the Big Mom pirates, it would be very suitable. But I don't know what Ajura's strength is. Not to mention having a talent like Sanji. At least he needs to have a certain ability to protect himself when facing strong enemies. But Liu Hao didn't ask Ajura about his combat ability. At this time, the reporter put his finger on the photo in the middle again. The person in the middle of the 3 photos is extremely tall, with sinews all over his body, but his complexion is black. If you don't know that he is a chef, you may think he is a bodybuilding champion. This chef's name is Gyulenk from his appearance. You should know that he is best at making all kinds of meat. The meat he makes has a lot of calories and fat. He is called a fitness chef and is very suitable for the rapid replenishment of energy on the sea, coupled with the strong strength of Grunk himself. I heard that he once participated in the karate competition in Marigioia and won no. One, he is a very famous chef among the three chefs. Looking at Gulank and Liu Hao among the three, his heart was shocked and his eyes lit up, after all. The last Ajura looked very big and a little puffy, so he probably had no fighting ability. But the Gurank in front of him was different. He was full of tendons and he was also a karate champion. Not to mention helping Liu Hao went to face a strong enemy. At least self-protection must be more than enough. If you must choose a chef as your partner, this Gurank should be good. But the tendon meat all overlooks, a bit like Brother Jai. The reporter took another mouthful of the seafood feast, and then poured himself a few sips of drinks. Put your finger on the third photo. The person in the third photo is a beautiful woman with big red waves and a small tear mole in the corner of her left eye. She is smiling all over her face in the photo, and her personality should be more bold and cheerful. This beautiful chef is amazing. Her name is Sabina. It is said that she is from the gourmet country of the South China Sea. Although it is her first time to participate in the Jade Festival, she has already made as many as 200 dishes for the Jade Festival dinner. Food for one person. And I heard that some guests who participated in the food trial said it was extremely delicious. Sabina is particularly good at making all kinds of seafood, even cooking Neptunes, and is very good at using the ingredients themselves to make gourmet food based on taste, and rarely use various spices and condiments. If you go to eat the food made by Sabina, it will definitely be worth it. The moment Liu Hao saw Sabina, he knew in his heart that this was the chef he was looking for. It's definitely not because Sabina is very beautiful, but because she is good at cooking seafood, and Sea Kings on the Sea is definitely a plus. After all, the adventures of most pirates are very different from those of Luffy. Not everyone can find a small island with a lot of food and fresh water when they are dying of thirst or starving on the sea. The vast majority of pirates are like the red-footed Zeph when their supplies are exhausted. They can only stay in the sea desperately holding those gold and silver treasures, but cannot eat them. And if there is a chef who is good at cooking seafood and all kinds of Sea Kings, there is no need to worry about the problem of running out of supplies. May I ask where Miss Sabina is now? Liu Hao looked at the reporter in front of him and asked. The Emerald Festival is bustling and lively. All kinds of powerful chefs from all corners of the world gathered here, including Sabina, who came here from the gourmet country of the South China Sea. Miss Sabina is here for you. A young waiter walked to the back hall of the kitchens and whispered when he saw Sabina, who was arranging the ingredients. In a profession like a chef, many people have various strange tempers. This waiter is obviously well-versed, so when talking to Sabina his tone is very small and humble. But Sabina's personality is very unrestrained. She patted the waiter on the shoulder and said, "Don't be so nervous. Are the things I want and the kitchen utensils ready for me?" The waiter looked at Sabina and nodded. But I always accidentally see the mountains and ravines on Sabina's chest. Compared to other 5 big and 3 thick chefs, Sabina is indeed very beautiful with wheat-colored skin, wine red and long wavy hairs, coupled with a bumpy figure and a heroic personality. She is enthusiastic and free and easy in his eyes. There is indeed an existence that can make him have erotic dreams at night. If that's the case, then let's go out. I won't hand over the championship to other people's hands in this chef's battle at the Emerald Festival. Speaking of making delicious food, Sabina's eyes flashed with incomparable confidence. Dinner's good evening, everyone. After 3 days of preparation, the chef competition on the last day of the Emerald Festival is finally coming to an end. This time there are 3 chefs participating in the final chef competition. These 3 are from Chef Ajura from the New World Chef Grunk, who is known as a bodybuilding chef, and Miss Sabina, a beautiful chef whom everyone loves very much. Welcome, everyone's. Many diners under the stands applauded wildly. I didn't expect Chef Ajura to be invited by Chef Dabai at the end of the Emerald Festival this time. I once ate the food made by Chef Ajura in Chambord Islands. It will definitely make people dream around. Although I think the food made by Chef Ajura is really good. But he really uses too many kinds of spices. And most of the food he makes is sweet. The food made by the chef tastes very good. Not only has a lot of meat, but also makes people feel extremely satisfied every time they eat it. Why do you all just focus on men? Isn't Miss Sabina good looking? I can get full just by looking at Miss Sabina. After speaking, the man actually drooled from the corner of his mouth, giggling like a pig's head. The people around looked at that person with a look of disgust, and they all moved away a few steps in their hearts. They felt that they came here to participate in the Emerald Festival to enjoy the delicious food. Then take a look at Sabina's beauty, Liu Hao, who was behind the crowd, folded his arms around his chest and looked at the three chefs on the stage with a calm expression. The three chefs on the stage were all extraordinary. Even though Sabina participated in such a grand festival and participated in the chef competition for the first time, the personality displayed is also very eye-catching. The other two chefs are not too far behind. After all, those two chefs have been famous for a long time. It is not the first time that they have performed a large amount of food in front of everyone like this. Looking at Sabina on the stage, although Liu Hao folded his arms around his chest and looked confident, he still had some worries in his heart. After all, Sabina is already very famous now, so there is no need to be a pirate, after all. Liu Hao does not have the ability to speak out like Naruto Uzumaki, and can use his mouth to talk people to death. I have to figure out what Sabina's dream is. Only in this way can I let him find a way to join my team. At dozens of nautical miles away from the Emerald Islands, more than a dozen pirate ships slowly sailed towards the Emerald Islands from a distance. On the largest pirate ship was a pirate who was as fat as a meatball. The pirate held a mace like a chicken leg in his left hand and a glass of fruit juice in his right hand. Gyudong drank a few mouthfuls in his own mouth. Wow. Wow, tilde, we have been waiting for several months. And finally, the Emerald Festival of the Emerald Islands is here. Our chef pirates will get all the chefs in their pockets. On the chef pirates, even a soldier who washes the deck is a chef. So I will order the chefs on the Emerald Festival. The fleet sailed in the direction of the Emerald Islands. The entire Emerald Islands consist of 7 islands, each of which is connected by a land bridge, which looks like an asymmetric 7-pointed star surrounded by one another. So the Emerald Islands actually have a small inland sea. And most of the ships of tourists who come to the Emerald Islands to participate in the Emerald Festival will dock in the inland sea. The fleet of the chef pirates sailed very fast and had rushed to an island in the Emerald Archipelago. Come on, brothers, and take away all the chefs on the Emerald Island. Our chef pirates will take all the chefs in the world into their pockets. The chef pirate group has a large number of people, and even has a fleet of more than 10 ships. And the number of pirates even reaches more than 1,000. As soon as the pirate group's ships approached the island, all the pirates immediately filed out and rushed to the island. The tourists who were eating and drinking on the streets of the island suddenly saw the arrival of the chef pirates. And all of them turned pale with fright. What the hell is going on here? Why are there pirates attacking? Where is the navy? Help, everyone run to the pirates. People like pirates are really unpopular in the sea. After all, there are very few adventure-type pirates like Luffy. Wow, tilde, everyone. Please don't worry that we are members of the chef pirates. The purpose of coming here is to catch all the chefs. So I would like to ask dear everyone here, is there any chefs? Here. The captain of the chef pirates stepped down from the pirate ship, opened his big hands, and his ball-like body kept shaking up and down. The tourists on the street have long been scared to death by these chef pirates. All the tourists turned their heads to look not far away. And the expressions of the chefs on the platform also changed. Thank you very much, everyone, you can live. We have already said that the chef pirates will always only attack chefs. Liu Hao, who was in the crowd, had already controlled his body shape through the bone fruit ability, and became more than 2 meters tall. Unremarkable among the crowd. Seeing the arrival of the chef pirates, Liu Hao's eyes lit up. Originally, He was still thinking about what kind of method he needed to get Sabina to join his pirates. It seems that if Sabina can be killed this time, there is indeed a chance for Sabina to board his ship. I didn't expect it to be the scum of the chef pirates. Grunk on the stage looked at the fat man in the distance with contempt. Although his voice was not loud, it was clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone in the chef pirates. The head of the pirate group heard this voice, and his face changed suddenly. After a while, he suddenly burst out laughing. Wahahahahaha tilde, I didn't expect to meet the bodybuilding chef Grunk this time. Your cooking skills are indeed better than mine. And you have the right to despise our chef pirates, but. When he said the word but, the face of the pirate captain became extremely ferocious in an instant. But once you are caught on board by me, your cooking skills will belong to me. Brothers, I will capture all the chefs on the stage, yes. Captain and... The pirates immediately rushed from the crowd towards the stage. Grunk, who was standing on the stage, sneered and raised his hand, a group of disgusting pirates. They really don't know how to live or die. Since you want to seek death, then come dan karate. Steel hand cut standing on the stage. Grunk leaped fiercely and jumped down from the stage like a tiger descending a mountain, and slammed his palm on a pirate's body from top to bottom. The pirate let out a cry and blood spewed out in an instant. His chest was cut open by Gyulank's hand knife, and he was almost cut in half. Everyone, don't be afraid. The Navy will come over in a while. These pirates must be dead. Everyone just need to hold on for a few more minutes. Grunk's attack eliminated a pirate, and then he stepped on the chest of that pirate and said loudly to the panicked crowd, but these tourists have already turned into frightened birds, like crazy fleas running around, screaming and wailing everywhere. How could they listen to Gyulank's words? Wow tilde Gyulank. I didn't expect you to have such skills. If that's the case, then let me get rid of you myself. After speaking, the captain of the pirate group held the huge mace in both hands and rushed in the direction of Grunk. The mace in his hand was swung violently by him, like a tornado, seeing that big fat man rushing over. Gyulank's originally flamboyant face also became a little gloomy. Although he once participated in the one karate competition, his main job is still a chef. Not everyone is Sanji in addition to being good at cooking. He is also good at beating people. It is relatively easy for Grunk to deal with one or two ordinary people, but it is too difficult for a guy with a large tonnage like a hippopotamus, like the head of the chef pirates. On the chef's side, apart from Grunk, who had been resisting, the other chefs also picked up the kitchen knives in their hands and kept waving them. Sabina was also included in the crowd. Everyone, come and take a look. Could this be Sabina? A beautiful chef who has become popular recently. The pirates of the chef pirates surrounded Sabina immediately. Sabinaho was standing among the crowd of pirates, also had a serious expression at this time. It seems that we must find a way to kill them from this group of people. Sabina's little hand slowly touched her back pocket. She has participated in chef competitions between islands all year round. Naturally, Sabina has encountered threats from others. So after going back and forth, she also learned a few moves to protect herself. In the small pocket behind Sabina's waist, these hidden weapons are placed. As long as those pirates come forward, they can all be knocked down directly. The brains of those pirates were not particularly clear, and of course they didn't know that Sabina still had a backup. With a steel knife in his hand, walked forward slowly. With a wretched smile on his lips, hehe tilde I said, Miss Sabine, you should stop resisting. Otherwise, the more intense you resist, the more excited we will be, hahaha tilde. Sabina looked at these disgusting pirates with a contemptuous expression on her face. And at the same time, she had already grabbed several mung bean-sized beads. As long as these pirates get close, she will throw the beads directly, and the beads will cause a serious explosion. And the smoke caused by the explosion can smoke all these pirates down. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice reached Sabina's ears. Miss Sabina, do you need me to help you get rid of all these pirates? Liu Hao's figure descended from the sky. His legs were like the wind and he was as fast as lightning. The pirates who surrounded Sabina didn't even have time to react. There was only a series of bang-bang sounds in Sabina's ears. Then when she looked carefully, the pirates beside her fell to the ground and turned into headless corpses. The one in front of her was a young man about 21 or years old, looking at her with a smile on his face. Seeing this young man in front of her, Sabina breathed a sigh of relief after all. Compared to those ugly and disgusting pirates, Liu Hao was not only handsome but at least handsome. At this moment, Sabina's beating chest was slightly relieved. The tense situation just now really made Sabina's heart beat extremely fast. Liu Hao, who was watching from the side, was very worried that Sabina's two big white rabbits would jump out of his clothes. "Who are you?" Sabina looked at Liu Hao and asked. Liu Hao never wanted to hide his purpose, but said while looking at the chaotic situation around him, "This is not a place to talk yet. After I finish dealing with the pirates around me, let's have a good chat." It was only then that Sabina realized that the young man in front of her must have come directly to her. Otherwise, why would she come here to save her in such a dangerous situation? It's not that Sabina thinks that she has a very strong charm enough to make people give up life and death. After all, she knows that in this world, no matter how great the charm of a woman is, it is always difficult for people to give up their own lives. I don't know what this person wants me to do after suddenly saving my life. Seeing how handsome he is, if he asks me to do that kind of thing, it's not impossible. Thinking of this, Sabina blushed a little. Although Sabina looks very free and easy, in fact this is just her superficial character. The real Sabina is actually a very conservative person. But Liu Hao didn't care too much about what Sabina was thinking about at this time, because the current situation is already very chaotic. Although the head of the chef pirates said that he would do nothing to the tourists, but the pirates under him would not listen to him. In the surrounding rooms, there were screams and desperate wailing everywhere. Although Liu Hao decided to become a pirate on the sea, his goal was not to become a beast. So I immediately said to Sabina, "The current situation is too chaotic, and I don't know where it is safer. So it is safer for you to stay by my side now." Seeing Liu Hao and Sabina nodding repeatedly, including the two lumps of fat on her chest, were also beating together. The two of them were about to leave the crowd as soon as possible, then find their own boat and leave the Emerald Islands. They are flashing left and right among the crowd. But the pirates have very sharp eyes in the flames. Dozens of pirates saw the extremely beautiful Sabina at a glance. Hey, tilde brothers, look over there, I found a surprise." The pirates immediately cast their eyes on Liu Hao and Sabina. Oh my, it turned out to be the beautiful chef Sabina. What a peerless beauty. Several pirates picked up the steel knives in their hands and gesticulated in the air, as if they wanted to depict Sabina's graceful figure. There were even several pirates who kept swallowing their saliva. Not every pirate group has many seductive beauties on board like Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates. Most pirate groups are all male and can only fencing each other. At this time, seeing a beauty like Sabina, he was naturally as excited as a chicken blood. "No, I can't take it anymore." One pirate rushed out with 2 nosebleeds after speaking. He picked up the steel knife in his hand and rushed towards Liu Hao and the others. Liu Hao, who has been pulling Sabina forward, naturally saw those pirates from the corner of his eyes. Sabina next to her can naturally see it clearly. But she didn't even have any worries in her heart, because Sabina knew that Liu Hao's strength was very strong. And those pirates were not even a single enemy in front of him. At this time there were even some angry words. Hey, those pirates are coming, you are not used to it. So get rid of them all." Liu Hao smiled lightly and said, "Since you want them to die so much, then I will do it now." After speaking, Liu Hao raised his hand, and 3 daggers made of white bones appeared in his hand. Middle, as soon as the dagger was thrown, it was like lightning again. There were only 3 bangs, and the heads of the 3 pirates who rushed over were immediately pierced to the ground by the dagger. The huge power remained undiminished, and the rest of the pirates did not react, and all the pierced daggers were killed on the spot. However, About 7 or 8 pirates were still uninjured. At this moment, they looked at Liu Hao in the distance in panic. At this time, Liu Hao had already waved his hands and condensed several daggers. The white bone dagger waved in the air. Only the tearing sound of the wind passing through the air could be heard. A swish. The pirate's head was cut off immediately by the sharp bone dagger. The blood was like a fountain rushing up to 3 feet high. Such a scene in the flames did not attract the attention of many other pirates. But in just a few seconds, Liu Hao had already killed all the pirates who wanted to rush over. The eyes of Sabina next to her are getting brighter and brighter. If I can get this handsome guy on my boat, I don't have to worry about danger when I go to other islands to collect ingredients to participate in the competition. But what should I do? Liu Hao didn't care about what Sabina was thinking at this moment, and kept walking forward while holding her wrist. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering roar in the distance. Karate thousands of smashing punches. Grunk stood in front of the head of the chef pirates and instantly released a huge shockwave from his fist, which collided with the head's mace. 2 huge impact forces collided on the spot. I only heard a series of crackling sounds like firecrackers, because the strength of the 2 sides was too great. Even the air was overwhelmed, and they were crushed and exploded in a short time boom. The stone ground under the 2 of them suddenly shattered, as if it had been hit by dozens of shells. Wow. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, Grunk. But I'm so sorry. Our chef pirate group will definitely take you aboard. Because once we capture all the chefs in this world, we can become the One-Piece King. After all, pirates in this world have to eat. But the muscular man Grunk said with a cold snort. You're really daydreaming. As long as the Navy will come over in a while, no matter how powerful your chef pirate group is, you will definitely be killed in the sea. The head of the pirate group laughed wah-wah, unwilling to talk anymore, holding his mace with both hands like a tornado and began to swing it at high speed. Mace stirring chain. The speed of waving is extremely fast, and the mace rotates rapidly in the air like a tornado. Just like a blender, the terrifying mace weighing nearly 1,000 caddies hit the making a creepy hissing sound, but Gulank, who was standing not far away, was even more terrified. He didn't expect the enemy's strength to be so powerful. Once he was hit by the mace, his body would be injured immediately, and he would die if touched. Damn it, I didn't expect this fat man to be so powerful. What should I do now? At this time, Grunk also felt that he was a little bit stuck. He wanted to escape, but the mace of the head of the chef pirates had already blocked all his sight. If you want to fight recklessly, as long as everyone knows that Gulank is definitely not an opponent. I managed to become a famous chef. If I died here, it would be really unclear TNND. If there is really no other way, then why not just join the pirate chefs anyway? In the pirate chefs, me peers are everywhere. Just when Grunk was thinking about whether to surrender directly. But at this moment, a clear and bright voice came from beside his ear. The owner listening to this voice should be a young man. Even with a little milk sound in his throat, looked down. Hearing this voice, Gulank quickly lowered his head without thinking. And the moment he lowered his head, a jet black saber energy poured down like a long river. There was only a click, and the heavy mace that was spinning crazily was cut in half immediately. At the same time, the head of the hippopotamus-like chef pirates opened his eyes wide, and a line of blood spread from his left cheek to his right cheek. He was cut off with a knife and a weapon. Seeing this scene, Gulank was also extremely astonished. Although there were many strong men with such strength above the sea, Gulank was sure that there were absolutely no ones he knew in the Emerald Islands. I didn't expect that Gulank would be so lucky to meet an unknown strong man in the Emerald Islands. Immediately raised his head. Gulank wanted to take a good look at who the strong man was. But the figures were scattered and there were screams everywhere. Gulank sighed in his heart. It seemed that the strong man had left long ago. The chef pirates heard that your captain has been killed. If you still dare to resist, don't blame me for doing it to you. Grunk looked at the fat man lying on the ground and knew that the most important thing now was to get the chef pirates to stop quickly. Otherwise, those ordinary people would be killed. So immediately said loudly at this time. On the other side, Liu Hao has brought Sabina to his boat. I didn't expect you to be a swordsman. I thought you could only use fists and kicks. But Liu Hao said flatly, I'm just a swordsman with one sword. I only know one move, and that is to draw the sword. If my sword doesn't kill the enemy, then I can only use my sword, fist and kick. Don't talk so much, let's go quickly. Otherwise the navy will come over. What, Deo? You turned out to be a pirate. And it's that bone demon Zagara. You came to me and wanted me to be the chef on your pirate ship. The pirate ship was swaying slowly on the sea. Sitting at the dining table, Liu Hao kept stuffing delicious food in his mouth and nodded repeatedly while looking at Sabina opposite. But you don't have to worry. I'm different from those pirates. I'm the man who wants to be the pirate king, but Sabina, who was sitting opposite us, slapped the table hard, snapped. After all, I am also a famous chef in the sea. Now I am on this thief ship with you, what should I do now? At this time, Sabina also felt a little worried, although she had a bold and cheerful personality. Don't worry, you are my chef. I can guarantee your safety before I fall down. And I have already said that I am different from those pirates. Sabina glanced at Liu Hao, who was white, although she still felt a little melancholy in her heart. The two of them were already grasshoppers on the same rope. Now that it had happened, Sabina would no longer think. By the way, since we are already companions, then I have to tell you something. After speaking, Liu Hao put down the knife and fork in his hand, and then stood up from the seat. Sabina also looked at Liu Hao curiously. Only a bang was heard. Liu Hao, who was originally more than 2 meters tall, instantly turned into a little bean. Look at this little kid in front of you. Sabina's eyes widened in surprise. You. How did you become like this? Are you a dwarf? Liu Hao glared at Sabina unhappily and said, to tell you the truth, I'm only about 7 years old now. After speaking, Liu Hao sat on the stool and continued to eat. While stuffing something in his mouth, he continued. The reason why I can become the bone demon Ziegler is because of my devil fruit ability. This is my actual identity, you can call me Liu Hao. Sabina on the opposite side was already surprised from ear to ear. Originally, Sabina thought about going further with Liu Hao, but she didn't expect that Liu Hao's real identity was not Ziegler at all, but a little ghost about 7 years old. This was really surprising. So Sabina couldn't even control her hands and feet at this time. Like a puppet, it kept scribbling in the air. This is really. I don't even know what to say. You are only 7 years old now. And you want to be the pirate king, my god. What are you thinking? Seeing the incoherent Sabina in front of her, Liu Hao put on Ziegler's mask again. I'm only 7 years old, no, so what? No, I'm still the same. Those pirates are no match for me, just treat me as Ziegler. But Sabina was a little crazy. She opened her hands and said to Liu Hao, it's not the same thing at all, okay, my god. You are only 7 years old now. And I was still moving ingredients in the kitchen when I was 7 years old. And I thought about going with you, my god. Liu Hao rolled his eyes at Sabina in front of him. You scum. You actually have thoughts about me, a 7-year-old kid. Sabina blushed, then looked at Liu Hao and said sophistry. When I first saw you, you looked like Chigra. Who would know what you look like? So shouldn't you be blamed for this incident? Liu Hao waved at Sabina. He didn't really care about this matter. After arguing with Liu Hao for a few words, Sabina felt a little bit embarrassed, and she felt a little negative. Then he took advantage of the situation and sat across the table, looking at Liu Hao, who had been eating. Suddenly, Sabina seemed to think of something, slammed the table, then raised her hand and pointed at Liu Hao and said, by the way, there is one more thing. Since you are a child, then we should have a good chat. Finally finished eating everything, Liu Hao wiped his mouth with the napkin next to him, looked up at Sabina and asked, is there anything else you need to talk about? Didn't I say it? You are the cook on our ship. Sabina waved her hands with some disdain. What is a chef? I said that if your real identity is Ziegler, then I have no complaints about letting you be the captain. But now you are just a kid of about 7 years old. Then let you be the captain. I think it's a little too dangerous. Liu Hao raised his head and glanced at Sabina. In other words, you are somewhat dissatisfied with my captain's status now. After speaking, Liu Hao stood up from his seat. But there was no expression on his face. Seeing Liu Hao like this, Sabina was a little scared, and stood up from her seat, puffed out her chest, and gave Liu Hao a hard look. I'm doing it for your own good. Think about Itons, you are the captain. The enemy will definitely focus on you fiercely. Even if your devil fruit ability is very strong, it is still not as good as the enemy's crazy attack. In addition, it is not appropriate for you, a 7-year-old child, to do certain things. After finishing speaking, Sabina's brows twitched twice towards Liu Hao. What you said still makes sense, but the matter of the captain cannot be decided so easily. If you and I both want to be the captain, then we should make a careful calculation to see who will be the captain. More qualified to be a captain. Sabina didn't expect that the man in front of her didn't choose to use violence to get the captain's position directly, but wanted to use the method of competition. So Sabina said with a slight smile, "You, a 7-year-old kid, still want to compete with me. To be honest, if you fight of me, will not be your opponent. But if you are doing other things, then you are no match for me." After speaking, Sabina sat down on the seat opposite Liu Hao very proudly, and even put her legs on the table. He made a disdainful expression towards Liu Hao. Seeing Sabina's arrogant appearance, Liu Hao smiled and didn't say much. Just took out a piece of paper and pen. Now let's take a look at who has more advantages and who has more disadvantages between the two of us. Okay. Sabina spread her hands, looking extremely confident. If my strength means that my fighting power is stronger than yours, then there's nothing wrong with that, no problem. Sabina frowned. I get 1 point. My cooking skills are not as good as yours. That's okay, so you get 1 point, Sabina nodded. Is it a problem that my knowledge of navigation is better than yours? Said sailing. Sabina stood up and looked at it, and said to Liu Hao, you are a 7-year-old kid. Do you have better sailing knowledge than me? Liu Hao put down the paper and pens, then looked at Sabina in front of him and said, then why don't we test each other first? Then see how much each other's navigation knowledge is. If anyone can't answer the question, then whoever loses. The two looked at each other, as if a bolt of lightning shot out from their eyes. There was even a crackling sound in the air. Let me start with the first question. After 2 minutes, Sabinaho was opposite Liu Hao. Looked at him with a look of lovelessness. At the same time, he muttered to himself, how is it possible? How is this possible? Am I less intelligent than a 7-year-old kid? I can't even answer such a simple question. Liu Hao didn't speak either. Just picked up a pen and paper and added a point to himself. Since your nautical knowledge is inferior to mine, then the maintenance of ships should also be inferior to mine. And your math ability is also inferior to mine. Let alone I can become like other people, you can go to inquire about things like intelligence. And you can't compare to me, so from today on, you'd better be my chef honestly. Sabina recovered from the shock. Then his eyes turned white fiercely to Liu Hao. I see. Master Captain. After finishing speaking, he took away the plate he had finished eating from in front of Liu Hao. Before leaving, he even stepped on Liu Hao's foot severely. Seeing Sabina like this, Liu Hao could only smile wryly. I didn't expect him, an adulto, be so rude to a child like me. And to be so small-minded. By the second day, the news bird flew to the mast of the ship as usual. Looking down, Liu Hao, who was manipulating the bone puppet to clean the deck on the splint, was squawking, bring a newspaper and show me the reward orders. Liu Hao took out a few banknotes from his pocket and snapped his fingers at Newsbird. The newsbird immediately flew down from the mast, took out several newspapers from his pocket, and threw them in front of Liu Hao. Liu Hao didn't care. He picked up these newspapers and read them really. After Liu Hao and Sabina left, the Navy arrived. And it only took a few minutes to kill all the pirates. Of course, most of the pirates have actually escaped. But it is worth saying that this time there were no casualties due to the Navy. So there has been a lot of special writing in the newspapers. Any news lately? Sabina picked up a reward order on the ground. Okay. Any questions? Seeing that Sabina was in a daze, Liu Hao asked. I saw Zigra's reward order, and it has now increased from 4,000 million to 7,000 million. Received the reward order from Sabina. Looking at the photo on the reward orders, Liu Hao didn't have much expression for a pirate. The increase in his bounty is a good thing. And Ziegler's bounty has increased. What does it have to do with me, Liu Hao? After saying this sentence, he threw out the reward order in disdain. By the way, Liu Hao, where is our next destination? Won't we always be sailing aimlessly on the Great Waterway? Liu Hao said with a slight smile, North Sea. TNND, why do these Navy linger like dog skin plasters? They have been following us 3 days ago. Rumbled boom booms. The sound of shells hitting the sea was endless. Liu Hao tried his best to control the rudder and sailed in the direction of the reverse mountain. But the navies behind the ship are still persevering. Ha 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 tilde tilde, I didn't expect that Major General Wild Boar would be so lucky. When I led a large army back to the defense, I would meet the Bone Demon pirates with only 2 people. This is really lucky. On the main battleship of the Navy stood a rear admiral with a full face and a beard, who looked like a wild boar. This person is the animal-type wild boar fruit ability user. Major General Wild Boar, blast me to death. I will be filled with artillery fire around the Bone Demon Ziegler ship. Major General Wild Boar yelled loudly at his subordinates. Some of their subordinates have long been accustomed to the Major General's temper. So they all answered loudly, picked up the shells vigorously, and smashed them in the direction of Liu Hao's ship. The ship dodged left and right in the turbulent waves, but the gap in front of it was getting smaller and smaller. If it continued like this, the whole ship would be covered by artillery fire. Liu Hao, who can't go on like this. We must find a way to get rid of all the Navy ships behind us. On the swaying deck, Sabina staggered to Liu Hao's side and said loudly. Liu Hao turned his head to look at the naval ships behind him. Now there are more than a dozen ships chasing behind Liu Hao. And there are 3 colonels besides Major General Wild Boar. It is definitely a group of powerful combat forces. It's not that simple to get rid of this group of guys. Is there anything you can do, Sabina? Walking to the side of the rudder, Sabina wiped the seawater off her face and opened the chart. There is a sea of seaweed in the area closest to our current position. We can directly rush into that sea of seaweed, and then try to get rid of the Navy behind us. Show me directions, Liu Hao said loudly. And at the same time, the long bone knife in his hand made a move immediately. All I saw was a flash of black light, and the shells that flew over were all split into 2. Boom boom, the sliced shells exploded in the air, creating a cloud of smoke go in the direction of the north. Liu Hao slammed the rudder, and the boat made a series of creaking sounds, almost making a circle on the surface of the sea, just like a sports car drifting on the runway, sailing towards the north direction. The Navy ship was swept into the smoke after a few minutes. Not good. That bastard Bone Demon Zigra has already run away while taking advantage of the smoke. The watchman said loudly, but soon he saw a small black spot to the north. No, they are heading north, hurry up and chase. Major General Wild Boar said excitedly. On the other hand, Liu Hao and the others still had solemn expressions on their faces. How far is it from the seaweed? While observing the Navy behind him, Liu Hao asked Sabina beside him. It's about 10 minutes away, damn it. Come and take the helm now. I'll find a way to hold back those navies first. After speaking, Liu Hao didn't care whether Sabina agreed or not. He dragged her over and put her on the rudder. The bone puppets controlled by Liu Hao are too old-fashioned. It is okay to do some simple tasks, but it is too difficult to do complicated tasks. So things like steering can only be done by Sabina. Don't die, Sabina looked at Liu Hao's back with some worry. After all, she knew in her heart that Liu Hao was just a child now. Don't underestimate me, my companion. Control the ship well, and I will deal with all the shells flying over. Two bone-long knives were condensed in Liu Hao's hands, and his eyes looked coldly at the naval warships approaching like a pack of wolves in the distance. Major General Wildboar had a sneer on his face. Shoot me. All I heard was a series of booming sounds, but in an instant, artillery fire began to cover the sky above Liu Hao's ship like raindrops. Looking at the black cannonballs in the sky, Liu Hao's face froze. Draw the knife and cut. Although Liu Hao is a swordsman of the one-sword style, he has mastered the move of drawing a sword and chopping with a high degree of proficiency. When he releases a sword, the sword energy explodes in the air like a goddess scattering flowers. If you look carefully, it seems that the black and white fireworks have turned into an umbrella shape and bloomed in the sky. Only a bang was heard. The cannonballs in the sky, like raindrops and hailstones, were shattered by the terrifying sword energy. The huge shock wave suppressed all the waves around Liu Hao's boat, and even the bone puppet Liu Hao made with his own bones shattered. Sabinaho was next to the rudder, couldn't help but squatted down on the ground, forcibly holding back her nausea to control the rudder. The terrifying shock wave poured from the air to the sea in just a few seconds. At this moment, the whole sea froze for a few seconds as if someone had pressed the pause button. Suddenly, boom! A violent explosion suddenly came from under the sea. It was as if a hydrogen bomb had been detonated beneath the sea. The tsunami carried by the terrifying shock wave spread around Liu Hao Chuanji, as if the entire sea began to swell high. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Liu Hao quickly ran to the side of the rudder and did not bother Sabina. Let me control the rudder. We must hurry to the seaweed area after the shock wave. Sabina's eyes were bloodshot and she was panting against the curtain wall of the ship. There was a buzzing sound like a fly in my ear, and I wanted to speak but the voice was already hoarse, and I couldn't hear it clearly at all. In addition, because of the huge shock wave hitting the sea at this time, a large amount of sea water was shot into the air. So in the ear can only hear the sound of a series of crashing rain. On the other hand, the Navy saw the tsunami coming. Major General Wildboar and several other colonels all had gloomy faces. I didn't expect the bone demon Ziegler to have such strength. The reward of 7,000 million is too low for Ziegler. But now my strength is almost the same as that of the Lieutenant General. It seems that God is helping me. Let me push Zydra into the city with my own hands. After saying this, Major General Wildboar threw his coat of justice on the ground. He was already strong, but the body of Muscle Ball Joint began to change rapidly. But in less than a second, he became a half-human and half-human, the shape of a wild boar. Finger gun wild boar's roaring cannons. Clenching his fists, he threw them in the direction of the walrus continuously. Terrifying shock waves poured out like meteors piercing the ground. There was only a roar in my ears. The terrifying tsunami, with a height of more than 20 meters, was directly destroyed by a series of attacks by Major General Wildboar. Only a large piece of sea water fell from the sky like rain to the ground. The men next to him immediately put an umbrella on Major General Wildboar's head. However, Liu Hao and the others only had one small black spot left. If this continues, there is no way to catch ITAT this time. Liu Hao and the others have finally entered the seaweed area. The seaweeds living in this sea of seaweed are all python seaweed. Python seaweed is a very strange plant. Their heads have a sensory organ that can sense any creature on the sea. We must not enter the seaweed sea otherwise. I don't know how many python seaweeds will entangle our ships like crazy. Sabina next to her finally recovered, but her face was still pale. She leaned against the fence and whispered to Liu Hao. But Liu Hao's expression was as solemn as ever. And with a wave of his hand, a white blade appeared in Liu Hao's hand. I can't control so much now if we don't enter the sea area. Some navies will not stop here. After finishing speaking, Liu Hao was ready to cut open the sea with a single knife. and then rushed into the crack with the knife with the boat. But at this moment, I only heard a very strange sound of vortex suction coming from my ear. Then take a closer look at the clear sea surface around the original ship. It had already turned dark greens, and there seemed to be countless giant strange pythons swimming under the sea. Under the seawater is python seaweed. This kind of seaweed has a very good taste only in the sensory organs of their heads. You can't eat it in other places. If you are not a devil fruit ability user, maybe we can jump straight away, enter the seawater, and then avoid the attack of the python seaweed. Because the python seaweed can only sense the situation on the water surface, not the underwater situation. You don't need to care about so much paper. Just kill all these python seaweeds, after speaking. The light of the knife in Liu Hao's hand suddenly flashed. The black and white saber energy is like a spiral flying in the air. But in the blink of an eye, the saber energy is like a knife passing over the sea, dividing the sea into two, forming an abyss. Then Liu Hao turned the rudder and controlled the crack that the boat rushed into. The surrounding pythons and seaweeds kept dancing in the seawater, but they did not attack Liu Hao's boat. Looking at those boa constrictor seaweeds that are constantly swimming is like watching sea snakes swimming in an aquarium. Naturally, the Navy side saw Liu Hao rushing into that sea area from a distance. But since Liu Hao's ship was just a small dot, it didn't look real. He didn't know what Liu Hao was doing. So Major General Wild Boar led the fleet directly into the seaweed without thinking too much. Hahaha tilde, that Wild Boar is really stupid. It actually followed them into the seaweed area. Now their boat will definitely be dragged down by the python seaweed. Only then did Sabina let go of her originally hanging heart. Now our destination is Upside Down Mountain, Liu Hao said loudly while controlling the rudder. Moxie, Lieutenant General Crane. I am Major General Wild Boar. Among the ruins of the broken ship, Major General Wild Boar managed to piece together a large piece of wood, lay down on it and took out his phone bug. The voice of Lieutenant General He opposite was very cold. Tell me what's the matter. Lieutenant General He is the Commander-in-Chief of the Naval Staff. Not everyone is qualified to call the Admiral directly. The calls they made to the Admiral are usually directly connected to the staff. Then Major General Wild Boar briefly told Lieutenant General He about his encounter with Liu Hao. This is what I encountered in the process of returning from this mission. I suspect that the strength of Bone Demon Chigara is already comparable to that of Shichibukai. It is absolutely necessary to increase his bounty. This is not an excuse you use to cover up your failure. Priag is the name of Major General Wild Boar. Although the character of Major General Wild Boar is a bit cunning, he is still very reliable in the face of big right and wrong. So just say it, I'm absolutely not exaggerating at all. The strength of the Bone Demon Ziggler is absolutely astonishing. He can even completely tear apart the barrage with a single blow. After hearing Major General Wild Boar's explanation, Lieutenant General He on the other end of the phone answered after a while. I understand the information you provided. You can go back to the Navy headquarters to accept the punishment. After finishing speaking, he didn't wait for Major General Wild Boar's explanation and hung up the phone with a snap. The phone has been hung up. But the embarrassment on Major General Wild Boar's face still hasn't disappeared. I hope that after returning to the Navy headquarters this time, I won't be transferred to that ghostly place in the world to retire. Damn Bone Devil Ziggler, I will definitely not let you go. The next time I see you, I will personally arrest you and push you into the city. And Liu Hao, whom Major General Wild Boar was thinking of, had already crossed the reversing mountain and came to Beihai. However, due to the conflict with the Navy and Liu Hao's control of the ship directly rushing into the cracks in the sea formed by his own saber energy, Liu Hao's ship has already become dilapidated. If Liu Hao hadn't been using the bone fruit's ability to manipulate bones along the way to repair the damage on the ship. Otherwise, Liu Hao and Sabina's corpses would have sunk into the sea long ago. If our ship continues like this, I'm afraid it will fall apart directly. We must find an island to repair it first. Liu Hao's ears were filled with the creaking sound of the ship's wood hitting it. Sabina next to her also nodded in sympathy. The island closest to our current location is Caracalla Island. But on that island, there is the largest naval branch in the North Sea if we go up. I am afraid that we may directly fight with the people in the naval branch. Do you want to pretend first and treat yourself? Talking about playing Sabina, she looked at Liu Hao with a suppressed smile. Of course, Liu Hao also knew what Sabina meant by this. That is to let him change to his original appearance. Not to use Ziegler's face. I always feel like you're trying to take advantage of me. Looking at Sabina, Liu Hao said, how could it be completely non-existent, by the way? Since you can become Ziegler, then you can also change my appearance, after all. If the Navy puts a bounty on my head, why don't we go directly to Caracalla Island? Very dangerous, Liu Hao looked at Sabina and nodded. The ability of mask fruit is very strong. In addition to role-playing, it can also modify the appearance of characters. So Liu Hao directly condensed a translucent mask in his hands. Tell Muhet do you want to look like? But you can only change your face, not your figure. My devil fruit's ability has an effect on others, and it can only change your appearance. Sabina had no other thoughts, just change my appearance. After finishing speaking, she began to point at Liu Hao. Any woman's pursuit of beauty is extremely fanatical, even if she knows that she needs to change her face. So it took Liu Hao more than 3 hours to prepare a face for Sabina. I think this nose should be adjusted again. It seems to be a millimeter wider. After Sabina changed her face, she kept appearing in front of the mirror. It has to be said that compared to Sabina's original appearance, such a face looks extremely pure. Like an indifferent woman who came out of an iceberg in the distance. Come on. It took us at least 3 hours to fix this face for you. It's only a millimeter. Why do you need to adjust it like that? Anyway, this face is only used once, what do you know? You men will never feel the way we women do. Hurry up and help me adjust this little flaw unexpectedly. Sabina got angry directly. Liu Hao had no choice but to help him adjust his nose. Sure enough, after adjusting the nose, Sabina had more requests in the end. It took a whole night to force Sabina to accept this new face. At this time, Liu Hao already looked exhausted, as if he had played games in an internet cafe for 10 days and 10 nights. And he just wanted to lie on the bed and sleep as if he was about to die. But Sabina was extremely excited, as if she had just returned from shopping. She kept admiring this new face in front of the mirror. Okay. Don't look too much otherwise. Once you are addicted to this appearance, there is no way to accept your original self. Liu Hao stood up and took away the mirror in front of Sabina, and said to Sabina, don't worry, I know. I just want to see what a face that looks completely different from mine looks like. Liu Hao looked at Sabina and smiled lightly, but didn't say anything more. By the second day, the damaged ship creaked on the sea and finally docked at the port of Caracalla Island. There are many children on the port, and they saw Liu Hao's damaged ship. As if seeing some rare treasure, they immediately surrounded him. They hold some business cards in their hands. This gentleman, please take a look at our seaweed flower ship repair yard. This gentleman, please take a look. Armando ship repair yards. Sir, we are bikini ship repair, however. In just 1 or 2 minutes, Liu Hao already had dozens of business cards in his hand. And Liu Hao did not choose to wear his original child's face. Instead, he chose to use Bruce Banner's adult appearance. Apart from being very strong, he looked a bit refined. Looking at the dozens of business cards in his hand, Liu Hao said to Sabina when the new year turned, it seems that we need to spend some time to take a look at the ship repair yards on this island. But before that, we have to have a good meal. Do you think the food I cook is not delicious? Speaking of going to eat, this immediately hit Sabina. As a chef, it would undoubtedly be a humiliation for the captain of his family to eat something made by others. What I mean is that you should take a good rest. After all, it's been too hard to cook so much food every day for the past few days. Sabina looked up proudly, HMPH. You've passed the test this time. I don't know how yuan adults can compete with a 7-year-old child. Liu Hao could only sigh. It was only when Sabina realized that the captain in front of her was only a 7-year-old child. So she stuck out her tongue embarrassingly. Who told you that your every move, every word and deed looks like an adult? But you are really weird. How can you be so precocious? Liu Hao didn't explain, and the two entered a restaurant one after the other. It was only around 10 o'clock in the morning, and there was no one in the restaurant. So the two chose a table by the window to sit down. After a while, a boy of 15 or 16 came over with a menu. As soon as the boy looked up, he saw Sabina leaning against the window. A ray of sunlight hit Sabina's face, and her long black hair gently touched her face from the wind. It looks like an angel, one thing to say. The face created by Liu Hao for Sabina is indeed very intoxicating. If Liu Hao hadn't gotten tired of watching it long ago, I'm afraid he would put his hands on his chin to appreciate it carefully. The boy swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then the voice trembled a little. This this gentleman, this this lady. Excuse me what do you two want to eat? Liu Hao took this menu from the boy's hand with a smile on his face. Fry one. Liu Hao didn't say much. He just stuffed the menu into the boy's arms and said grandly. The boy was also taken aback. What about you? What do you mean by frying one? Copy, Sabina, who was sitting next to her, gently brushed her hair behind her ears with her fingers. He means to fry all the dishes on the menu. Isn't that a problem, little brother? After speaking, he smiled at the boy like a sharp sword. It pierced the young man's heart in an instant. 2 tubes of nosebleeds flowed out from the boy's nose. He stared blankly at Sabina in front of him, nodding numbly. There are some stammers in the mouth. No problem. After finishing speaking, he rushed into the back kitchen as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Seeing the boy like this, Liu Hao felt a little embarrassed, and then said to Sabina, I didn't expect this new face of yours to be so powerful. Is it too ostentatious? Do you want to replace it with a new one? Sabina looked back. I don't need my old lady to be able to withstand it. But there were bursts of noisy voices outside the restaurant. The two turned their faces to look, only to find hundreds of strong men wearing the same black uniforms coming from the other side of the street. The leader was a young man in a white suit with a rose pinned to his chest. His eyes immediately saw Sabina in the restaurant. Master, we have confirmed that the ship is the ship of the great pirate, the ancient demon Chigra. Are we really going to find him? An indifferent light flashed in the eyes of the white suit. There is no way, is there? Those guys are forcing us so much. We can only find a way to find strong foreign aid. The noise outside the restaurant did not affect Sabina and Liu Hao. The chef cooks very fast and within a short while, all the dishes are ready. If it wasn't for the presence of a professional chef like Sabina, Liu Hao would have thought that these dishes had already been prepared. But they were just warmed up in the stove and brought out. I didn't expect the chef in this restaurant to cook so fast and keep the heat well. Although he is just a mediocre person, he has enough means to make a living. Sabina said disdainfully while eating. However, as a chef, Sabina is indeed qualified to make such an evaluation. Liu Hao didn't say much. Instead, Niu chewed peony kept stuffing these foods into his mouth. Anyway, he couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. Seeing Liu Hao like this, Sabina didn't have any appetite, so she could only put down the tableware. But she has no appetite. But other people see her very appetite. In the street outside the restaurant, the young man in white really walked in directly, after all. When he was outside of the white suit, saw Sabina at a glance. When he saw Sabina, Bai Sui was startled. Originally, he thought that the companion of Bone Demon Ziegler should look very shabby. But it turned out to be so beautiful, with not only the face of an angel, but also the figure of a devil. At first, I thought I should use my beauty trick to get the Bone Demon Ziegler to help. It seems that this time I will not suffer. The young man thought in his heart, and then a smile that he thought was very charming appeared on his face. And he walked to the side of Liu Hao and Sabina. I don't know what this girl's name is. I am the Deputy General Manager of the Blue Courtesy Chamber of Commerce. And my name is George. But Sabina didn't turn her face to look at George at all, but stared at Liu Hao with a smile on her face. See, my captain is in trouble now. Liu Hao, who was eating, could only show a wry smile. I've said it a long time ago. It's definitely not a good thing for you to put on such a face. As the old saying goes, a beauty is a disaster. Let's not be too public, but Sabina smiled lightly, because he knew in his heart that with Liu Hao's strength, there was basically no enemy in Beihai who could compete with him except for Germa 666. So for Sabina, this was nothing more than a small prank. Although Liu Hao and Sabina didn't pay attention to George in the white suit, this young man didn't feel any embarrassment, and instead talked about it on his own. This gentleman should be Mr. Zigra, the big pirate and bone demon of the Great Channel. I am George, the Deputy General Manager of the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce. Can I talk to you unexpectedly? The young man in front of him could see through his identity. Although Liu Hao and Sabina just changed their faces, they only need to check briefly to know Liu Hao's current real identity, which is Bone Demon Zigla after all. The ship Liu Hao was driving and his voyage route could be found out. But these news cannot be obtained by a simple chamber of commerce. It seems that this blue top hat merchant will definitely not be simple. Even Sabina put her eyes on George in the white suit. At this moment, George smiled politely when he saw Sabina looking at him. But when he saw Sabina's perfect face, the heart couldn't help but twitch. Damn, how can there be such a beautiful woman in this world? I'm afraid that the beauty of the pirate empress is less than 1/10,000th in front of her. Thinking of this in his heart, George, who was planning to use the beauty trick, immediately suppressed his thoughts. A woman like this is not something I can covet. I am afraid that when the so-called nobles of the world see this girl, they will all go crazy after looking at Sabina's face. George immediately turned his face and looked at Liu Hao next to him. He didn't know why. Ziegler in front of him looked at Sabina so plainly, as if he was looking at an ordinary person. Mr. Ziegler, I know that you are a great pirate of the Great Channel, so we, the Blue Top Hat merchants, would like to cooperate with you on one matter. I don't know if you are willing. Putting down the tableware in his hand, Liu Hao took out a napkin from the table next to him and wiped his mouth. Then turned his face casually and saw George next to him. You have to know that I am a pirate. Your Blue Top Hat Merchant Association wants to cooperate with our pirates. Are you kidding me? Why should I trust you? The white suit smiled slightly at this moment. Mr. Zigra, according to our investigation, we found that you are not a very bloodthirsty pirate. It can even be said that most of the enemies you killed were actually pirates of the same kind as you. So we think it should be someone we can work with. Sabina looked at her captain and George in a white suit next to her with great interest. I have some curiosity about this Deputy General Manager of the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce. After Allah's a Chamber of Commerce, it is naturally at odds with pirates. And now it wants to cooperate with pirates. There must be a lot of stories in it. But you may not be able to provide me with what I want. For Liu Hao, it is natural to cooperate with the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce to complete a task. But the problem is that Liu Hao's purpose in coming to Beihai is actually to buy some scientific supplies from Germa 666. If there is a chance, it would be even better to find a few companions along the way in Beihai. I never thought of having any relationship with other people. I don't know what Mr. Ziegler wants, you know. Our Blue Top Hat Merchant Association is in the entire North Sea. But we have cooperation with many countries, and even the overlord of the North Sea. Having said that, George in the white suit raised his head very proudly. Regarding the reputation of the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce, Liu Hao has never heard of it in the Great Channel. But I think this Chamber of Commerce should only do business within Beihai. The purpose of my coming to Beihai is to buy some tools from Germa 666. If you can do this, then you might as well tell me your purpose in coming to me. Hearing that Liu Hao came to Beihai, And the purpose of this trip was to find Germa 666 to buy something. George in the white suit was also relieved. If you just want to buy some tools, our Blue Top Hat Merchant Association can do it for you. You don't even need to pay any price. And you can even customize it. Oh. Although Liu Hao expressed some surprise in his words, the expression on his face was extremely flat. If it weren't for Liu Hao's martial soul Red Lantern ring, he wouldn't need to spend much time to buy Germa 666's scientific supplies. As long as Liu Hao kills Ace and gains the ability to burn fruit, he will be able to use it. You can awaken the red light ring. Although killing the red dog has the same effect, it is obvious that Ace's strength is much lower than that of the red dog. Seeing the indifferent expression on Liu Hao's face, this made George in the white suit feel a little nervous. Isn't it because this guy wants too much if this is the case? Then it is not something that I, a deputy general manager, can solve, but if that devil fruit is not sent to Marie Gioia, I am afraid that our Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce will disappear. It seems that no matter how much it costs, and we must ask this person to help us deliver that devil fruit. So at this time George also had a smile on his face, looked at Liu Hao and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Ziegler. No matter how expensive the things you want to buy are, all the prices will be borne by our Blue Top Hat Merchant Association." But Liu Hao didn't show much expression because of George's promise in front of him. "Tell me first, why do you come to me?" Seeing that Liu Hao could finally talk about serious business, George also breathed a sigh of relief. "We are here to invite Mr. Ziegler this time because we want you to help us escort a very precious item and bring it to Marie Gioia." "Are you kidding me? Is it any different to let me go to Marie Gioia as a pirate and send me to die?" Although Liu Hao has a gentle personality, he is also a little annoyed at this time. "Don't worry, Mr. Ziegler only needs you to be sent to the bottom of the Red Earth continent. The rest of the journey to Marie Gioia will be covered by our Blue Top Hat Merchant Guild." Speaking of this, Bai Sui immediately added another sentence. "This time the escort will take no more than 3 days. As long as the task is completed, our Blue Top Hat Merchant Guild will help Mr. Ziegler purchase all the goods you want from Germa 666. Until then, Sabina, who was sitting by the side and listening to the conversation between the two, spoke. "Liu Zydra, I heard that Germa 666 has developed a new set of evening dresses. Maybe we can really do this thing, seeing the situation." Sabina seemed to want to take over the job. Since this is the case, Liu Hao has no reason to refuse, and he doesn't feel that there is anything that can threaten him, even if the 4 emperors attacked. With the terrifying vitality possessed by Liu Hao's incarnation of hospitality, it would be no problem at all, not to mention being able to defeat the 4 emperors and escape. In this case, Mr. George and the 2 of us will have a good cooperation. But before that, I still need you blue courtesy to help me repair my boat. But I need to be present for the repair work of the boat. It's just repairing a ship, there is no problem at all. So do you have time now, Mr. Ziegler, Marin Vando? This is the Navy headquarters. It is the center of the most powerful military group on the entire sea. When Major General Wildboar returned here, he still felt very uneasy in his heart. After all, he has been calling Lieutenant General He for the past few days, but he has never received any reply this time. "I won't be dismissed directly when I go back to the staff. Will I, damn bone demon Ziegler, if I knew it earlier, I wouldn't have led a large force to chase you, and I would have rushed over and caught you by myself." Thinking of Liu Hao Zydra's face, Rear Admiral Wildboar's teeth itch with hatred. But the most important thing now is to report back to the Navy headquarters. "Lieutenant General Crane, Major General Wildboar has returned." In the staff department, the secretary walked up to the old Lieutenant General He and whispered in the ear, "Call him in." Lieutenant General Crane's voice was very low. After a while, the fat body of Major General Wildboar squeezed in from outside the door. Then he walked up to Lieutenant General He with a flattering face. "Chief of Staff." But Lieutenant General He kept his head down to deal with things. and he didn't raise his head to look at Major General Wildboar at all. This made the fat man very embarrassed. He could only rub his thigh nervously, but he didn't dare to take any other actions. He knew in his heart that although Lieutenant General he has a gentle and kind personality, he must never underestimate the strength of a veteran Lieutenant General who has survived decades ago. What's more, Lieutenant General he is a powerful combat force recognized by the Admiral of the Navy. After about half an hour, all the materials piled up in front of Lieutenant General he were finally processed. At this moment, Lieutenant General he raised his head and saw Major General Wildboar in front of him like a hill. Plague, do you know, because of your mistake, we lost more than 1,000 soldiers, and even led a large number of ships directly into the sea area of Python seaweed because of your mistake. You have no way to give me an accurate explanation, so you can go all over the world and be a Brigadier General of the Navy branch for me for the rest of your life. Although the words spoken by Lieutenant General he were extremely flat, in the heart of Major General Wildboar, they were like words of thunder. Immediately he stood up from his seat. He paid a military salute in front of Lieutenant General he, and said loudly, "Chief of Staff, I can assure you that this time I will definitely push the pirate bone demon Zigara into the city. Please give me another chance." Lieutenant General he raised his head, but there was no expression on his old face. You have to know that the strength of the bone demon Chigra is far beyond your imagination. If you do this, you may never return. It's my life's calling to be in the Navy. Lieutenant General he laughed lightly. Since you insist on this, then I can tell you that our people have found traces of the bone demon Zigra on the North Sea island of Caracalla. This time I will give you a task to arrest Zigra, but the ugly words must first be brought to justice. Speaking of which, if your mission fails this time, then you can go back to the Four Seas for retirement. Seeing that he finally got another chance, Major General Wildboar immediately said loudly, "Please rest assured, Chief of Staff. This time I will definitely capture Zigla. Even if I beat him to death on the spot, stinky boy. Get out of here." Lieutenant General he smiled and cursed Major General Wildboar and told him to leave quickly. After leaving Lieutenant General he's office, Major General Yeju breathed a sigh of relief. My heart, which had been beating so fast now, calmed down a little. But when he thought of Liu Hao, Major General Wildboar hated him so much. Damn bone demon Zigla. I didn't expect you to escape directly to Beihai this time. I will personally arrest you and bring you to justice. North Sea. Ships of the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce. A huge caravan of nearly 100 ships set off for the Red Earth continent. Such a huge caravan would have as many as nearly 5 people, if it weren't for the huge influence of the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce in the entire Beihai. I'm afraid such a huge team action is enough to attract the attention of all the pirates in the entire North Sea. But even looking at it from such a distance, there are countless pirate ships hundreds of nautical miles away from the fleet. As long as there is a ship in the team that does not keep up with the main force, it will probably be completely swallowed by the pirate wolves. Seeing the huge fleet cutting through the waves, Liu Hao didn't feel extremely surprised by it. He just turned his face to look at George next to him and said, "With such a huge team, if a battle breaks out, I can't protect it by myself." George next to him said with a little humility, "Please rest assured, Mr. Zigla, your mission is to stay on this ship. It doesn't matter if all other ships are damaged, as long as this ship is safe and sound." Liu Hao smiled lightly. "I didn't expect that your Blue Top Hat Merchant Guild would have such boldness to let a fleet of ships protect one of them. What is it that makes you willing to pay such a huge price?" George smiled awkwardly at Liu Hao, but didn't explain anything. "But I don't care what you want me to protect, as long as you can give me all the rewards I want." "Don't worry, Mr. Zigara," Liu Hao is at ease on this side, waiting for the pirates to attack. On the other hand, look at the pirates. Although there are a large number of pirates in the North Sea, and many of them have participated in national-level wars, but they also have a very deep understanding of how powerful the powerful forces are in fighting. August, don't you still want to do something now? The surrounding areas are all open, without any islands. You called us over a month ago and invited us to enter the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce together. Now we are here at that time you are unwilling to do it first. What do you mean by that, Andreas? The leader of the monster pirates looked at August, the leader of the pirate alliance this time, and slapped the table vigorously and asked loudly, August, who was sitting in the middle of the seat, smiled slightly, then stood up and raised his hand to signal Andres not to be too anxious. Everyone, a month ago, we were already preparing to teach the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce a good lesson. Now our ships have already surrounded all the legends of the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce in the open sea. The reason why we don't attack because now is not the time. Andres looked at August and sneered, not in time. When do you want to wait? You are not afraid. And then you want us to die for you first. And finally, enjoy the greatest benefits. You must know the reason why we are willing to cooperate with you to attack the Top Hat Merchant Guild is the one that August. You agreed to have your people attack first. August didn't get angry because of what Andres said, but raised his hands. Oh, don't be too anxious, Andreas. Let me introduce the leader of a pirate group to everyone here. Please look behind Meth, leader of the Hawkins pirate group. Baltz Hawkins. A man wearing a white robes like a nobleman with long blonde hair came out behind August. The moment the captains of the pirates saw Hawkins, the pupils of their eyes immediately shrank. Hawkins pirates in recent years, the most famous and youngest pirates in the entire North Sea. Captain Basil Hawkins, who was given the nickname Pirate Magician, heard that he could use a strange spell to curse the enemy. Once Hawkins chose to make a move, there was no precedent of failure. Why did you call this weird guy over? Are you familiar with Hawkins, HMPH? There are some minor holidays. This guy Hawkins has a very strange ability. He can even transfer his own damage to others. And he can also turn into a very weird scarecrow. He is very powerful, but this guy has a very funny hobby. That Ish likes divination. What is even more ridiculous is that he firmly believes in those so-called divination prophecies. Can he really predict the future? You can believe this kind of nonsense. Although among the many pirates present, Hawkins is not well known. But this means that the future supernova thinks that in terms of strength, 80% of the pirates present are not his one-shot enemy. But his personality is a little cold, and he doesn't care about the gossip among the pirates present. August, after walking out from behind August, he only slightly lowered his head towards the president of the Pirate Alliance this time. Presumably everyone has heard of Mr. Hawkins' ability. The reason why I didn't choose to attack immediately is because Mr. Hawkins said that this attack may be very dangerous, and many people may even die in this attack, in a battle. Are you afraid, August? We spent a month playing such a game with you. And now you come and tell us that you don't want to do anything to the Blue Top Hat Merchant. You want to do it, it was you who carried out the plan. And now you are the one who doesn't want to do it. But now it's beyond your control. Andres next to him was obviously upset at seeing August. So he immediately slapped the table and said loudly. The surrounding pirates echoed loudly, looking at Andres. August, who looked like a clown in front of him. He was not too angry but smiled slightly. Captain Hawkins, please tell me first, what is the result of your divination this time? And when should we attack? The hundreds of pirate captains present immediately set their sights on Hawkins. In such a big scene, Hawkins didn't feel nervous at all, but calmly took out the tarot cards from his arms. Sorry. Everyone. Steam started automatically after turning on the computer in the morning. So I played Geek Bahwang for a while, but I didn't expect to play it for 2 or 3 hours. So I didn't update until now. According to the result of divination, this operation can start, but it needs to be 3 hours later. Hawkins' indifferent voice reached everyone's ears. What do you mean? Andres, who was impatient and tyrannical, immediately asked loudly. Just looking at Andreas with Hawkins' plain eyes made this fiery guy feel a chill. Damn it, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me asking you? realizing that he had a slight fear of this kid. Andres was a little annoyed. Because there will be a storm coming in 3 hours. Taking advantage of that storm, we can wipe out the Blue Top Hat Merchant Guild. After saying this, Hawkins stared straight at Andreas in front of him with flat eyes. His eyes were like looking at a wooden man. Seeing Hawkins like this, Andres hated him even more. But he did not choose to directly attack Hawkins after all. It seems that Hawkins does have some kind of special ability. You'd better pray that the storm will come in 3 hours. Otherwise, I'll make you look good. Hawkins stood up directly from his seat, ignoring Andreas at all. Hawkins is absolutely confident about the answer he got from divination. And the storm will come in 3 hours. So simply turn around and leave from the hall. Walking in the corridor, Hawkins frowned slightly. At this time, he was holding a tarot card in his hand. The Fool represents destiny. Could it be that in this plan to besiege the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce? Will there be one thing that will change my destiny? Could it be that person? The card in his hand was received in his arms again. Then let me see what this revealed destiny is. The fleet of the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce slowly headed towards the Red Earth continent. If the ships from all over the world wanted to board directly, Mary Joya didn't need to go through the upside-down mountain. You only need to go to some specific cities in the Red Earth continent. And you can directly board Mary Joya. Those pirates just surrounded our ship from a distance. And they haven't come yet, Sabina, who was leaning against the fence, said to Liu Hao while looking at the pirate ship in the distance with the binoculars. Why are you so eager for those pirates to attack? Liu Hao looked at Sabina and asked with a wry smile. Don't you think it's too boring to be on the sea? Putting the binoculars in her arms, Sabina said lazily. But Liu Hao didn't say anything more. Captain. The watchman on the observation deck suddenly said loudly, attracting everyone's attention. The lookout pointed his finger into the distance. Look. Everyone, there seems to be a black cloud coming over there. Everyone immediately looked in the direction pointed by the watchman's finger. Sure enough, there was a small black group in the distance. As time passed, the black group became bigger and bigger. It's a big cloud, a damn storm is coming. George, who was standing next to Liu Hao, said loudly. It wasn't just the people from the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce who saw the big dark cloud. Naturally, the pirates also saw the dark cloud. Ha 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 tilde, it's really great, the storm is really coming. The dark clouds in the distance gradually floated over. And it only took a few 10 minutes to cover the entire sea area. The pirates all set their sights on Hawkins. They really couldn't think of a person who could really predict the future. But Hawkins didn't show any expression. Even leave directly from the crowd. Only the embarrassed Andre stood still. August's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Hawkins leaving. Captain Hawkins, what do you think about the matter I told you? You must know that not everyone in this world has the opportunity to cooperate with Shichibukai. August immediately chased after him and came to Hawkins' side and asked. But there was something threatening in his expression. This matter is too important, Captain August. I still need to think about it. I hope you can give me an answer as soon as possible. After all, the person behind me doesn't want to wait too much. Hawkins smiled at August but left without answering. Looking at the back of Hawkins leaving, a chill flashed in August's eyes. Boy, I advise you not to be ignorant of good and evil. Otherwise, don't blame me for doing something to you. Dark clouds overwhelmed the city to destroy it. Liu Hao, who was standing at the bow, frowned deeply. As long as the dark clouds descended overhead, those pirates who would surround the entire fleet would definitely not let go of this great opportunity. It seems that this time it will be a fierce battle. Liu Hao's voice was low and a little excited. Because whenever he thought of under everything, he would feel great pressure in his heart. Under the huge pressure, he was so tired that he couldn't breathe. Perhaps only fighting and fighting could release Liu Hao slightly from this kind of pressure. Mr. Zigura, I will trouble you this time. George's face was extremely gloomy, but he still spoke. Do not worry, Liu Hao waved his hand at him. Time passed by every minute and every second, and the dark clouds in the distance slowly floated over, as if a god of death floated over from a distance. Everyone in the Blue Top Hat Merchant Guild knew in their hearts that this time was a decisive battle with the pirates. Whether there is a chance of going back alive, no one can know. But everyone can only hold the weapon in their hands tightly, hoping to kill a pirate viciously in the next battle. Rumbled boom booms. There was a deafening thunderclap in the distance. Everyone in the Blue Top Hat Merchant Guild turned a little pale when they heard this voice. Even Sabinaho thought she had seen the big world. Turned a little blue at this time. The ships of the pirates in the distance slowly appeared in front of the eyes of the people present. Like ants, black and endless. I don't know how many pirates participated in this operation. Damn it, why are there so many pirates coming this time? Seeing the huge pirate alliance fleet, George thought he was well informed. So he was shocked at this time. It is basically certain that the number of the pirates that appeared in front of them is already all the pirates in the North Sea. And there may even be many pirates from other sea areas. Can you tell me what is it that you want me to protect? After all the number of pirates who came over this time, I estimate it will reach at least tens of thousands. Such a huge battle is not easy, it can be fooled. Although there are a lot of pirates in the distance, Liu Hao doesn't have too many worries in his heart. But such a huge number of pirates still makes Liu Hao curious. What exactly is the Blue Top Hat Merchant Guild going to bring to Mary Gioia? Could it be that the purpose of those pirates coming here is only to destroy the 100 ships of the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce? Still really want the one that the Blue Top Hatter will ship to Mary Gioia. At this moment, George's face turned pale. He looked into Liu Hao's plain eyes and knew that if he couldn't give an accurate answer, the strongest fighter in the Blue Top Hat Merchant Guild in front of him might choose to leave directly. Looking at Liu Hao, George smiled wryly and said, "Hey tilde, it's really ridiculous to say this thing. This is a game between world nobles. There are two world nobles who like to collect corpses. As for the specific names, I dare not say it later." They did not know where they heard about a very weird corpse called Mercury Corpse. Such a corpse can only be produced after injecting mercury into the body of a living person, and then suffering a lot. But what's weird is that there just happened to be a natural quicksilver fruit in our Blue Top Hat Merchant Guild. Then this matter was known by those two world nobles. But there was only one quicksilver fruit. So they played a little game. One of the world nobles chose the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce. The other one chose pirates. If we send this quicksilver fruit to Marie Gioia, then we have the opportunity to be protected by the nobles of the world. If a pirate sent the quicksilver fruit to Marie Gioia, then that pirate would have the chance to gain the same status as the Shichibukai. Now you know why those pirates came to attack us like crazy. Right? Hearing this, Liu Hao's brows were slightly frowned. And then they relaxed slightly. "You tell me this news. Aren't you afraid that I will snatch the quicksilver fruit and then take this devil fruit to Mary Gioia?" George shook his head bitterly. Those who know about this matter, besides the pirates in the North Sea, there is also the Kiwu Sea of the Great Channel. I even heard that Tian Yasha wants to deal with this matter. So what do you think is for us other options? If you really take this quicksilver fruit away, Mr. Zigr, it would be a good thing for our Chamber of Commerce, because those pirates will focus on you. Looking at George, Liu Hao nodded. "Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you. No matter how many pirates come, it will be impossible to take that devil fruit away from me." But I didn't expect it. A very precious natural type devil fruit. No one in your Blue Top Hat Merchant Guild uses it. George also nodded. If this devil fruit could be used early, then this series of things would not have happened. While the two were talking in the distance, a large area of pirate ships finally began to slowly shrink their encirclement. The battle has begun. There is another one, I will add it in the afternoon. It's Calvin dark cloud cover. The rumbling thunder can be heard endlessly. The pirate ships in the distance surrounded them like a pack of wolves. Those ships on the outermost layer of blue politeness have already had a naval battle with the pirate ship. The ship that Liu Hao was on was in the center of the entire fleet. If he wanted to reach this ship, he would have to kill all the ships outside, help. Seeing the ships gradually rising in smoke, Liu Hao said to George next to him, George, who was standing beside him, rushed forward immediately. And there was a small silver-white box in his arms. There is a quicksilver fruit in this box, take it first. If you lose this battle, throw this quicksilver fruit to them. If you win, you can come back. Taking this silver-white box from George's hand, Liu Hao laughed at first. I thought you were a perverted person, but I didn't expect you to be so quick-witted. Don't worry, I will do well what I promised you. Hearing what Liu Hao said, George also breathed a sigh of relief. For their Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce, they are the largest chamber of commerce in the entire North Sea. It would be best if they can go further importance. But for most pirates, if they can get that quicksilver fruit, they can get the same status as Kiwuhai and will not be attacked by the Navy. This is definitely very good news. Liu Hao's speed is very fast. Using his ability to manipulate bones, he quickly throws a cross dart made of white bones in the air. Although Liu Hao doesn't know much about Yuibu's skills, he can still quickly step on the bone dart he threw out. Rush me on a pirate ship, the captain of the pirate ship said loudly to his subordinates. Naturally, those subordinates were also unequivocal. They grabbed the cables next to them and waved vigorously, preparing to engage in a boarding battle with the ships of the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce. Looking at the pirates who were about to climb the rope, Liu Hao snorted coldly, do you really think I don't exist? Immediately afterward, manipulated the bones in his hand, condensing into a white bone-long knife. Draw the knife and cut and take a sip. A black and white crescent sword chi spread out from the long knife at an incredible speed, like a black and white rainbow enveloping the world. The pirate ship not far away, which was preparing for a boarding battle, hadn't even fired another shot. It was split into two by the sword chi. Hearing only a series of clicking sounds, it sank directly above the sea. The people from the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce, standing next to Liu Hao, also gasped when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that the foreign aid that their deputy general manager had found was so powerful. And those bosses in the Pirate Alliance naturally also saw this sword energy of Liu Hao. I didn't expect the Blue Top Hat Merchant Guild to directly find a swordsman. Does anyone want to compete with that swordsman? August, the president of the pirates, said. But among these pirates, which ones are not chopping the waves on the sea all the year round? They are all 1,000-year-old foxes playing liage. Having spent more and more time in the arena, it is natural that people are old and cunning, although some of them think that their strength is stronger than Liu Hao. But the problem is that is just an estimate. If there is a real fight, who knows if there will be other accidents? And these pirates also saw Liu Hao's face covered with a white bone mask. August is the president of the Pirate Alliance, and now the enemy has sent out their most powerful combat force. If you don't go, it's a bit unreasonable, Andre, who had been at odds with August, finally found a good opportunity and spoke immediately. The heads of the surrounding pirate groups all set their sights on August. At this time, August looked at Andreas's face with hatred from some riding a tiger. It can be said that his teeth itched, but at this time, he was already on the verge of death, and had no choice but to say that if he dared to find any reason to refuse. I am afraid that Andres and the heads of the pirates who wanted to cooperate with him would sit on the ground and raise the price. I'm afraid there is no way to solve this matter. Since everyone thinks highly of me, then on behalf of everyone I will fight that person. Although there was some secret hatred in August's heart, he still didn't think he would fail this time. So he wasn't really too worried in his heart. Su Yang above the sea waved the long knife in his hand like a goddess scattering flowers. Although Liu Hao still only uses the move of drawing the knife and cutting. As long as the knife is inserted back into the scabbard, he can use drawing the knife and cutting again. Just when Liu Hao kept waving the weapon in his hand, suddenly a huge shock wave rushed towards him. I didn't expect that someone would dare to attack me. That shock wave was extremely fast. Liu Hao, who was constantly stepping on the bone dart in the air, didn't react for a whirlwind was hit by that shock wave. Just this attack directly knocked Liu Hao down on the boat. Boom, the body punched a big hole in the thick deck. A majestic and deep voice reached Liu Hao's ears. I thought you would be so powerful, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Listen to that slightly disdainful voice. Liu Hao didn't care too much, Black and white sword energy dances like a galaxy. But in the blink of an eye, it has already covered the entire space in sight. At this time, August's eyes immediately condensed. Good method, violent boxing. All I heard was August roaring. Clenched his fist the size of a sandbag and swung it upwards forcefully. The shock wave carried by the power of the fist collided with the sword energy. With a bang, the big ship under August was overwhelmed. And there was a creaking sound. It was as if the deck of the ship was about to be crushed by a huge force. Hung Ha's August followed up with a roar. And the veins on his fist exploded. Once again, a more terrifying shock wave was released. The shock wave was like the tide on the sea, rushing towards the ship where Liu Hao was. Good come. Liu Hao yelled and spread a large number of white bones with his hands like melted candles, erecting a barrier of white bones nearly 10 meters high on the entire ship. Boom, the shock wave hit the bone barrier, just like a huge ocean wave hit the seawall. I only heard the continuous rumbling sound. Although the ship under my feet swayed unceasingly, it still didn't completely fall apart. Seeing that bone barrier that suddenly appeared on the big ship, August's eyes immediately focused on it for a moment. He cursed secretly in his heart, damn it. This seems to be the ability to manipulate bones. Could it be the bone demon Zigra? Only he has the ability of femur fruit. Although August thinks his own strength is good, compared to the strength of Liu Hao's Ziegler's identity, there is still a world of difference. Under such circumstances, August only felt a headache for a while. Although he doesn't think he will lose in this battle, he probably won't lose. And winning will also pay a huge price, damn Andreas. Originally, Andreas was just a clown in August's heart. But now he has fallen into such a dangerous situation. It seems that this time to deal with that bastard Chigra, we must start to deal with that guy Andres. While August was thinking, Liu Hao manipulated the skeleton into a huge giant with a height of more than 10 meters. After becoming the Hulk, the continuous gamma divine power is transforming into its own physical strength. And the bone giant, which was originally pale white, is slowly wrapped in some black oil-like substances. This is armed color domineering. August's sword hit the black flowing air currents on the bone giant, and a kind of fear suddenly arose in his heart. Damn it. Could it be that Zigra is hiding his own strength in that ghostly place of the Great Channel? This seems to be the legendary armed domineering. Although August has been staying in the North Sea all year round, domineering in this small pool. But this does not mean that he does not know the knowledge of domineering. After all, compared to the East China Sea, which is tightly controlled by the world government, some high-level knowledge and rumors in the North Sea can still be known. Naturally, the knowledge of domineering is also included in this. But August still doesn't know how to learn domineering. In just a few seconds, the armed domineering has wrapped the bone giant. Bone blade, Liu Hao let out a shout. The bone giant's right hand quickly deformed, turning into a longevity blade nearly 8 meters long. It's too late to say. August was still regretting in his heart. Liu Hao's bone giant had already drawn his sword. The saber energy is all over the mountains and plains. Only the black and white air currents swirl like a strong wind. There was a hissing sound like a horse croaking in his ears. Hearing this kind of voice makes people's liver and gallbladder burst. The raging sword energy is like waves hitting the sky. Seeing this scene, August felt a deep hatred in his heart. Damn it, as long as I survive this time, Andres, you bastard. I will screw your head off with my own hands. Seeing the knife-like August getting closer, he gritted his teeth fiercely and jumped off the boat with a plop. During the rage of the sword, that huge ship has been torn into pieces. August jumped directly into the sea. Of course, Liu Hao didn't know after all. He is not yet domineering. The so-called arrogance of knowledge and knowledge is equivalent to the extension of human senses. Through the arrogance of knowledge and information, one can perceive, hear, and see enemies. Even a profound, knowledgeable domineering can read other people's minds and predict future time segments. But it is extremely difficult to cultivate such a profound sense of domineering. On the contrary, armed domineering is difficult to learn and easy to master. As long as you keep increasing the total amount of domineering and continuously stacking up its domineering. And many people may have felt such a domineering existence between life and death. But it is quite difficult to cultivate to an extremely high level. But for Liu Hao, the way to gain the arrogance of knowledge and knowledge does not need to be tempered between life and death like Luffy's way of obtaining arrogance of knowledge and arrogance. All it takes is a grand play. And this battle happened to be very suitable. But how to act but also need to think carefully. The people on the pirate side were horrified and inexplicable when they saw that the ship where August was standing was torn to pieces by Liu Hao's terrifying sword energy. Only the slightest gleam flashed in Hawkins' eyes. Seems like he knows something once again. He drew the Fool from the tarot card in his hand. But he didn't look down. But Andres in the crowd had already fallen into ecstasy. I didn't expect that August's trash was killed by the enemy. If you say that, then the position of the leader of the Pirate Alliance should fall on my head. Damn it, this is really God favoring Lao Tzu. Among the noisy crowd, Andres straightened his clothes immediately, pretending to be the big characters he saw in the novel. Then he walked to the podium and coughed twice. No one responded, and it was still very much arguing, okay. You guys really don't give me Andres' new litter. Any face, there was some irritation in his heart. And he was about to speak again. Suddenly, there was a mocking voice in my ear. If I were you, I wouldn't speak anymore. After all, doing so would only embarrass you in vain. Hearing this voice, Andres was furious, and immediately turned his face to look in the direction of that voice. Without seeing clearly who was speaking, spoke loudly. You bastard, how dare you talk to the leader like that? You are courting death. After finishing speaking, Andreas made a noise, and then pulled out the long knife in his waist. 5 color lines. 5 kinds of light flashed in the air like fluorescent lights. Swish when Andres reacted. His body had been cut into 6 pieces by the sharp silk thread. Dover's Flamingo, the name came out of the mouth. Although it was very slight, but it was like thunder on the ground, and the originally noisy hall immediately fell into a deathly silence. It's like a grave, there was blood all over the place. A flamingo-like man in a pink coat, who was laughing like a man, walked onto the podium. Why don't you continue the chat? The whole environment was quiet enough to hear a needle drop. In Beihai, there are still rumors about Tianyasha Doflamingo. During the years when Doflamingo was still in Beihai, the entire Beihai was under the control of the Don Quixote family, controlled by Doflamingo. Trembling, even now. There are many black markets in Beihai, and a large number of smuggled items are in the pockets of the Don Quixote family. To everyone's surprise, Doflamingo, who had been away from Beihai for a full 10 years, appeared here again. So what is his purpose? It has long been self-evident. What is the purpose of coming here? Doflamingo, standing on the podium, always had a slightly crazy smile on his lips. The purpose of my coming here, it's very simple. I want to get that devil fruit. You should be able to understand what I'm talking about. Right? All the pirates nodded at this time. Most of these pirates have experienced the era ruled by the Don Quixote family 10 years ago. Naturally did not dare to disobey Doflamingo's request. Those who dared to defy him back then are dead. If that's the case, why are you still here? Doflamingo's voice was extremely soft. After Liu Hao shot down August into the sea, the pirates' offensive suddenly slowed down. Therefore, the people of the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce immediately began to organize a counterattack. Compared with the pirates' side, there was no regular encirclement and direct attack. The men and horses of the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce gathered all their strength at one point. After all, for the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce, they only need to open up a road and go to Marigioia to win the game. If it can get the protection of the world's nobles, the benefits that the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce can get are absolutely amazing. So what is lost now is just a drop in the bucket. So now these people in the Blue Polite Chamber of Commerce have fallen into madness. Originality thought that as long as they could survive, it would be fine. But now it seems that there is no further choice. Just when Liu Hao thought that he had defeated the stronger existence among the enemies, he should calm down for a while unexpectedly. With the appearance of the thunderstorm, there were pirates like swarms of bugs. Those pirates didn't know what stimulated them, and they went crazy and attacked the Blue Top Hat caravan. Are these pirates crazy? Crack, 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 crack. There was a thunderstorm that cracked the sky from within the dark clouds, and rain the size of soybeans finally landed on the ground. Crash, clatter, rain dripped on his face. The ferocious faces of those pirates like crazy monsters rushed to the boat of the Blue Top Hat Merchant Guild without fear of death. It's really courting deaths. The bone-long knife in Liu Hao's hand immediately came out. Swish, the blade cut through the air silently. Only the black and white air flow pouring out. It was like the sunset glow in the sky appeared in front of my eyes. Before everyone could react, everything is over. Hundreds of people have turned into corpses. Split from the middle and blood blooms. The whole sea is dyed red. What a good way, clap, clap, clap. Amidst the pattering rain, as well as people's roars and screams, a sound of applause slowly came out of the rain. Inside the heavy rain, standing was a man in a pink coat. Doflamingo Liu Hao did not expect that Amiasha, one of the mighty 7 martial cease, would appear here. Doflamingo does have the ability to sail very fast and long distances, so it is self-evident that his purpose of coming here is this quicksilver fruit in Liu Hao's hand. But this is also understandable, after all. Doflamingo was once a celestial dragon, but those high-ranking nobles in the world no longer recognize Doflamingo. Therefore, in Doflamingo's heart, the endless longing for the position of the world's nobles has turned into a hatred that penetrates into the soul. Doflamingo is willing to do something as long as it can make those world nobles feel uncomfortable. Especially if you get a devil fruit like this. Even if this quicksilver fruit falls into the hands of Doflamingo. If those Tianlong people want him, you can give it to those people directly. In addition, this devil fruit is an extremely precious natural devil fruit. Even if you don't give it to those so-called Tianlong people, it's very good for your own subordinates to use it. I didn't expect that Doflamingo, one of the famous Kibukai in the sea, would appear here. Liu Hao flicked the long knife in his hand, and the water droplets on the long knife were thrown out, and a long line was drawn in the air several meters away. What I didn't even expect was that the ancient magic Chigra of the Great Channel actually developed his devil fruit ability to such a stage. Doflamingo said immediately, but in his heart he didn't feel how powerful Liu Hao was. With the overlord-like arrogance and his own devil fruit, the awakened Doflamingo had already stood at the top level of strength in this sea. If there is a real fight within a short period of time, if Liu Hao can't fall into madness and use his endless rage to ignite his own gamma divine power, I'm afraid he really won't be Doflamingo's opponent. After Alan ordered to defeat Doflamingo, the premise is to be able to hit him. After all, Liu Hao, who has fallen into madness, cannot distinguish Doflamingo's body. Which one is real and which one is fake? Doflamingo can use his string fruit ability to create clones. Then what is the purpose of Tian Yasha coming to Beihai? Although Liu Hao has basically guessed it, but these things can't be said, so I still have to ask again. At this time, some ferocious expressions appeared on Doflamingo's face, but the corners of his mouth are still slightly raised. It looked as if he was smiling while being angry. Strange and eerie. I won't bother you about this matter. Give me that devil fruit now if you don't want to die. I didn't expect Doflamingo to be so talkative. According to his temper, shouldn't he do it directly? Maybe it's because Liu Hao has turned into a bone troll now. And Brother Doflaming also knows that he is above the sea. and Liu Hao cannot be dealt with in a short time. If you want to get this devil fruit in my hand, then you have to grab it yourself. The silver-white box containing the devil fruit has been integrated into Liu Hao's bones. Unless Liu Hao's bone troll form is broken, otherwise, it is impossible to take out the quicksilver fruit. Hesisahe, you really want to die? Doflamingo lowered his head and laughed maniacally. But the expression on his face became more ferocious, and veins like earthworms slowly grew on his face. Super Strike Whip standing on the deck. Doflamingo stretched his palms backwards suddenly, and countless silk threads gathered in his hands, turning into a huge long whip and flung it towards Liu Hao. The move of Super Striking Whip can even split a high-rise building in half in an instant. Even a small town with a range of several kilometers can be split into two in an instant. Seeing Doflamingo's attack coming, Liu Hao's face remained as usual, draw the knife and cut. Liu Hao only knows one move from the beginning to the end. The blade in his hand is out of its sheath boom. They collided like mad dragons. Two huge shock waves converged in the middle of the sea. The shock wave poured straight down with a bang. Terrible waves built up in this sea, and a hole several hundred meters deep was blown out in the middle of the sea. The vortex is slowly condensing. Under the force of the vortex, the boat Liu Hao was standing on and the boat occupied by Doflamingo instantly entered the central creek. Hell, I didn't expect you to have such strength. You can block one of my attacks and now I'm asking you again. Ziegler, give me that devil fruit and I can spare you. But Liu Hao sneered. It seems that it is not so easy to get rid of Doflamingo. In this sea it is very difficult for him to get rid of me. And it is also very difficult for me to get rid of him. We must find a way. Liu Hao didn't speak at this time, but stared at Doflamingo from a distance. And there were continuous clicking sounds in the dark clouds. It was as if thousands of thunderbolts tore apart the dark sky. The light of lightning always flashes occasionally. Rumble, boom, boom, thunder burst. Hawkins in the room below the deck always had 3 tarot cards by his hand. Looking at the 3 cards, Hawkins frowned. It seems that I have to make my choice. After receiving these 3 cards in his arms, Hawkins stood up from his position on the sea. After just a few seconds, Liu Hao thought of a solution to the current predicament. Essence is the most essential power for the world to run, and many things can be accomplished by using this kind of power, which can almost be regarded as the wish come true. For example, it's like having endless energy. But the premise is that the original substance needs to be continuously burned. It's like the need for continuous burning firewood in the world of black souls. And Liu Hao can use these original qualities he possesses to transform the effect of strengthening the body with gamma divine power into the effect of strengthening the brain. Among Hulk's many enemies, there is an enemy named Big Head. Compared with the Hulk who strengthens his body with endless gamma power, all the power of Big Head is to strengthen his brain. Even because his own brain has been strengthened, he can already use his mental power to interfere with reality. And Liu Hao can also do the same, through the original quality to guide his own gamma power to strengthen the brain. By simulating in this way, Liu Hao has awakened the arrogance of knowledge and dominance. In front of all the pirates in the entire North Sea and the largest blue top hat merchant guild. Perform a performance. As long as this performance is approved by Doflamingo, one of the Kibuhai, then Liu Hao will really awaken the arrogance of knowledge and arrogance of domineering. Possesses the cornerstone of climbing to the top of the world's strongest. So get started now. Liu Hao has already passed 3,000 points of essence immunity, and the price he needs to pay for using the devil fruit. Originally only had more than points of essence left. But when he met Blackbeard and had a fight, he immediately with Liu Hao's bounty getting higher and higher for his Ziegler status. He naturally also got some quality. So now it is completely possible to burn the original substance and change the strengthening direction of the gamma divine power. Boom! Suddenly an invisible wave emanated from Liu Hao's body. He seemed to have a strange sense. He could sense the waves of the sea and the flow of the air, and even feel a strange breathing. The wind is slowly rotating. and thunder is brewing in the dark clouds. The world suddenly seemed to become extremely quiet. Liu Hao seemed to be able to perfectly analyze everything in the world. Every molecule in front of him was like a complete model, reorganizing and changing before his eyes. He can accurately perceive the movement of his muscles and the results that the muscles can produce. It's no wonder that in the comics, the villain's big boss can even push the Hulk into a desperate situation. Possessing such a powerful ability, even being able to perceive everything around the world, can indeed be called like a god. And Doflamingo in the distance naturally noticed something. For a strong man like Doflamingo standing on the top of the sea, the slightest change in his opponent will not leave his eyes. Interesting, Tian Yasha said in a low voice. In this case, let me let you know the gap between you and me. An invisible buzzing sound appeared above the sea, which came from Doflamingo's overbearing arrogance. Boom on Liu Hao's brains. It was as if someone swung it hard with a hammer. It made Liu Hao a little top-heavy. But soon he realized that Liu Hao's spiritual will has already transcended the boundaries of mortals and is infinitely close to a god due to the endless recovery of Gamma's divine power. The terrifying mental power can almost distort light, manipulate objects and create thunder in the void. I'd like to see if your domineering look is stronger, or my mental fluctuations are stronger. Although Liu Hao really wanted to perform a performance, he still wanted to test the difference between his mental power and the so-called domineering look. Click. Mental power and domineering look collided in the air. The sound of invisible thunder and cracking of the air appeared in this area. The people on the boat under Liu Hao's feet were hit by the terrifying domineering look and fell to the ground. Even the people on the boat that Doflamingo was standing on were the same. Doflamingo is not a gentle person. Once he releases his terrifying domineering arrogance, he won't care about the life and death of those ants under his feet. If a person is attacked and harassed by Bowing's domineering for a long time, it will have a very serious impact on his brain, of course. In order to cause such a serious impact, the domineering aura must be extremely powerful. But it is clear that Doflamingo is a man with a huge domineering look. Although it is not yet possible to use the Overlord color entanglement move, it is still very easy to destroy a person's mind with the shocking effect of Overlord color's domineering. Click. The continuous collision between mental strength and domineering aura is like thousands of thunderclaps exploding. Even the other ships of the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce, as well as the pirate ships of the Pirate Alliance, who are far away, the people on board can see clearly. The air and light between Liu Hao and Doflamingo were strangely distorted. It seems that there is a dark golden air current and a red air current colliding in the air, and a nameless black lightning jumps in the air like sparks, but soon disappears. In Beihai, there are many well-informed people, although there are very few owners of domineering color in the Four Seas. The number is not rare in the Great Channel. For a huge chamber of commerce like the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce, the understanding of domineering is unimaginable for other forces and groups. I didn't expect Doflamingo to appear here, and Mr. Zigura actually has the legendary qualification of 1 in a million. The qualification of a king. Now the members of the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce and the Pirate Alliance have all started to stop at the same time, because these people knew in their hearts that the outcome of this battle was between Doflamingo and Liu Hao. As long as the two of them decide the outcome, no matter how much the other people fight, it will be meaningless. The owner of the domineering look can clear the field once he releases his domineering energy. It doesn't make any sense to fight life and death now. It's better to just watch the two great gods decide the winner. Strong spiritual power and domineering look are still intertwined in the air. As Liu Hao became more and more adept at using his own mental power, even the surrounding rain was affected by his mental power, and he no longer landed from the skies, but rushed towards Doflamingo horizontally like a long river. The raindrops hit the ship controlled by Doflamingo like bullets, and there was only a continuous crackling sound, and the hard wooden board was instantly smashed by the raindrops. Damn it! Why does that guy's domineering aura have such an effect? It can actually directly control the rain falling in the sky. Nothai seems to be his knowledge-colored domineering. Is there a new genre of knowledge-colored domineering? The powerful domineering sense of knowledge can predict the future, even create hallucinations in front of others, and read people's minds. But generally speaking, these knowledgeable arrogances are always related to the spirit, and rarely directly interfere with reality. But Liu Hao used his huge spiritual power to control the rain from the outside world to form a river to wash over the boat controlled by Doflamingo. This was indeed beyond Doflamingo's imagination. In his understanding, those who can control water are generally murlocs. This is why he now suspects that Liu Hao's performance of manipulating natural forces is a kind of domineering arrogance or a special domineering aura. Since this is the case, then let's decide the outcome. Knowing that there is no way to defeat Liu Hao in a short period of time, Doflamingo is unwilling to delay any longer, after all. This time he returned to the North Sea. Getting the Quicksilver fruit was just a matter of chance. It doesn't matter. More is to cooperate with the Vinsmoke family. There is no need to fight to the death with Liu Hao on this sea. Boo tilde tilde. The powerful mental power and domineering look intertwined in the air to form a large vacuum area. This large vacuum area instantly absorbed the air, and there was a sound like a balloon shattering. Doflamingo's face became more ferocious. His veins were exposed and his face was flushed, as if he was madly releasing his domineering arrogance. With a bang, the thunder formed by the powerful mental power and domineering aura finally exploded in a terrifying manner. What tilde tilde? The two people's staggered and powerful spirit at this time finally separated, and they both felt like a sledgehammer hitting their own brains fiercely. I didn't expect your domineering look. You have been able to confront me for so long. Bone Demon Ziegler. There is already a ship of yours on this sea. Doflamingo resisted the discomfort in his brain and said loudly to Liu Hao. Looking at brother Doflaming's appearance, Liu Hao was not affected too much after all. The continuous gamma divine power was repairing the mental damage Liu Hao suffered just now. After Doflamingo finished speaking, an inexplicable force suddenly surged up. Liu Hao only felt that his brain and everything in his body seemed to be opened by a key. The power that was originally blocked by the gods came to my heart again. The powerful ability of the mask fruit seems to be able to modify certain rules, directly giving Liu Hao the domineering aura of knowledge and domineering aura. Although these two domineering spirits are still extremely weak now, but Liu Hao believes that his strength will show a rapid upward trend in a short time. After all, Liu Hao and Doflamingo's mental power and domineering arrogance are being attacked. As long as this matter is spread, then Liu Hao's domineering arrogance will rise rapidly through his own mask fruit ability. It's possible to reach the level of Doflamingo soon. Don't you want to get this Quicksilver fruit in my hand? Liu Hao pretended to be weak, then took out the small silver-white box containing the Quicksilver fruit and said. Doflamingo smiled lightly originally. He had a ferocious and wild smile, but now it was a free and easy smile. I admit that the fruit in your hand is indeed very good, but I have wasted too much time here, so you should keep it. After saying this sentence, Doflamingo waved his hand, and 5 silk threads protruded from his fingertips, instantly entangled the dark clouds in the sky, and flew away amidst the dense thunder. But just when Liu Hao thought that Doflamingo was about to leave, he even waved his hand, and several silk threads appeared on the palm of his hand, like a spider web, and rushed towards the ship he had been standing on. By the way, I remember that on this ship, there seems to be a pirate named Hawkins. His abilities are really interesting. The big net swooped forward, and a young man with long blonde hair in a white robe came out from below the deck of the ship. One of the future supernovas, the magician Basil Hawkins. Didn't expect him to be on that ship. Liu Hao had some doubts. After all, Hawkins' ability is extremely strange. Not only can you predict the future through tarot cards, but you can even transfer the damage to your body to others through a certain cursed ability. You can even turn into a huge scarecrow to fight. Although from the information Liu Hao knows, Hawkins' abilities have not been particularly comprehensive, but the abilities that he has already appeared are enough. Duff. Although Hawkins may not be the one with the most potential among the supernovas in the future. Not as good as Luffy or X-Drake, but in terms of the strangeness of his abilities, Hawkins can definitely be ranked first 3. Curse transfer. The moment Hawkins was caught by the Silk Network, he immediately turned into a scarecrow form, holding a huge mowing scythe with both hands, and waved his hand. There was only a bang, and the huge scarecrow was enveloped in a puff of smoke. Hawkins, who was caught in the middle by the Silk Network, suddenly appeared on the deck. The ability to move in space. Seeing the effect of Hawkins' devil fruit made Liu Hao extremely surprised. Not only the ability shown by Hawkins surprised Liu Hao, but also Doflamingo he just drank lightly. I didn't expect to meet such an interesting young man as you and Beihai. Now let me ask you again. Do you want to join the Don Quixote family? Flying in midair, Doflamingo didn't choose to leave directly. Amid the crackling thunderstorm, he actually lowered his head and asked Hawkins. But Hawkins didn't answer. He just raised his head and looked at Doflamingo, who was flying in midair. Your card, it's not the fool. Hearing Hawkins' reply, Doflamingo was obviously taken aback. I don't quite understand what Hawkins means by this. But at this moment, Hawkins turned his head and looked at Liu Hao, who was not far away in the huge vortex. Thunderstorm and residual water, we will meet again, Mr. Zigura. After saying this sentence, Hawkins' body was wrapped in straw again. Bang. Disappear before your eyes. Seeing Hawkins' departure, Doflamingo laughed wildly. Ha 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 tilde in this world. How can you dare to throw a face at me, Doflamingo? When you just meet someone, it's really interesting. The laughter faded away. The huge vortex has already started, slowly sucking the ship under Liu Hao's feet into it. But Liu Hao is still not in a hurry to be in the wind and rain. He began to slowly release his domineering arrogance. You can reach the 4 seas by crossing the upside-down mountain. But the pirates and navy on the Great Channel don't particularly like to go to the 4 seas. Because for those who lick blood with their knives on the sea, the 4 seas are too peaceful. And there is nothing interesting about it. But this time Major General Wild Boar's destination was Beihai. All navies in the world know that Beihai is the territory of Germa 666. Although the ruling era of the Vinsmoke family has passed, due to the existence of the head of the Vinsmoke family gate, he once again led his family and the country to grow. For the most powerful group in the North Sea, when Major General Wild Boar came to Beihai, he naturally knew that it was impossible for him to capture Liu Hao to Jinjin City by himself. So as soon as he arrived in Beihai, his destination was Germa 666 ships cut through the waves. Soon the Vinsmoke family is reached, a mobile country above the sea in the entire sea. The Kingdom of Germa is also unique, because it is the only country that does not have a fixed land. Usually dozens of large ships move separately, and these large ships merge together on the sea to form the kingdom. The national soldiers are composed of an army that makes the whole sea terrified. Germa 66. And the ruling pinnacle of the entire country is the Vinsmoke family. Even under the leadership of the patriarch of the contemporary Vinsmoke family, the strong technological strength within the family can even produce clones and even battle suits. With such a powerful ability, the Vinsmoke family can even be qualified to marry with Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors. Enough to imagine how powerful they are. The World Navy is not unaware of the ambitions of the Vinsmoke family. But compared to the pirates, the Germa kingdom ruled by the Vinsmoke family is fairly honest. And in fact, the Vinsmoke family and the Tianlong people have always cooperated. That is the slaves who helped the Tianlong people transform them. So in a way, the Navy has been turning a blind eye to the Vinsmokes. The huge ship is the mobile land of Germa Kingdom. When Admiral Wild Boar's ship was docked nearby, a tall figure appeared beside Rear Admiral Wild Boar's ship. This is the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family. Vinsmo Kriaju, welcome to Major General Boar. I wonder what you want to do when you come to the Vinsmoke family. The entire Vinsmoke family has been transformed, and they don't have much emotion. Even Ryuju, who has a gentle personality. So when she saw Major General Wild Boar, she said straight to the point, and didn't talk to the person in front of her. A Major General is more polite. If the person in front of him was a Lieutenant General who had been famous for a long time, or the legendary 3 generals, Ryuju would show another face. But Major General Wild Boar doesn't care no after all. The purpose of coming to Beihai is to catch Liu Hao. Being able to cooperate with the Vinsmoke family is the best. I came to the Kingdom of Germa this time to entrust the Vinsmoke family to help me catch a pirate. Ryuju's expression didn't change at all after all. Everyone in Beihai knew that the Vinsmoke family was the uncrowned king. Many navies who came to the North Sea wanted to gain some merit, so they could only choose to cooperate with the Vinsmoke family, and even entrusted the Vinsmoke family to help them catch pirates. Then put these credits on your own head. The commission proposed by Major General Wild Boar in front of him is actually very normal. Then let's talk in detail in the office first. Ryuju thought for a willing decided to give the Navy a face. And she had also heard some things about Major General Wild Boar, and knew that the Major General in front of him should have a lot of achievements in the future. At least it can reach the strength of a Lieutenant General in the Navy headquarters. For the sake of Major General Wild Boar's future potential, Ryuju still decided to have a good talk with him. And now the interior of Germa Kingdom, Gage, the patriarch of the Vinsmoke family, has already met Doflamingoon of the 7 Martial Seas. Mr. Don Quixote, I don't know the one thing I bothered you about, how is it now? Are you talking about the cooperation with Big Mom? Doflamingo put his legs on the table in front of Vinsmoke Gage very arrogantly. Although Jiajai was upset, he also understood that now is not the time to turn his face. After all, I still need to trouble Doflamingo and Big Mom to get on the line. That's right, I just want to ask, how is this matter now? Doflamingo, who was lying on the chair, put his legs down. Hold your chin slightly with your hands, looking at Gaji in front of him with an arrogant smile on the corner of his split mouth. He said, such an important matter really requires me to go there in person. But you think that a middleman like me can directly talk to the 4 emperors, and then let 4 emperors marry their daughters to your children? You must think highly of me too. I heard Doflamingo say that. How could Vinsmoke Gage not know what the Sky Yaksha in front of him was talking about? Don't worry, Mr. Don Quixote. As long as you can help me get online with Big Mom, then I can have some small cooperation with Caesar. After all, I have heard about Kaido and you. After saying this, the head of the Vinsmoke family put on a smile, as if he had a plan in mind. As soon as the word Kaido reached Doflamingo's ears, this lawless Amyasha felt the fear of suffocation. Although compared to the other 4 emperors, Kaido has stayed on Onigashima for decades and has never appeared. Even just occasionally hit the New World branch of the Navy. But everyone above the sea knows that after Whitebeard's death, whoever is most qualified to inherit Whitebeard's position as the strongest in the world is the monster Kaido, the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Doflamingo lowered his head. A fierce and murderous look emerged from his face, and the expression on his face became a little ferocious. Are you threatening me, Vinsmoke? But Gage just smiled slightly after all. He had dealt with Doflamingo many times in the past. I have long known Doflamingo's changeable and arrogant character, so I am not afraid of the threat in Doflamingo's words at all. Both Caesar and I have worked under the doctor's staff, and I have learned a lot about his abilities. Presumably, he hasn't produced what you and Kaido want. If you promise to help me if there is a bridge between Big Moms, maybe I can give Caesar a little advice. Seeing the smile on Gage's face in front of him, Doflamingo smiled instead of anger unexpectedly. He stood up from the seat with a bang, and the pink coat he was wearing was automatic without wind. Very good, Vinsmoke, I have agreed to this deal, and I hope you can fulfill your promise. After saying this sentence, Doflamingo left without looking back. Looking at the back of Amyasha leaving Gaji, who was originally smelling, immediately collapsed. The two of them are not very good-tempered people. If it weren't for the very important interest relationship between the two of them, they might turn their faces on the spot. Go and find out what Doflamingo did in Beihai. Above the sea, the wind is surging. After Liu Hao repelled Doflamingo, the remaining pirates were nothing to worry about. In particular, Liu Hao tested his overlord-like arrogance. And basically, once released, the entire ship of pirates fell down. I didn't expect this battle to end so easily. I thought it would reveal your identity. Sabina patted her tall chest and ran to Liu Hao's side and said. Liu Hao raised his hand indifferently. If you want to do this, I'm afraid the four emperors will have to come in person. You just brag, Sabina stuck out her tongue at Liu Hao. But George next to him still had a gloomy expression on his face. Mr. Zigraltho, we have repelled the pirates this time. About 20 ships have been sunk by those pirates. I am afraid that in the next few days, we will still need trouble you. Looking at George, Zigara nodded. Then he took out the small silver box in his skeleton and put it in front of George. This is your thing, take it yourself. Then I threw the little box over, to be honest. Putting this natural-type mercury fruit on Liu Hao's body really moved his heart. After all, if this devil fruit can be eaten directly by Sabina, you can create a powerful chef in an instant. But now it seems that Sabina has not shown a sense of urgency to improve her own strength so far. And Liu Hao also knew that this kind of thing must never be forced. So I can only let it go. George thanked him 1,000 times for the small box he took from Liu Hao's hand, then began to command the fleet again. Heading towards the Red Earth continent by the second day, there are still some surviving pirates around the entire fleet, trying to rush up and bite one or two ships. But those pirates were all forced back by the artillery on the fleet. It wasn't until noon the next day that the whole team saw an island. But that island is not very big. It looked like a deserted island. None of the people on board wanted to go down. Just looking at the deserted island from afar. Finally reached the first island. We only need to cross 3 deserted islands to reach the Red Earth continent. This dangerous journey is finally coming to an end. George, who was standing next to Liu Hao, said with a sigh. But Liu Hao didn't say a word. He has been training his domineering look all day long. It's not just using domineering to observe the fish under the sea. He even used his knowledge and arrogance to fish. You are really shameless. Ever since she heard Liu Hao explain such things as domineering, Sabina has been complaining about Liu Hao's behavior of fishing with the color of domineering. Because that's an insult to all anglers. What does this make those fishing guys who have been in the Air Force all year round think? Don't you really want to train yourself? After all, there are only you and me on our pirate ship. Once I am dragged by other enemies and I can't come over, I'm afraid you will encounter many dangers. While fishing, Liu Hao observed the situation under the sea with his knowledge and arrogance. Compared with others, Liu Hao can convert all of his gamma divine power into physical strength, allowing Liu Hao to use his domineering all the time. So don't look at the current Liu Hao, with his legs crossed in a very casual way, sitting on the deck of a boat and fishing with a fishing rod. But in fact, his body below the neck has been completely covered by armed domineering. Even these armed domineering auras are vibrating under the control of Liu Hao's own mental power. Use this method to train your own armed domineering. The ability of Liu Hao's mask fruit can not only be enhanced through acting, but also through exercise. Sabina wrapped her long skirt slightly over her knees, then knelt and sat beside Liu Hao. If you want to exercise, then I don't care. But it would be great if I can get a better devil fruit. After saying this, Sabina stuck out her tongue a little, blushing. Better devil fruit ability. Devil fruits are originally the secret treasures of the sea. Even the most common devil fruits are extremely precious. And even ordinary animal-type devil fruits are very powerful. If you give Garp an animal-type devil fruit to eat, You will instantly create a monster that can challenge Kaido's status as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. It is enough to imagine how powerful the devil fruit is. But Liu Hao also knew that the devil fruit Sabina asked for was definitely not an ordinary animal. What he wants are those devil fruits that can directly obtain powerful self-protection ability without any training. If that's the case, have you thought about what kind of devil fruit you need? Having said that, what kind of devil fruit did she want? Sabina seemed to start talking. If I want to eat a devil fruit, at least that devil fruit must have a strong life-saving ability. Second, in addition to the life-saving ability, the ability to escape must also be strong. Third, apart from in addition to the first two, if you can have a certain fighting ability, that would be the best. What do you mean by life-saving ability? You must know that life-saving ability can be divided into many types. Some devil fruits can enhance people's self-regeneration ability, and some devil fruits can strengthen people's physical hardness. There are also some devil fruits with extremely weird abilities. Sabina didn't understand these things, so she patted the deck directly under her feet and said, I don't care about these things anyway if there is a chance. Then I will eat the devil fruit that I asked for, of course. The most important point is that after eating the devil fruit, if it is possible to become uglier, then I would rather not eat it. Sure enough, any woman has an irresistible desire for beauty. Even eating a devil fruit is the same. Since this is the case, I know that there is a devil fruit that is more suitable for you. The name of that devil fruit is called slippery fruit. The friction of my body surfaceth is devil fruit. I think it should be especially suitable for you. Since you said that, let me get to know this devil fruit well first. Domineering is the basis for One Piece world to become the top powerhouse. Whether it's Vice Admiral Garp or the mighty Four Emperors, everyone's use of their own arrogance is top-notch. But in order to truly become a very high-level user of domineering, what is needed is not only a very large number of domineering, but more importantly a high quality of domineering. There are three types of arrogance: knowledge-colored domineering, armed-colored domineering, and domineering-colored domineering. The first two, as the name suggests, are domineering types that assist in combat. But only domineering in the early stage can only deter the spirit. Only when one's own domineering has accumulated to a sufficient amount. You can use this strange energy to wrap around your body to form black lightning. It is precisely because of the overlord-colored domineering, possessing the entanglement ability of such armed-colored domineering, that Liu Hao dares to conclude that the overlord-colored domineering is definitely not an overflow of spiritual power. It is a powerful spirit, the only result of the harmony of spirit and energy. But if he wanted to really learn the technique of overlord's color entanglement, Liu Hao still had no clue after Alan Liu Hao's brain. He still doesn't understand the plot of how Luffy learned to be overlord. But if Liu Hao didn't learn how to entangle with the overlord's color, then no matter how powerful the Four Emperors are, there is no ability to resist at all among the Four Emperors. It is recognized that the most powerful overlord is the red-haired Shanks. Although Liu Hao doesn't know what method Luffy used to defeat Kaido after arriving on Ghost Island, but it must be inseparably related to the overlord color entanglement. So is it possible that the red-haired Shanks handed it over to Luffy? How to use his own overlord color arrogance to entangle? In the end, he used this method to forcibly hang up and defeated Kaido. This is actually quite possible, after all. The red-haired Shanks gambled an arm on Luffy, and it's okay to tell Luffy how to use his domineering arrogance. It seems that in the future we need to deal with Shanks well. After all among the Four Emperors, only the red-haired Shanks is relatively normal. The other pirate emperors are either extremely conceited and arrogant, or simply a schizophrenic lunatic. The sky was cloudless when Liu Hao and the others arrived at Katoya Island. There was not a single pirate chasing and killing them along the way. I'm afraid it's also because Liu Hao killed too many pirates along the way. Especially the battle with Doflamingo, which basically killed 80. 0% of the pirates of the North Sea generation. I'm afraid Beihai will have to wait a few more years if it wants to truly cultivate so many pirates. So when Liu Hao and the others arrived at Katoya Island, the news about the bone demon Chigra had already shocked the first half of the Great Channel and the whole world. There are even some big pirates in the New World who have heard of Liu Hao Zydra's name a little bit. Wu la la la. Another newcomer's name has appeared in this sea. This is really great, children. Let's have a banquet today. Edward Newgate with the white beard pulled out the infusion tube on his body and said with a loud smile. As for the other members of the Whitebeard pirates, they could only smile wryly when they saw their father's presumptuous appearance. Father, you haven't taken your medicine yet. And in the Blackbeard pirates, Marshal D. Teach holds the newspaper and the bounty in his hand. He opened his big mouth and laughed wah wah wah. Ha 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 tilde tilde, I knew that Chigra would not disappear on the sea. And he did a big thing as soon as he appeared, killing most of the pirates in the North Sea. But now I still need to honestly hiding in the dark. A trace of depression and resentment flashed in Blackbeard's eyes. Originating in his heart, he was still unwilling to directly conflict with the Whitebeard pirates. But in the dark world, the name of Marshal D. Teach began to be talked about by more people. The arrangements and rumors he left before leaving the Whitebeard pirates began to be slowly erased by time. Time is running out for Blackbeard. The Whitebeard pirates will react soon. Now he doesn't know who his father will send to catch him. But with Blackbeard's current strength, no matter which captain comes to catch him, it will be a fierce battle. Even Ace, the youngest among the captains, is the same. After all, it hasn't been long since Blackbeard got the dark fruit. He didn't develop this powerful devil fruit to the point where he could instantly suppress others. And above the blue waves of the North Sea, Major General Wild Boar looked at the newspaper in his hand with a sad face. He didn't expect Liu Hao's strength to be able to draw a tie with Doflamingo Aminiasha in the 7 Seas of martial arts. You must know that Doflamingo's strength is also enough to rank among the top 3 in Kiwuhai. What made Major General Wild Boar even more concerned was that during this battle, there were more changes in Ziegler's abilities recorded in the newspaper. Many people even speculate that Ziegler has the same domineering aura as Doflamingo. Damn it, no matter how powerful you bastards Ziegler are now, under Germa 66's Legion, I don't believe you won't be captured and pushed into the city. In the kingdom of Germa, the accurate news about the battle between Doflamingo and Liu Hao was quickly put into the hands of Vinsmoke Gage. No wonder that guy Doflamingo looked unhappy when he saw me. It turned out that he had a tie with a little-known little character in the sea. After finishing speaking, he put down the information in his hand, and then said to the subordinates around him, "Check out the news about the bone demon Zigra for me. A person like him will never disappear without a trace on the sea." Although the news about Liu Hao has caused turmoil in the entire sea. But in fact, Liu Hao looked at his companion Sabina with a helpless expression. Once any woman enters the bustling street, she will become a crazy shopping animal in particular. Katoya Island is an island connected to Mary Juoya in the North Sea. It has a large number of prosperous shops, and there are even many extremely expensive luxury goods here. In addition, there are precious cosmetics from Murloc Island, and various stars also hold concerts here. Thoroughly inspired Sabina's desire to buy. Make your way through the crowds and busy streets. George took a few people from the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce to carry several boxes of Baileys and was responsible for the payment. As for Liu Hao, he could only helplessly control the bone puppet and put on a suit on the outside. As a worker who moved goods, Zydra, what do you think of the blue dress I'm wearing? Walking into a resplendent store at random, George and several people from the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce were all pale, and their foreheads were covered with beads of sweat the size of soybeans. As soon as I saw the sofa seat in the store, I rushed up to it. No one will know why when a woman is shopping. Her physical strength is longer than that of the 4 emperors. Liu Hao sat on the sofa seat exhausted. He reluctantly lifted his eyelids and glanced at Sabina. Then just nod, very good, pay now. But seeing Liu Hao like this, Sabina was very upset. Walked up to Liu Hao and patted his thigh hard. You didn't look at it carefully at all. How do you know whether this dress is good looking or not? You have to take a closer look at it. And you have to choose carefully when buying clothes. Sabina was still chattering, feeling helpless. Liu Hao could barely stand up from the sofa, and then glanced up and down at Sabina with scrutiny. It has to be said that although Sabina has already changed her face under the ability of Liu Hao's mask fruit, but the figure is as graceful and flamboyant as ever. Especially wearing this blue dress with open back can definitely make all men drool. If it weren't for the fact that Liu Hao hasn't grown to the stage where his body secretes hormones, I am afraid that he will also be dumped by the current Sabina. It's really good. The blue melancholy combined with your fiery temperament is like ice and fire. I'm telling the truth, Sabina. This blue dress is very suitable for you. After getting an accurate answer, Sabina snapped her fingers at George, go and pay. Although it makes no one happy to pay. But if he could get a moment of peace by paying for it, George would rather take out all his money. Katoya Island is actually not that big. There is not even a freshwater river on this one island. But the world of One Piece is full of black technology. A huge seawater desalination plant was built directly on Katoya Island. It can provide a large amount of edible fresh water for the entire island. Sabina, we've been shopping here for about half a day. You and George go back to the hotel first. And I'll take a stroll in the sword gyms on Katoya Island. In fact, Sabina still has more to say now. But I also know not to look at the prosperity of Katoya Island. But the darkness hidden under this prosperity will be even deeper. Without Liu Hao top-notch fighting force by her side, Sabina didn't have the heart to go shopping. Okay then, I'll go back to the hotel first. Liu Hao's kendo is actually only one move from the beginning to the end. Although in the past few days, Liu Hao has been learning 2 other moves. Vertical/horizontal/. But if this is always the case, using the simplest tricks to attack has a very big loophole. So Liu Hao is going to spend some time looking for a few sword gyms on Katoya Island to learn from a master. Even if you can't learn from a teacher, you can still buy some kendo study manuals. It's just that I don't know how strong the kendo gyms on Katoya Island are. Not to mention meeting someone as strong as Sauron's master Kashir. But Liu Hao also doesn't want to meet an old liar like Master Ma. Although it is said that if a move is practiced to the peak, it is true that the enemy can be defeated with just one move. But you must know that there is a big difference between people. Sometimes it is not enough to defeat the enemy with the same moves. And the effort required in this is beyond imagination. This is also the reason why Liu Hao searched for a kendo gym on Katoya Island for systematic study. There are a total of dozens of streets on the entire island. Among these dozens of streets, most of them are luxury goods. Food toys scarce these expensive commodity streets. But there are still 3 or 4 streets dedicated to teaching various such techniques. Kendo Street. On this street, there are more than 200 kendo halls in total. There are even students in some kendo halls who are nobles from the Red Earth continent. Therefore, the teachers of these kendo gyms will not say that they must be very powerful. But at least their teaching ability is good, after all. Being a strong person does not necessarily mean that one can cultivate a strong person. So sometimes a teacher does not have to be strong himself, but must have a strong teaching ability, recognized by a large number of nobles. In the kendo hall above Kendo Street, the teachers here must be recognized for their at least ability. Agni Kendo Halls. It is the kendo hall with the largest area on the entire street. The largest number of students, and even the strongest strength Hakas. The owner of the kendo gyms used to be a very famous bounty hunter on the Great Channel. He heard that he helped many countries on the Great Channel to suppress their internal judgments. Even fought some powerful pirates in the New World, later. I heard that there was a conflict with Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, and was hunted down by the pirates under Big Mom. So I had to choose to escape back to the North Sea, and finally establish the Agni Kendo Hall on Katoya Island. The kendo that kakas learned is called the flaming sword. When this kendo is practiced to a high place, you can use the long sword in your hand to tear through the air and form a raging flame, which can burn a whole street with one blow. Looking in from the window, there were indeed some students practicing in the kendo hall, and some sparks appeared when the long sword cut through the air. I don't know it's because of the long swords in their hands, or the real La Yan Dao can make fire out of thin air. A learning institution as huge as Agni Kendo Hall. In addition to children practicing in it, there are even many adults. So Liu Hao walked in with an adult face and didn't receive any attention. Walked to the front of the outer stage. Standing behind the podium is a girl with a sweet smile. Hello, I would like to ask, what are the requirements for learning kendo in the Raging Fire Kendo Hall? Well, many people who travel in Katoya come to Kendo Street to ask about this sort of thing. So the service staff here have long been familiar with it. Okay, sir. It's not expensive to learn kendo in our Agni Kendo Hall. It only costs 200 million Baileys per month. And if you can pass the test of Lord Kakas, then you have the opportunity to become Lord Kakas' true disciples. When the time comes to learn kendo at the Raging Fire Kendo Hall, you don't need to spend any more money. 200 million peels a month is really not expensive. But only if real things can be learned. But for Liu Hao, what he needs to do is actually to lay the foundation. Since it is so famous in the entire Katoya Island Agni Kendo Hall, it should be well-deserved. If this is the case, then I will study here for a month. The smiles of the service staff are even sweeter, after all. Every student who comes here will get a commission. Then let's record your information here first. Crow Island, this used to be Hawkins' hometown. But he didn't want to come back here at all, because this is his cursed place. The devil fruit on his body was obtained in his hometown. But the powerful curse power has completely destroyed this island. From a distance there are dark clouds. The entire island had long been uninhabited. When he was 8 years old, all the people on this island had died. Hawkins survived on this island through the devil fruit he ate. The more powerful the devil fruit, the more expensive it is. It's like the two weaknesses of Blackbeard's dark fruit. And it's like the childish fruit of sugar can only remain in the form of a child forever. It's like the playing rules that the mask fruit that Liu Hao ate must follow. Similarly, the scarecrow fruit eaten by Hawkins also needs to pay a price. He can use the powerful curse power to move in space at will, and even predict the future briefly. But the price that needs to be paid and spent is also extremely heavy. The price is that he can use the power of the curse. But the curse itself will not disappear, but will be passed on to others. When Hawkins ate the scarecrow fruit as a child, he used the curse recklessly. In the end, the curse formed a terrible plague throughout the Raven Isle. In just 2 years, the plague spread and killed tens of thousands of people on the entire island. Among them is his family. So Hawkins hated this island from the bottom of his heart. But without the scarecrow fruit, he could not have survived to this day. So come back this time, he just wants to change his destiny. It's not to rescue the people on Crow Island, instead. I want to completely solve the weakness of the scarecrow fruit curse overflowing. But the premise is that he needs the help of that person other than fate. But the news about Hawkins was quickly put in front of Vinsmoke Gage. In the entire North Sea Germa Kingdom is the uncrowned king. Regarding what happened to Doflamingo in that naval battle, everything was laid out in front of Gage in detail. The ability of this Hawkins devil fruit. I didn't expect it to be the legendary scarecrow fruit. This is a devil fruit that is accompanied by curse and destiny. I heard that the ability of this devil fruit can change fate. This is really interesting. The legend about the scarecrow fruit has long been spread on the North Sea. But the Vinsmoke family never cared about it in the past. After all, there are too many legends above the sea vampires, werewolves, ghosts, and even gods. I don't know how many such legends there are. Every island has its own unique culture. But in the battle between Liu Hao and Doflamingo, Hawkins showed the ability to predict the coming of the storm and the ability to transfer space. This caught the Vinsmoke family's attention quickly. Maybe the scarecrow fruit owned by this Hawkins is the same as the legend. If this is true, it would be too interesting. I remember that the legend about the scarecrow was spread on Crow Island. On Crow Island, walk among the broken walls and ruins. Hawkins' face was expressionless, decades have passed. He has long been used to death and parting. The spillover curse has been destroying everything he's ever known. Although in the past few years, he has become a relatively well-known pirate in the North Sea. And he can also forcibly suppress the overflow of his own curse. Then find a place and release it. It can even use such a curse spillover effect as a trump card. But Hawkins didn't like the feeling of being out of control. However, compared to other devil fruits whose weaknesses cannot be overcome, the scarecrow fruit is different. This devil fruit has a deep connection with fate. Something will occur if it belongs to your life. If not, do not push it. But the scarecrow fruit can forcefully change the fate. And there is no time to force it in the fate. But if you want to change your fate against the sky, you need to use your own life as a bet. Even people need to make a big bet for this bet. It's also why Hawkins needs help from someone other than fate. Because only someone other than fate can drive the formation of gambling. And in the center hotel of Katoya Island. Dong dong dongs dong dong dongs. A hurried voice knocked on Sabina's door. Could it be that guy Liu Hao is back? I'm too scared to go shopping alone. So I came to look for my sister, Sabina, who was reading a book on the balcony, said to herself. Open the doors. There were 7 or 8 pale-faced big men in black standing outside. Excuse me, is this Miss Sabina? The leading man in black said in a hoarse voice. Sabina has been around for a long time, so she naturally knows the origin of these people in front of her. Either the local gangsters on Katoya Island, or the forces of other pirates. Thinking of this, Sabina turned pale. But he still slowly moved towards the back of his waist. There Liu Hao made a revolver for Sabina out of bones. Those big guys in black naturally saw Sabina's movements. Your resistance now is useless. So Miss Sabina, please come with us now. As soon as Sabina heard this, she immediately pulled out the Demon Queen's revolver. But the enemy's reaction speed is faster, snapped. The wretched man in black waved his hand and slapped Sabina on the back of her neck. Sabina was knocked unconscious. You take people away first, I'll leave a note for Mr. Zigura here. The faces of several big men in black were ordinary. It's like puppets being manipulated by people. But the conversation between them is extremely skilled. 9 o'clock at night. I have to say that the teachers in the Raging Fire Kendo gym do have 1 or 2 skills. I have taught a large number of students all the year round. Some of those students have good talents, and some of them are simply good at playing the piano. Therefore, when teaching swordsmanship to Liu Hao, he must guide him from the shallower to the deeper. Every detail and non-stop. It seems that if you stay here for a month, you can definitely learn a good swordsmanship, but why is Sabina's door open? You must know that the two of them did not live together. Looking at the note in his hand on the table, Liu Hao frowned. The handwriting written on the note does not seem to be written by a human being but an animal. Barely controlling the quill pen with 2 paws to write a line of writing on the note crookedly. It's more like a puppet writing it with his own hand. The crooked handwriting is like earthworms crawling across the paper, and the content on it can only be barely read. Sabina is on Crow Island. Liu Hao's domineering aura is not huge enough to cover the entire island. And he was also concentrating on studying at the Blazing Fire Kendo Hall. So naturally, he didn't care about Sabina's situation. But what he didn't expect was that someone actually dared to take his companion away. Even put this note on the table so arrogantly. It doesn't matter if you're on Crow Island or not. I hope you won't be caught by me. Anger was hidden in his heart, and a green light appeared in his eyes. But soon Liu Hao suppressed it. And anger couldn't solve any problems. He needs a cool head now, Mr. Ziegler. This is a map about Crow Island. I heard that a very serious plague occurred on Crow Island decades ago. All the people on it died. And even the animals on Crow Island died. A strange mutation has occurred. If you go up high, I'm afraid it will be very dangerous. George took out a detailed map of Beihai from the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce and placed it in front of Liu Hao. But Liu Hao's expression was extremely ordinary. Don't worry, it's just a small Crow Island. No matter how powerful the plague is, it's still just a plague. Isn't it? Remember to help me buy the things I need in the Kingdom of Germa. Come here. And prepare the materials for repairing the ship that I mentioned to you. And I will be back in half a month at the latest. Seeing Liu Hao like this, George didn't say much. In a ruined castle above Crow Island, Hawkins sits on a modeled seat like a king. In front of him were hundreds of big men in black clothes with pale faces. And those people's eyes were empty like puppets. The curse ability is indeed very powerful, and can even directly control people's minds. But the more powerful the curse power is used, the easier it is for these powers to get out of control, and finally form a terrifying plague that sweeps the entire world. The curse power accumulated in my body is getting stronger and stronger. The closer I get to saturation, I must solve this problem as soon as possibly, otherwise the horrible curse will directly drown me and completely turn me into a scarecrow like a nightmare. Although in the original story, it is not known what method Hawkins used to solve his own problems. But obviously, this time Hawkins needs to use Liu Hao to be able to do this. Perhaps it was a chance meeting in the future that made Hawkins clear the weakness of his scarecrow fruit. Sir, we have received news that Major General Wild Boar has chosen to cooperate with the Kingdom of Germa. And we have told Major General Yeju that Mr. Zigra will come to Crow Island within 3 days at the latest. Major General Wild Boar and Mr. Zigra will come to this island. What? The puppet who had been controlled by the curse raised his head and said to Hawkins. Hawkins nodded indifferently. Since they are coming soon, you should leave first. The puppets nodded and saw that the bodies of these big men in black began to wither quickly. Like a punctured balloons, it quickly turned into a pile of straw on the ground. And these suits were stacked on top of the dojo. A small boat is cutting the sea quickly. This is a ship made of white bones. The speed is extremely fast. As many as 3 propellers almost cut a gully behind the ship. Looking at it from a distance, the waves as high as tens of meters were directly rushed out of a big hole by a ship, as fast as a sharp arrow. The speed of the ship controlled by Liu Hao is very fast. According to the news from the Blue Top Hat Chamber of Commerce, there is no one on Crow Island all year round. And on that island, because of the plague, no one wanted to go up. But those who dare to stay on that plague-ridden island must be ruthless. Sabina is indeed a very courageous person. If she didn't have the courage, she wouldn't dare to venture into the sea alone. But after being taken away, Liu Hao didn't know what Sabina would encounter after all. The face he made for Sabina was too beautiful to be ordinary. It is unimaginable what will happen if those who arrest her are malicious. Liu Hao was still very worried. But Sabina has already chatted with Hawkins. I didn't expect Mr. Hawkins to have so many precious spices in your castle. This seems to be the legendary golden fennel. Such a spice can only be found in desert areas. God, I've never seen it before as a chef. When Sabina saw these precious spices, she had already forgotten that the man in front of her had captured him. Feel free to use some spice if you like. And I'm sure I'm a pretty good eater too, Hawkins' face, which looked like a dead man's, was rarely raised slightly. Thank you very much, Mr. Hawkins. It is my pleasure to serve you, Miss Sabina. The smile on Hawkins' face became brighter. But you must have something to do with Ziegler for bringing me here. I want to ask, do you have anything to do with him? Sabina felt apprehensive when she asked this question. Although Hawkins in front of him acted like an extremely gentleman. Who knows if he is a beast in clothes? But Hawkins smiled lightly. I called Mr. Ziegler to do one thing, and that is to let him beat me. Mr. Hawkins, there's a saying I don't know whether to say or not to say. You can say it, Miss Sabina. After all, I still need your help in convincing Mr. Ziegler. Thinking of Liu Hao, Sabina sticks out her tongue. I'm afraid that guy Liu Hao is about to die of anxiety now. I really want to see the expression on that guy's face. Heh tilde tilde. Since she knew that the current situation would not be too dangerous. Sabina had some mischievous characters. And she started to come forward again. On the outskirts of Crow Island, it is shrouded in a mist all year round. This purple mist is like miasma floating from the swamp, lingering around the sky above Crow Island. Although the name of Crow Island is called Crow in fact, there is not even a single crow on this island. Quiet is like a huge tomb on the sea. Only the faint whistling of the wind and the slow sound of the waves lapping the island were heard. Looking in the direction of the island from Admiral Wild Boar's ship, there are broken arms and ruins everywhere, barren and pale. Not like an island where humans once lived. This is Major General Wild Boar of Crow Island. Decades ago, there was a very serious plague on Crow Island. That horrible plague killed all the people on the entire island. Even now, there are still many plague viruses are entangled in the forest of Crow Island. I really don't know why that guy Ziegler chose to stop on this island. Speaking is the fourth child of the Vinsmoke family. Yuji in a green battle suit. Major General Wild Boar looked solemnly at Crow Island in the distance. That fellow Ziegler only has 2 people on his ship. If he fights alone, I believe he can deal with anyone on our ship with his strength. The reason why he chose this plague-ridden island must be that he knows that we are there are so many people. You want to defeat us by virtue of the geographical advantage of the island. But Yangjai snorted coldly and said disdainfully, only the weak need to think about this kind of thing. Under our huge army that Ziegler will definitely be wiped out. Major General Wild Boar did not answer, but nodded silently. His beastly senses kept reminding him that Raven Island was dangerous. It is even very possible to die on that island directly after walking up. However, there is an inexplicable feeling that it seems to be a fateful arrangement. Major General Wild Boar feels that only the island he landed on can truly arrest Ziegler. That's why Major General Wild Boar forcibly suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and then took the most arrogant fourth son of the Vinsmoke family to Crow Island to get rid of Liu Hao. But on the other side of the island, Liu Hao didn't care about it, and didn't care about the purple plague poisonous fog lingering over the island at all. Controlling his bone boat, he rushed to the island like a sharp arrow, shh. With this terrifying speed, a big hole was torn out in the forest on the island in an instant. And on the castle, Hawkins stood up from his position. On this island, all the lingering poisonous gas and curse power come from his body. Scarecrow fruit is very powerful. The more you use the ability of the Scarecrow fruit, the more curses you accumulate. When Hawkins was still young, he had no way to control the curse power accumulated in his body. He could only let these powers radiate out, and finally formed a plague since he went to sea. In order to solve the Scarecrow's curse, he can only use his own devil fruit ability. But the more he uses the curse, the greater the power. So I stored all this power in my body, returned to Crow Island, and then discharged it. For decades, the huge power permeating this island is already very impressive. Let me take a look at this fate-changing gamble. What is the result? Knowledgeable and domineering. Liu Hao roughly scanned the forest in front of him, hoping to find some clues of Sabina's existence in the cracks of the forest. But unfortunately, nothing. But on the other side of the mountain, over the high mountain, there is a small town, but the small town is in ruins. It's no longer what it used to be. If there is a person who must be hidden, then it is very likely that he is hiding in that small town. Moreover, Liu Hao also discovered that there was also a dilapidated castle on a cliff near the sea at the edge of the town. Others wanting to catch Sabina must be looking for trouble with me. But I don't know what that guy wants to do with me. Now Liu Hao is still focusing more on his companions, and he is not worried at all about any troubles he will encounter. Even if the 4 emperors come here, he also has a way to deal with 1 or 2. Major General Wild Boar and their fleet also began to pass through layers of fog and hidden reefs, and arrived at the port of Crow Island. This port has long since become extremely desolate and dilapidated. Gray-white weeds growing everywhere have covered the entire port. From a distance, even the roads are covered with vines. The boat slowly docked. Major General Wild Boar immediately jumped ashore. His eyes stared at this desolate town from afar. Could it be that Ziegler guy is hiding in this ghost place? Major General Wild Boar couldn't believe it, after all. In his impression, logically speaking, pirates should not dare to directly provoke the Navy. Except for those powerful pirates, Shichibukai and the four emperors, logically speaking. Even if that guy Chigra wanted to choose a battlefield, he would not choose this place after all here. But no one exists for the Navy. It can unscrupulously fire at the entire island. But in Major General Wild Boar's heart, he also faintly felt that something was wrong. That's why he directly decided to land on the island. Still behind Major General Boar is Yuji, the fourth son of the Vinsmoke family. As soon as he saw this desolate island, his face showed disdain. Taking this ghostly place as a battlefield, that Ziegler really made a good choice on the castle. Hawkins' face always had a black air. After entering Crow Island, his huge curse power could no longer be contained. This decades-long curse began to be activated on Crow Island. Ziegler Liu Hao's body quickly passed through the jungle, and he saw Major General Wild Boar on the outskirts of the town at a glance. Damn the world Navy. I didn't expect you bastards to be so shameless. If you want to deal with me, you actually attack my companions. The moment he saw Rear Admiral Wild Boar, Liu Hao put his hostility and anger on those Marines. In particular, I saw the clothes on Yangzhai standing next to Major General Wild Boar. The mark of Germa 666 made Liu Hao even more angry. You group of TMD pirates even chose to cooperate with a terrorist organization like Germa Kingdom to deal with me. But Major General Wild Boar also saw it at a glance. Liu Hao rushed out of the forest, and the anger in his heart immediately burned, erupting like a volcano. Yangzhai standing next to him, and the people from Germa 66 also rushed forward. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous artillery blasted towards Liu Hao immediately. But Liu Hao's speed was unbelievably fast. It was like a pale white lightning piercing the air in the blink of an eye. Only a series of explosions were heard. This was the humming formed by his body tearing the air. Immediately afterwards, Liu Hao's body began to change rapidly, and the white bones on his hands began to grow rapidly. Bone chain blade, the blade grows rapidly in the air. Tear the air. All I could hear was a series of cries of horses cracking silk. Boom tilde tilde. The projected shells were instantly shattered by the bone chain blade. Pigs advance by leaps and bounds. Major General Wild Boar has turned into a half-human, half-animal form like a really crazy wild boar. Rushing towards Liu Hao. I really don't know how to live or die. Although Liu Hao has never developed any powerful moves, after becoming the Hulk, his body has already become indestructible, and his terrifying power is enough to overturn the earth. The forces of the two sides kept colliding. The ground under his feet cracked layer by layer under the terrifying force. All I heard was a series of clicking sounds. Cracks grew rapidly under the feet of the two of them, just like the creeper growing fast on the wall with a bang. The earth was finally overwhelmed and collapsed directly. It turned into a huge crater with a diameter of nearly 300 meters. Just like a meteorite fell directly. Ha tilde tilde, how can such an interesting thing not call me? The winch hit hard. A ostentatious voice reached Liu Hao's ears. And when he looked up, the green figure had already been flying high in the sky, and his arms were wrapped in black domineering arms. Before Liu Hao could react, a huge force hit his face directly, a bang. The bone armor covering Liu Hao's face was shattered and turned into powder. Boom, the force of this punch hit Liu Hao's face firmly. Hit Liu Hao's body staggeringly. I didn't expect you, Ziegler, to be so resistant to beating. You can even resist my punch. Among the four children of the Vinsmoke family, the fourth oldest Vinsmoke Yuji has the most terrifying power. He had skin as hard as steel when he was young, and a bullet would instantly shatter his body. Although he doesn't have any special abilities compared to his older brothers, he possesses the most amazing brute force under this punch. The mask on Liu Hao's face was smashed into pieces. You must know that as Liu Hao's performance deepens, the strength of his bones will also increase. There is no way to break it with ordinary strength and boxing. I didn't expect that my punch didn't kill you. It seems that you are indeed a very good opponent, Yang Zhai said flamboyantly. Stop talking so much, Vinsmoke. Let me take care of this guy Ziegler, Yang Zhai also smiled. His body had already been wrapped by the armed domineering. Although in Liu Hao's impression, if the four sons of the Vinsmoke family want to talk about achievements in the future, it must be the third child Sanji, who has the highest achievement. But I didn't expect that the plot would take more than a year to start. And Sanji's brothers would have already learned such a high level of armed domineering. But Sanji has caught up with his brothers in just 2 years, which is enough to imagine how talented Sanji is. It seems that among the transformed children of the Vinsmoke family, only Sanji is the most perfect, and the others are indifferent and tyrannical anti-human creatures. The Vinsmoke family world navy very good. If this is the case, then both of you stay here. Liu Hao's tone was very indifferent, and as he used frequently, the ability bestowed from under all things, the divine power of Gamma. Liu Hao's own personality also became a little irritable unconsciously. The deep anger began to be slowly ignited by Liu Hao, and the continuous Gamma power was being transformed by the anger. This guy's aura is rising so fast. Major General Wild Boar said to Yang Zhai next to him, however. Most of the members of the Vinsmoke family are extremely arrogant and arrogant. Although Yang Zhai also sensed that Liu Hao's strength is rising rapidly, he still feels in his heart that the combination of the two of them will definitely be able to kill the one in front of him. What are you thinking about so many things? Rush up and get rid of him. After saying this sentence, Yang Zhai took the lead. After the brief collision just now, the three separated in an instant, winch injector. A gust of air spurted from Yang Zhai's feet, leading his body to the sky. This is the ability of his battle suit with the battle suit. Yang Zhai can have extremely amazing combat power. But as he rushed to the sky, Liu Hao's speed became even faster. A huge aura. This is the domineering aura that emerged directly. How powerful is the domineering power of the Overlord color? Especially when combined with Liu Hao, who has fallen into a state of rage. Originally, the divine power of Gamma can affect people's thinking. Not to mention that the domineering aura of the Overlord is a combination of vigor and energy. Under the influence of the divine power of Gamma, Liu Hao's arrogance of the Overlord was originally a kind of extreme coercion. But now it has become the raging waves of an endless sea. If we say that the domineering arrogance released by Liu Hao in a calm state is similar to the invisible aura from heaven and earth, the terrifying coercion from nature, this is because Liu Hao is a scientist himself. So he will naturally simulate the natural world he knows and release it with domineering auras. But Liu Hao, who was in a state of rage, was completely different. The domineering arrogance he released gave people the feeling that ghosts and gods were suffocating when they saw death. Even the soldiers of the Germa kingdom, who have been fighting and cruelly training all year round, were exposed, and Liu Hao's domineering look immediately fainted and fell to the ground. Even Major General Wild Boar and Vinsmoke Yang Zhai felt a little dizzy when they were hit by the domineering look. However, the arrogant and crazy Yang Zhai did not notice any fear, but was extremely excited. His adrenaline and dopamine began to be secreted at a high speed. After all, Hai's body has been transformed long ago, and he will not feel pain or fear. Only fighting can make him feel happy. Wow, ha 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 ha, tilde tilde tilde, it's amazing, Ziegler. I want to fight you to the end, come on then. In the dilapidated and dim castle, the skin on Hawkins' face began to peel off layer by layer. But when it fell, the inside of the skin was not pink flesh, but a yellow straw that made people feel horrified. It seems that what lives in this human body is not a life with a soul at all. But the scarecrow's eyes were glowing red, as if two groups of flames were burning in the eye sockets, and an evil spirit was about to burst out from the human bone cavity. In the middle of the town outside the castle, the exoskeleton of Liu Hao's body began to expand and grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a bone giant with a height of more than 10 meters. The armed color is domineering and black as ink, wrapping around it like a swimming dragon. Ha 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 tilde tilde good time, flying in midair Yangzhai roared, and rushed towards the bone troll transformed into Liu Hao like a meteorite from top to bottom. Winch slam boom. The two fists wrapped in armed domineering collided immediately, and the endless armed domineering almost ignited the air, turning it into dark red. There was only a series of crackling sounds like lightning, which was caused by the crazily impact of the domineering armed forces on both sides. If that's the case, then add me iron-blooded fangs. The wild boar major general who has become half human and half beast. His teeth began to be wrapped in layers of armed domineering, like a farmer being precipitated in his fangs. Such a pair of fangs that have been infected by armed domineering countless times are enough to be regarded as the strongest teeth in the world. It can smash the solid city wall in an instant and crush the hardest diamond in nature. What? The power in Liu Hao's body in a state of rage is growing crazily. It's like a terrifying god waking up. You are really courting death, only a roar was heard. Liu Hao swung his left arm violently, like a battering ram directly on the head of Major General Wild Boar, who charged over from not far away. Boom! It was as if a small earthquake had occurred across the land. Dust indiscriminately, there was a lot of smoke. The earth collapsed, cracks spread. This punch hit Major General Wild Boar directly on the forehead. The huge impact dazzled Major General Wild Boar. Almost a mouthful of blood came to his throat. But Major General Wild Boar forcibly held back the salty and sweet taste in his throat. Holding back the discomfort in his heart, he roared loudly. Ang, I must use my fangs to pierce your heart, Ziegler. You are going to die for me at this time. Major General Wild Boar did not retreat, but forcibly held back the terrifying power transmitted from Liu Hao, raising the sharp and strong fangs on the corners of his mouth. Buff! The pair of fangs of Major General Wild Boar had already been polished countless times with his armed domineering, and they were hard enough to crush diamonds with ease. Even the white bone armor on Liu Hao's body is now wrapped in armed domineering. But in front of the pair of fangs of Major General Wild Boar, it shattered what? The fangs that were nearly half a meter long pierced Liu Hao's abdomen directly, and the fangs bent upwards to hook Liu Hao's ribs. Death to me! Major General Wild Boar shook his head and pulled hard. Only a crash was heard again. The curved surface of the sharp fangs directly cut a huge hole in Liu Hao's abdomen. Green and thick blood flowed out from the abdomen. Huge pain hit Liu Hao's head in an instant. But such pain did not make Liu Hao give in, but made the anger in his heart even stronger. Boom. The body was thrown out, and under the terrifying force of Major General Wild Boar, the speed was unbelievably fast, breaking the air like a shell. The body fell to the ground and a big hole was punched out. But Major General Wild Boar and Yangzhai followed closely behind. Look up in the gray sky. Two small black spots have already appeared, boom tilde tilde. Smoke and dust. The two monsters fell from the sky and stepped on Liu Hao's injured chest. Although Liu Hao's own self-healing ability is indeed very strong after becoming the Hulk, it is impossible to completely heal the nearly 1 meter long wound in just 1 second. What's more, Major General Wild Boar's fangs had pierced into Liu Hao's body, and even cut Liu Hao's internal organs with his fangs. Under such circumstances, it is completely impossible to recover quickly. But when Liu Hao's body barely recovered, the two enemies fell from the sky, and their legs stomped hard on Liu Hao's wound. Blood gushed out immediately. Thick green blood splattered all over their faces. Ha 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 tilde tilde tilde, aren't you very arrogant, Chigra? Aren't you going to fight me to the end? Stand up and fight me now. Vinsmoke Yangzhai roared like crazy. The wild boar major general next to him also had red eyes and bloodshot eyes. Like a real beast that had gone mad, he had already ignored it. And with a big wave of his hand, he even grabbed Chigra by the shoulder. The fangs of both mouths became black as ink again. And he was going to repeat the old trick, using his fangs to ruthlessly pierce Liu Hao's heart. But this time he would not just use the fangs as daggers it's so easy to use. Zigra, I have to say, you kid hid very well on this piece of sea. But your voyage of life is over, iron-blooded fangs. After speaking, Major General Wild Boar shook his head, ready to stab his pitch-black fangs into Liu Hao's abdomen again. Just at this juncture, all the white bones on the surface of Liu Hao's body suddenly changed drastically. From his belly grew a giant hand made of condensed white bones. Get lost, giant clap. The giant white bone waved vigorously, and it slapped Major General Wild Boar firmly on the head. With a bang, just like a baseball being hit by a baseball bat. The General Wild Boar General didn't even have time to react. He just felt dizziness flooding his brain one after another like a tide. And his body jumped out unconsciously, rumble boom. It's like splashing on the lake. I don't know how much the broken walls and ruins above the small town in the distance were knocked down. After this attack, Liu Hao barely had a little time to recover. The wound on his surface, which was deep enough to see the bones, finally recovered nearly half of it, but Yang Zhai, who was standing beside him, laughed even more wildly. Ha 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 tilde tilde, it's really great. This feeling is really great. Is this the feeling of competing with a real master, Chigra? Come on, hit me, winch hard hits. The green battle suit on his body twisted quickly, like a spring being compressed, and the jet-black armed domineering force was immediately forged on it, layer upon layer like the strongest armor in the world. Before the sound arrives, the strength arrives first. This fatal attack hit Liu Hao's abdomen heavily just after Liu Hao sent out a fierce attack. Before the new energy was generated under this punch, the skin and flesh that had just grown on Liu Hao's abdomen were split in an instant. The huge spear-like fist directly hit Liu Hao's abdomen. Puff of blood gushed out like a fountain. But in just a few seconds, the green blood has already stained the large potholes around it red. In the dust bravely healed Jia's excitement. Fist like raindrops, the power is like thunder. Look like crazy, come on, hit me. One punch after another smashed into Liu Hao's wound. Every time a fist hits, a large piece of blood will be brought out. And every time a fist is pulled out, a piece of flesh and blood will be torn. But in just a few seconds, Yang Zhai had thrown hundreds of punches in Liu Hao's body. Every punch is enough to tear the earth apart and split the sky. However, Liu Hao's body is still healing itself extremely quickly under such an injury that is enough to kill an admiral. The endless anger began to continuously transform into powerful gamma divine power. This is a gift from the Creator. This is the power of the firstborn of the gods. This is the power of terror enough to destroy the world. Sudden, when Yang Zhai thought that the man in front of him had been torn apart by his endless power pouring down like a thunderstorm, this man grabbed his wrist directly with an extremely fast and even shocking speed. Now I will have a good fight with you, come and fight with me. Liu Hao's left hand tightly held Yang Zhai's wrist, looking at the murderous green eyes of the man in front of him. For some reason, Yang Zhi, who was originally insane, felt a trace of fear. It is as if a person is facing an unstoppable fear like a tsunami. It seems to have seen all the most desperate things in this natural world. A click, this voice is so familiar and kind. It was the sound of bones breaking. Where did it come from? It's my wrist has been crushed by Ziegler. But the pain didn't hit. Because I no longer know what pain is, boom, one punch. Just one punch. Liu Hao had already smashed the green battle suit on Yang Zhai's body. Just this punch. Yang Zhai's arm and the entire arm have been torn apart by enormous force. His body was like a bird with broken wings, like a small balloon that was blown out, and he could only see a thin red line drawn by the blood in the sky. Boom, the body is like a huge meteorite. Directly smashed into the ocean, there was a raging wave. and in Liu Hao's left hand is holding Yang Zhai's entire arm. Because Liu Hao's strength was too great, he never let go of this arm after he grabbed it. Plus Liu Hao's punch in a state of rage. He actually tore off Yang Zhai's arm. But Major General Wild Boar, who saw this scene, didn't feel any fear. In his half-human, half-animal form, he has long been captured by the animal nature in his body. Kill the dust cleared. Liu Hao and Major General Wild Boar looked at each other. They both saw the naked killing intent in each other's eyes. Nowadays in this fight and battle, only one will leave alive, or without anyone leaving alive. But both sides are waiting. Because the physical strength is almost exhausted. High-intensity explosion and domineering use of armed colors, coupled with injuries in the body. But this is for a person with animal fruit ability. And for Liu Hao, who is transformed into Hulk. Not much time is required. 1 second, 2 seconds. 3 seconds, there is enough time. The wound on Liu Hao's body, which was enough to kill a Sea King, recovered completely in this short period of 3 seconds. But Major General Wild Boar's injury was far lower than that of Liu Hao. 3 seconds is enough for him to recover almost. Neither of them spoke. Like two bolts of lightning colliding together, boom. The sound has not yet come. Only a large cloud of dust has been lifted by the shock wave. Until after a while, a terrifying sound like a thunderstorm spread to the ears. If an ordinary person stood here, his ears would probably be crushed into minced meat by the strong winds. Shock waves send rock fragments that could tear steel apart. What? The strength of Major General Boar was originally similar to that of normal Hulk. But now Liu Hao has fallen into a state of extremely terrifying rage. The endless gamma divine power entered Liu Hao's body one after another. And these powers are increasing Liu Hao's physical strength crazily. Power like a tsunami poured on Major General Wild Boar. All he could hear was a creaking sound coming from his body. The cracks between his bones were slowly tightening, and his originally swollen and manic muscles could no longer release even a trace of strength. It's as if he is trying his best to lift a skyscraper that he can't lift at all. 1 inch, 2 inches. Liu Hao's frightening force is pressing down Major General Wild Boar's body. Crunch tilde tilde crunch tilde tilde. The sound of bone contraction was reaching the ears. It was a sound that made one's teeth sour. Anyone who heard such a sound would feel horrified. Chinese letter. Under Liu Hao's enormous power, a mouthful of blood spattered from between the teeth of Major General Wild Boar. But he was still unwilling to retreat. Because only by killing the guy in front of him, he is eligible to leave alive or die here. Come. Major General Wild Boar's eyes were red, roaring towards Liu Hao. He waved his hands instead of retreating at this moment, forcefully repelling Liu Hao's pressed arm. Then he charged forward again, ready to repeat the old trick, piercing Liu Hao's abdomen with his two scimitar-like fangs. But Liu Hao had already prepared for this move. At this critical moment, pressed down fiercely with both hands like an iron hoop. It grabbed Major General Wild Boar's two pitch-black fangs that were like steel in an instant. Then the power is released, a bang. He actually broke off these two fangs that Major General Wild Boar had polished for so many years with his armed domineering aura. The pain of broken teeth made Major General Wild Boar couldn't help but shout. What? His hands couldn't help covering the place where his broken teeth were broken. But right now, puffs. Major General Wild Boar's own two dagger-like teeth had already been lifted up by Liu Hao and pierced into his abdomen. Whoa, teeth slide up. Two cuts were made in the heart of Major General Wild Boar. The red-eyed beast regained a little clarity at this moment. He looked at Liu Hao in front of him with dumbfounded eyes. Open your mouth and want to speak. But a smear of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Thump, the body slipped and fell to the ground. The bright red blood has already soaked the soil under him. The battle is over. Throw the two light yellow fangs in his hand, whose armed color has disappeared to the ground. Liu Hao took 2 deep breaths. Go to the ships that Major General Wild Boar came over to search for any traces of Sabina. If there is a chance to kill Vinsmoke's 4th child Yuji. By the way, but at this time, Suddenly, there was a very bright applause in the distance. Clap, 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 tilde, tilde, tilde. This voice was extremely hasty. It's like the best drummer on the sea is playing drums. Turn around and look not far away. In the forest that had been ravaged by the battle between Liu Hao and the enemies, a scarecrow walked out. The scarecrow held a one-handed sickle in his hand and walked over bouncingly. Ha ha ha, it's been a good fight, Mr. Zigura. It's been a really good fight, but it's not over yet, Mr. Zigura. You need to keep fighting and never stop, never stop. Only in this way can you save your companion, Mr. Zigura. Ha ha ha. The scarecrow I saw bouncing up and down from the forest. There was some calm anger in Liu Hao's heart. But it surged into his heart again, so it's you bastard. After finishing speaking, he was ready to rush forward and tear up that scarecrow. And right now, but a muffled rumbling sound was heard. Liu Hao quickly looked up, thinking that there would be thunder coming from the sky. However, they found that the purple-black clouds above the entire Crow Island were slowly rotating, turning into a vortex. And the center of that vortex happened to be that scarecrow. Hawkins is continuously absorbing the cursed energy that has been expelled from the entire Crow Island for decades. As the huge purple-black cursed energy was instilled into the scarecrow's body, the scarecrow, who was only 2 meters tall and thin like a firewood, began to swell rapidly to 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters in just a few seconds. The scarecrow has turned into a huge giant with a height of nearly 20 meters. In both hands, he holds a mottled scythe. There are dots of black blood that have not disappeared. I don't know how many lives this scarecrow has hunted and killed with this scythe in his hand. There was a raging purple-black fire burning in the eyes. It was a fire that contained the power of death. I am the last enemy on your road to success, Mr. Zigura. In this game you are the player, and I am both your weight and your enemy. Use your strongest, use your moves to defeat me. In the brilliance, Liu Hao lowered his head, he tilde tilde. He sneered under his breath, it seems. You are really courting death suddenly. A terrifying overlord-like arrogance erupted from Liu Hao's body. With the end of Liu Hao's battle just now, Liu Hao's own domineering total has also grown significantly. This is true whether it is his overlord-like domineering, armed color domineering, or knowledge color domineering. At this time, Liu Hao's terrifying domineering aura is like an invisible balloon that inflates instantly, completely dispersing the surrounding smoke and dust. Even the soil and rocks under his feet were cracked layer by layer. And he was overwhelmed, but at this time, Hawkins has been completely controlled by the scarecrow fruit. Seeing the domineering arrogance released by Liu Hao, he was extremely excited. That's right, Mr. Zigura. Finish this sentence. The scarecrow immediately clenched the sickle in his hand with both hands and slashed towards Liu Hao's waist horizontally like a gust of wind. Help but the scene that the scarecrow wanted to happen, which was to split Liu Hao's body in two, did not happen. But there was the sound of gold and iron. Liu Hao's sturdy and powerful armed domineering has already more than doubled. If we say that in the past, Major General Wildboar could use the iron-blooded fangs he had polished for an unknown number of years to smash Liu Hao's armed arrogance and exoskeleton armor with a single blow. But after that battle just now, after that perfect performance, through the continuous gamma divine power pouring into his body, Liu Hao's armed domineering color is stronger and more resilient. So the scarecrow's attack this time seemed to be chopped on a black diamond firmly. But at this time Liu Hao sneered and actually grabbed the scarecrow's sickle directly. But the scarecrow's expression remained the same. He didn't feel any surprise because of Liu Hao's move. You thought it was a surprise, Mr. Zigura. In fact, this is a surprise. After speaking, the scarecrow snapped his fingers. With a snap, this sickle was originally held tightly by Liu Hao. It turned into a cloud of smoke in an instant. Nothing is real, Mr. Zigura. This entire island is my domain. In this battle, you lost me one step first. Finish this sentence. The tall scarecrow in front of him was actually wrapped in a burst of purple-black smoke. When the smoke clears, The scarecrow disappeared before his eyes. Seeing this scene, the pupils of Liu Hao's eyes shrank immediately, instantly magnified his domineering aura behind you. Liu Hao turned his head instinctively. Ha 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 tilde tilde, you have been tricked, mister. Zigra behead with a sickle, the sickle was raised high. It slashed on Liu Hao's neck like lightning, a bang. There was the sound of steel clashing again. Mister. Zigra, your neck is too stiff. But you just need to wait a little while. And I can turn your flesh into a piece of plasticine. After saying this, the scarecrow snapped his fingers again. An invisible purple wave passed from between his fingers. Before Liu Hao could react, the armed domineering and bone armor wrapped around his neck were instantly dissolved. What a terrifying ability, now it's fair for the two of us. Ha 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 tilde tilde, Steam was launched in front of my eyes this morning. And the game library was opened in front of my eyes. A small computer program actually dared to provoke me. A man of 7 feet. Brothers, if you encounter such a thing, can you bear it? Of course I couldn't bear it. So I immediately opened the game and gave it a hard beating. So I'm sorry for delaying the update until now. I advise everyone, if you encounter software like Steam in the future, don't show mercy, just hit hard. He didn't expect the Scarecrow's devil fruit ability to be so weird and terrifying. With a light snap of his fingers, Liu Hao's armed domineering energy attached to his body surface could be eliminated. Such a strange ability is really unheard of and unseen. And it seems that this Scarecrow can move instantly. In addition to this, there must be other more weird and unbelievable abilities that have not been shown. At this moment, Liu Hao's mood became a little dignified. It looks like it's going to be an uphill battle. If it's just a head-to-head, hand-to-hand fight like just now. Liu Hao is actually not afraid, but like this. Through the collision of abilities, one problem after another is slowly solved like solving a puzzle. It was like walking a tightrope. If you are not careful, you may lose everything. This is also the reason why Liu Hao's heart is heavy. In the purple-black smoke, the Scarecrow's voice came to the ears like a ghost. On and off, although Liu Hao's heart was heavy, he was not in a state of confusion, play with your brain. He is still confident that he can play the lunatic Scarecrow. Not every lunatic is nicknamed a clown in the smoke. The Scarecrow did not choose to attack a second time. It seemed that he just wanted to tease Liu Hao. Like a cat that catches a mouse, Mr. Ziegler. I believe that with your courage you will never give up. But why are you still standing there like a log? Are you waiting for me to cut off your heads? The erratic voice came again. But there seemed to be a tinge of anger in the Scarecrow's voice. Liu Hao is quite sensitive to the perception of anger. In an instant, he caught this tiny trace of strangeness. The corners of the mouth slightly raised. Although the ability of this Scarecrow is very strange and difficult to detect. The Scarecrow does not have the same calmness and mind as normal people. It is just a lunatic, nothing more. Thinking of this, Liu Hao immediately said loudly, I'm standing where I am right now, don't you want to kill me? If you have the guts, pick up your tattered sickle and chop it down towards my neck. Do you have the guts, you bastard? Hearing Liu Hao's provocative words, the Scarecrow's heart burst into anger instantly. You damn Ziegler, you don't know anything. You're looking for death, yes, I'm looking for death. So if you have the guts, you can chop it off at my neck. Do you have the guts? Liu Hao then provoked the Scarecrow loudly. You wait for me as you wait for me. The Scarecrow obviously had no patience, let alone the city government. And he became angry from embarrassment after being squeezed out by Liu Hao casually. Liu Hao, who was standing there always, had a smile on his lips. But there is still an inexplicable energy on his neck, which is suppressing Liu Hao. Using his own ability to manipulate bones and the ability to attach to the armed color domineering. So his neck was still exposed to the air as always. Although Liu Hao is now in the form of Hulk. Veins suddenly appeared on the dark green neck, however. As long as the sickle in the Scarecrow's hand is lightly scratched across a large head, it will fly out. Liu Hao didn't believe that the Scarecrow would not choose to act after imagining such a wonderful scene. really in the midst of knowledge and domineering. 2 or 3 meters behind Liu Hao. Smoke was slowly gathering, a small purple orb formed. But Liu Hao still didn't move. He had to wait for that scarecrow to appear, however. The armed domineering has slowly wrapped around Liu Hao's arms. Like a flame wrapped around it, burning one punch. Just give Liu Hao a chance to attack. He can completely destroy the scarecrow. The smoke condenses dissipate, it's now. Liu Hao's body turned around instantly. Like a dragon wagging its tail, the strong wind is coming. Liu Hao had already seen the astonishment on the scarecrow's face. With a bang, the huge force of the fist has already hit the scarecrow's chest. No, did my fist hit his chest in there? It seems that there is no flesh and blood. His fist smashed through the scarecrow's chest. But he didn't feel any sense of life. It seems to be a real scarecrow made of wood and straw. Ha ha ha, Mr. Zigura. I have to say that the words you said that provoked me really made me angry. But you are too underestimating me. Thinking that such a simple insult can make me really appear in front of you. And my ability is not only so simple, think about it, Mr. Zigla, what abilities will the scarecrow possess? Voices came from all directions, turn around and look. Hundreds of scarecrows stood amidst the endless purple-black smoke. In the eyes of those scarecrows, purple-black flames were burning fiercely, and the corners of each one's mouths were split open. Laughing loudly at Liu Hao unexpectedly. The scarecrow can move in an instant and use the ability of curse to eliminate Liu Hao's armed domineering and bone manipulation. Also has such a clone ability. I don't know if such a double is an entity or an illusion of the senses. After all, touch is also a sense, damn. Why is this scarecrow so difficult? Liu Hao cursed in a low voice. But this is also difficult for him after all. In the comics of One Piece, the characteristics displayed by most people are not very intelligent. This made Liu Hao look down on the enemies he dealt with all the time. But now reality slapped him hard. So Liu Hao had to choose another option. Since you want to play such a trick, then I will play with you, Liu Hao sneered. The domineering look slowly eroded the surroundings like a tide. Liu Hao didn't know whether in the world of One Piece, the priority of the devil fruit ability was higher, or the priority of the domineering color was higher. But now it seems that the powerful bowing color is even more domineering. Because the purple-black smoke that lingered around seemed to gradually become a little lighter as Liu Hao's domineering appearance appeared. And the voice from the scarecrow seemed to be a little dignified. Mr. Zigra, I didn't expect your domineering look to have such an effect. It seems that I really need to chop off your head. Bang 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 tilde tilde. A series of low-pitched blasters came from the ear. In the distant forest, the scarecrows standing in the purple-black mist all turned into smoke and disappeared. And standing in front of Liu Hao was only a scarecrow holding a giant scythe in both hands. It seems that you want to fight me hand-to-hand with me. What is the difference between you and courting death? Scarecrow, Liu Hao has been suppressing the anger in his heart all this time. I didn't expect that this scarecrow would dare to confront him head-on. Really looking for death, but the scarecrow sneered. That may be the case, Mr. Zigura. Maybe the one who died between you and me is you. The two stood opposite each other in an instant. The air seemed to freeze. The domineering look is as if the ignited gasoline is being released slowly and continuously. I don't know when there was a slight clicking sound. It was as if the referee of the match had pressed the start button. Boom, the speed of the two is really too fast. The air was squeezed in an instant. And there was a shocking explosion. The fist and the sickle collided, what? Liu Hao roared. The power carried by the fist was like a tsunami, pressing towards the scarecrow. But at this time the scarecrow was flexible. Like a dancer in a Latin dance with a light twirl on his toes. He appeared behind Liu Hao in an instant. Then he raised the sickle in his hand like a god of death. Ready to chop off Liu Hao's head, you are too slow. Liu Hao said in a low voice, and at the same time, the bones on the back of his body began to grow rapidly. Thousands of bone spurs. The bones grow into countless sharp thorns. Unexpectedly, Liu Hao's reaction speed was so fast. Before the scarecrow's sickle fell, those bone spurs had already forced the scarecrow back. I thought you could ignore any harm like a straw. Unexpectedly, you are still afraid of being attacked by me as always. Liu Hao laughed coldly. This made the scarecrow, who was already in a bad mood and temper even more angry. Shut up, phantom scythe. Countless sickles were condensed and floated in midair. At the same time, the scarecrow waved lightly, and the scythe tightly held by him also floated in the air. I don't know which one of these thousands of sickles is real and which ones are illusions. Look at those sickles floating in midair and buzzing. Liu Hao frowned because once these sickles fall, then cooperate with the scarecrow to eliminate the devil fruit ability and the armed domineering ability. And I am afraid that Liu Hao's corpse will be smashed into thousands of pieces immediately. It seems that this scarecrow must be resolved in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, there will be no times. The number of sickles is still increasing slowly. In the perception of knowledge and domineering, the purple curse power emerging from the scarecrow is also getting stronger. I don't know if this scarecrow can move freely when using this ability. But now I can't manage so much, Bone Chain Blade. Liu Hao let out a low cry as soon as the words fell. The bones of Liu Hao's arm grew layer by layer. It turned into a structure like a bamboo joint. A white bone chain blade is like a white python, biting towards the scarecrow. The illusion of a giant scythe floats in midair like rain on the pause button. Liu Hao shot immediately. His bone chain blade is like a white mad dragon, biting towards the scarecrow. But the scarecrow's face didn't change at all. Maybe he also wants to try how strong his body's defense is. The white lightning had already killed in the blink of an eye. The speed is unbelievable, even the wind hasn't blown yet. Immediately the tip of the blade pierced the scarecrow's body. A bright red blood appeared. But Liu Hao wanted to push the scarecrow's body harder to pierce. But the tip of the knife was still stuck on the surface of the scarecrow's skin. Feeling Liu Hao's strength, he couldn't pierce his body instantly. The scarecrow's expression became even more flamboyant. But Liu Hao didn't lose too much space. Raise your hand. The released chain blade returned to his hand. Unexpectedly, the scarecrow's muscle fibers are so strong. It seems that only bludgeoning can be used. If Liu Hao can use the high-level skill lighting, which is armed with a domineering color, that would knock the scarecrow to its knees and call dad with one punch. But at this moment in Liu Hao's mind, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared. I can't even break through the surface defense of the body and attack his internal organs. So why can't I change my mind, direct attack on his soul? Thinking of this, Liu Hao hastily took out a little bit of primordial burning in the system, which originated from strengthening his gamma divine power. From strengthening the body to strengthening the spirit, a huge spiritual power appeared again. Mental power swells like a tied-up welling. The wonderful feeling enough to observe and perceive the world came to my heart again. It's as if the greatest sage in the world has seen through all the rules of the world and the mysteries of the world's operation almost instinctively. The growth of strong mental power to wisdom and intelligence is simply terrifying. The scarecrow, who was still releasing his curse power, still didn't understand what happened. With the cooperation of my current mental strength, my domineering aura can barely wrap around one of my fists. Then let me see how powerful the Overlord color package is. Looking at the scarecrow, who stood motionless all the time, with a faintly mocking smile on the corner of his mouth, Liu Hao became extremely calm due to the massive strengthening of his gamma divine power. And even the surging anger in his heart seemed to be calmed by it. But Liu Hao knew in his heart that it was just the appearance of a volcano. And the surging high-temperature magma inside the volcano never disappeared, but intensified instead. Let you scarecrow. Try to see how powerful the attack formed by using the skills that can only be used by the world's top powerhouses is. Fist out. There was neither a gust of wind nor a sound of thunder. Extremely peaceful, unperturbed, even slow. It looked like an old man's, walking up to the scarecrow step by step. Then he raised his weak fist and hit the scarecrow with all his strength. A black lightning flashed by. This scarecrow seemed to be pierced by a spear. The body began to tremble violently, unnaturally. The purple-black smoke wrapped around the surrounding islands began to expand one after another. It's like boiling water in a kettle. Guululululus makes a disgusting sound like bubbles popping out of a swamp. Lots of blood flowed out from the scarecrow's skin. Flowed out from the straw plop. The scarecrow knelt down in front of Liu Hao. His entire chest was torn apart by the attack caused by the Overlord's entanglement. Bright red cracks kept growing on the scarecrow's chest. All over the body in an instant, the scarecrow, which was originally 20 meters tall, began to collapse rapidly. A lot of blood flowed out of it. Just like what Liu Hao smashed was a water tower. Not a scarecrow boom. The terrifying blood actually formed a small river. And the huge force gushing out from the scarecrow's body pushed Liu Hao back 2 or 3 steps. Damn it, what the hell is going on? You won't tell me that the real identity of this scarecrow is a vampire. But now this disgusting vampire should release his river of blood in front of Lao Tzu. Thinking of Akado in the Royal Anglican Knights, Liu Hao couldn't help cursing secretly in his heart. But it was obvious that the scarecrow in front of him was not a vampire. And blood spewed out. In addition to the blood that flowed out, there was another person. A pale, extremely weak man in a white robe. When that person was spewed out of the scarecrow's body, the originally tall scarecrow collapsed like a deflated ball in an instant. And this person's originally pale face also began to become normal and rosy. This person turned out to be magician Basil Hawkins. Damn it. You must know that Hawkins has this kind of strength before the plot begins. According to my strengths, I can basically draw with Doflamingo. Now Hawkins has the power of Shichibukai. A level of strength. Seeing Hawkins standing up slowly from the ground, Liu Hao said in surprise in his heart. But when Hawkins saw Liu Hao's face, he didn't have any surprise or even doubt on his face, but a smile on his face, blood and dust all around. Broken ground and collapsed ruins. A man in a white robe with long blonde hair smiled at another man. No matter how you think about it, it's so weird, originally. The surging anger in Liu Hao's heart shivered unknowingly at this time. Thank you very much for your help, Mr. Ziegler. The problem of my scarecrow fruit has been perfectly solved. Your companion Miss Sabina is in my castle, and she should still be researching various spices now. Hawkins' voice is magnetic. Liu Hao, who was belatedly aware of it, finally realized that the purpose of coming here was to rescue Sabina, not to fight the enemy to deaths. I'll go take a look first, staring at Hawkins in front of him. Liu Hao compared in his mind whether Sabina's life was more important, or killing the Hawkins in front of him first. After much deliberation, I still need to rescue Sabina first. After all, Hawkins' life is always there. Sabina's life is in danger at any time. Looking at the back of Liu Hao leaving, Hawkins always had a smile on his lips until Liu Hao left. He mumbled to himself, "The favor owed to you this time is too great, Mr. Ziegler. How can I repay you?" In the perception of knowledge and domineering. On a sea cliff beside this small island town, there is indeed a dilapidated castle, but in that castle, it's not clear whether Sabina is there or not. 3 Favetwo. Liu Hao quickly jumped to the outside of that castle. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Sabina. Where are you, bastard Sabina?" Who was researching spices and making delicacies in the basement. Heard Liu Hao's voice, brow wrinkled. After all, now is the most important moment for the success of her food production. And any chef hates being disturbed at this time. But I also thought of being in a different place at this moment. When the captain of his own family came to rescue her, he couldn't help being a little more surprised in his heart. So I immediately ran out of the basement of the castle. He saw Liu Hao outside the castle at a glance. "Why are you here now, captains?" "Nothing happened when I saw Sabina, and she seemed to be full of energy." Only then did Liu Hao breathe a sigh of relief. "You go to the port to find a boat first, and I'll kill that bastard Hawkins first." After saying this sentence, Liu Hao turned his head angrily and prepared to trouble Hawkins again. The moment Liu Hao turned his head, behind him stood a man in a white robe. It turned out to be Hawkins. You still dare to come here? The anger in Liu Hao's heart was unstoppable. I just want to hammer the guy in front of me to death immediately. But the smile on the corner of Hawkins' mouth never disappeared from the beginning to the end. I only want Mr. Zigura to face my anger in my heart, but Mr. Zigura has to repay my kindness for helping me and saving my life. After thinking about it, there is only one way to repay such a great kindness. I don't know if Mr. Zigura would like me to be your crew member. This is the rhythm that you have to agree with yourself if you can't beat it. Hearing what Hawkins said suddenly, the anger in Liu Hao's heart, which was originally burning with anger, cooled down by 3 points. At this time, Sabina, who was standing by the side, also said, "Captain, what are you still hesitating about now, mister? Hawkins is very powerful and he is also a good person. I think it is a very suitable person to join our pirate group." Looking at Hawkins in front of him, Liu Hao was also thinking in his heart, if it is necessary to say that there is any personal grievance between him and Hawkins, it cannot be said. The only contradiction and conflict is that Hawkins once took Sabina away in the hotel. But in fact, Sabina didn't suffer much damage. And Hawkins' purpose is to lure Liu Hao over and then defeat the crazy scarecrow. After thinking about it, there is no deep hatred between the two people. And if Hawkins is allowed to join the pirate group, he will immediately get a high-level combat power. And the future is also promising. Plus the weird abilities of Hawkins' scarecrow fruit. No matter how you say it, Liu Hao has made a lot of money. After thinking about this point, Liu Hao's originally angry face changed immediately. Zozo, I didn't expect to hit one of my own people after the fight. I'm so sorry, Hawkins. After saying this, Liu Hao stepped forward and patted Hawkins on the shoulder. Sabinaho was standing beside her, rolled her eyes at Liu Hao's quick face change. Since we have already talked about it, the food I made is almost done. So let's have a banquet for the 3 of us today. The 2 people who were fighting to death just now were making fun of each other at the dinner table. After Hawkins joined the pirates, Liu Hao immediately told Hawkins his true appearance. Hawkins was naturally surprised from ear to ear. He did not expect that the one who was fighting with him was a child who was less than 10 years old. But Sabina has long been familiar with it. He walked to Liu Hao's side. Sabina put a glass of milk in front of Liu Hao. Master Captain, drink more milk, eat enough and grow taller. Hawkins, who was sitting opposite, saw this scene and immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, tilde, pointing at Liu Hao. He lay down on the table and slapped the table frantically. It seemed that he couldn't stand upright at all. Looking at Sabina with a smile on her face, Liu Hao had black lines all over his face, originally. He wanted to maintain his majesty as a captain in front of Hawkins. A new crew member, but watching Sabina make such a fuss. This is just great. One more person who disrespects the captain. Liu Hao felt helpless. He could only say with a little annoyance, "What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? Have you never seen a child wanting to be the pirate king? I've never seen a person who wants to be the One Piece. But he has to eat and drink too much, ha ha ha, tilde. Sabina's last knife is always so punctual, don't talk." Liu Hao suddenly stood up from the table, slapped the table vigorously and said loudly, "Oh tilde, wait a minute, you spilled the milk." After speaking, Sabina hurried to hold the glass of milk on the table. "I don't drink." This is Liu Hao's last stubbornness. Looking at Liu Hao like this, Hawkins laughed even louder. This meal was actually not long. Only about 10 minutes or so. After all, pirates are all diners. Even Liu Hao, who looks relatively small in stature. In fact, it can also eat dozens of kilograms of food. Moreover, Liu Hao's own digestion ability is also extremely terrifying. All these foods will be digested in just a few hours. Just some scrap that doesn't serve any purpose, by the way. I've been eating all the time now. And I forgot to mention that I fought a battle with the army of the Kingdom of Jerma and severely injured Yangzha. the fourth child of the Vinsmoke family of the Kingdom of Germa. I was beaten into the sea. I don't know if that guy ran away or what. I have to go and have a look. Liu Hao got up immediately after speaking. I didn't talk too much with the two bastards in front of me. After all, staying here to eat is too much trouble. In the past, Sabina made fun of Liu Hao's height and age when she had nothing to do. Now it seems that Hawkins also has such a trend. A good and honest child was spoiled by this woman, Sabina. Hey tilde people are not old. Liu Hao's speed is actually not slow. Using his ability to control the bones, he threw a few darts in the air, then jumped over and stepped on the darts for continuous trampling. And he ran to the port in less than 10 seconds. This is a port rather than a small beach. However, some stones were laid on the beach as a buffer. But there are more than a dozen large ships parked outside this port. Each large ship can carry at least several hundred people. Although the amount that these big biography can carry is not a lot. But if all of them are the elite troops of the Germa kingdom, then with this number of people, it is indeed possible to easily destroy a country above the four seas. But now these elite troops have been stunned by Liu Hao's overbearing arrogance. But there were too many people, and Liu Hao didn't bother to kill them one by one. Besides, those people are still in dizziness now. Go to the sea. Because Liu Hao has already been exempted from the curse of the devil fruit. So with a plop, he jumped directly into the sea water. Originally according to his idea, he didn't even bother to save Yangzhai. But after much deliberation, Liu Hao needs to awaken his martial soul, or use the power of the devil fruit. The Vinsmoke family's research on devil fruit is very in-depth. In particular, the blood factor researched out of it can allow human beings to have the power of devil fruits to a certain extent. If Liu Hao understands the knowledge of bloodline factors, he can use this knowledge to invert to make an artificial devil fruit, or simply implant bloodline factors in his body. After all, he is not a purebred human in the world of One Piece. Although it has passed the transformation of the original quality, conforms to the rules of this world. But there is still no blood factor in his body that should be in the One Piece world. As long as he can figure this out, then Liu Hao can awaken his two martial souls in the shortest time. There is no need to kill Ace and extract the burning fruit from his body to awaken the red light ring. There is no need to look for spiritual devil fruits to awaken the glasses of truth. Jump into the sea. Liu Hao's knowledgeable and domineering soon sensed Yangzhai, who sank in the sand at the bottom of the sea. Now Yuji seems to have fallen into a coma. Fortunately, there is not a single fish around Crow Island. Otherwise, he would have died the wounds of a piece of sea red like this. It should have been wiped clean by sharks long ago. Swim to Yangzhai's side. Putting it on his chest, Liu Hao felt it slightly. At present, there is still a certain heartbeat really. The cyborgs of the Vinsmoke family are horror. Even with such a serious injury, the entire arm was torn off. And he was bleeding profusely, still didn't die. Coupled with Liu Hao's very heavy punch, it completely shattered Yangzhai's sternum. A large number of bone fragments pierced into his internal organs. This kind of injury is not dead yet. Also don't know if it's because human health in One Piece world is too high, or because being a reformer is so resistant to beating. After bringing Yangzhai up thrown on the docks of the port, the guy still hasn't woken up. But look at that arm on his left. The bleeding appears to have stopped at the wound. Only the choroid of the aorta is still wriggling. But no blood flowed out. At that wound there was already a pink scar. It's a terrifying ability to regenerate itself. Although it is impossible to grow another arm, however, according to the scientific and technological strength of the Vinsmoke family, it is completely feasible to transplant him with a mechanical arm. After all, Zephyr also transplanted a mechanical arm. After bringing Yangzhai up again, Sabina and Hawkins also ran to the edge of the port. This is someone from the Vinsmoke family. Why are you wearing green all over your bodies? Sabina frowned. Underestimate this green guy. He is very powerful. If the Vinsmoke family finds out that the captain beat his son like this, He might go completely insane. But Liu Hao said with a calm smile, "This guy is still useful for me to keep. And I'm going to use him to negotiate with the Vinsmoke family." Originally, Liu Hao's purpose in coming to Beihai was to buy some scientific supplies from the Vinsmoke family. But things didn't turn out as he expected. And now there is a direct conflict with the Vinsmoke family. Then buying all kinds of scientific products will naturally become a bubble. Moreover, Liu Hao also took a fancy to the blood factor technology of the Vinsmoke family. After thinking about it, he decided to make a deal with the Kingdom of Germa and exchange Yangzhai's life for some simple blood factor technology. The reason why he didn't change all of them was because Liu Hao didn't believe that Vinsmoke Gage would take his children so seriously. If you only change the most obvious and easy-to-understand part of the foundation, then it's okay to say that if you want to change all of them. I'm afraid Jiaji will directly turn the table. But for a top scientist like Liu Hao, it is enough to tell him how to conduct research. As for the results of the research, time will tell. Casually dealt with Yangzhai's injuries. As a reformer, his body is indeed terrifying enough. In the next hour or so, Liu Hao and the others killed all the living people from the Germa kingdom. Because after much deliberation, Liu Hao still felt that he was not strong enough now and needed to be trained well. If the news that Yangzhai was caught by him is passed to the Germa kingdom now, then I am afraid that the initiative will not be in his hands. Therefore, it is necessary to slightly cover up the traces left by the battle on Crow Island. Then the three of them found another ship that was relatively empty. Then set up this ship, go in the direction of Tokyo Island. After all, Liu Hao spent money to learn Kendo at the Raging Fire Kendo Hall. He won't take this loss speechless all the way. When Liu Hao and the others rushed to Ketoya Island, there was no news about the battle that took place on Crow Island. Although there are all kinds of black technologies in the world of One Piece, in essence, the environment in which most people live is still almost the same as in ancient times. The speed of message transmission was not that fast, and the living people had already been cleaned up by the three of them. Liu Hao, it may take more than a month before the news is really passed on. This period of time is reserved for Liu Hao to enhance his own strength and find ways to repair the ship, and began to study the content about the blood factor of One Piece world. In his previous life, when Liu Hao was still on the Earth in the 21st century, many One Piece comic fans feel that the blood factor of the Vinsmoke family should be genes. But in fact, the content expressed by genes needs to be based on substances to exist. And the bloodline factor is obviously not a simple substance. It can also be transformed into energy. It's like when a person eats a nature-type devil fruit. He can become elementals. The matter in that person's body has all become an element. If it is really expressed by genes, then this transformation is actually equivalent to the self-collapse of genes. So the ancestry factor only has certain characteristics of genes. But it is not actually a gene, maybe it's something else. This requires Liu Hao to study. Life in Katoya is normal again. The life of 3 points and 1 line is quite good for the whole pirate group. Liu Hao goes to the Raging Fire Kendo Hall to learn Kendo at 8 o'clock every morning, and walks back at noons. Go back to the house where you live in Katoya Island and do some simple science experiments. The supplies for these experiments were all bought by the Blue Top Hat Merchant Association. And of course Liu Hao also paid for it, after all. With a great magician like Hawkins, paying or Bailey is just a string of numbers. Hawkins won no idea how much money he had won in the entire casino on Katoya Island. Anyway, as soon as the people in the casino saw his face, they were ready to close down immediately. If it weren't for Liu Hao, who kept changing faces for Hawkins when he had a mask fruit, I'm afraid that the casinos on the entire island will no longer open because of him. So every time Hawkins went out to play, the most he said was, "Go to the casino and withdraw some money." On the contrary, Sabina lived a normal life during this period of time. Although she liked to go shopping, she also knew that her job was to be the cook on the ship. So during this period of time, she has changed her way of making all kinds of delicacies. And besides, she is also researching various sauces and spices, and still brewing wines, because the preservation of fresh water above the sea is very difficult. Most of the time above the sea is spent drinking rum. Having a good winemaker is very important. In addition to making delicious food and brewing wine, Liu Hao will also hand it over to Sabina after a while to fight with guns. The main reason is that in the future Liu Hao is going to give Sabina the ability to obtain slippery fruits. If the effect of eliminating friction can be applied to bullets, then there is no need to consider a series of issues such as wind resistance and air resistance in the design process. You only need to consider the force of the recoil of the firearm. So this is definitely a very good thing for a sniper. But the premise is that Sabina needs to have some shooting talent. But luckily she still does. I don't know if it's because of the perennial adventures above the sea. It was because Sabina was born like this. When she got the sniper rifle that Liu Hao shot at her, I instinctively liked this sniper rifle made of white bones. Because now Liu Hao himself made the white bones with the bone fruit, which is much harder than steel, but lighter than steel of the same volume, and more malleable than titanium. Almost a perfect material, except that it doesn't conduct electricity. But that also happens to be the benefit a sniper rifle should have. In addition, the firing sound of the sniper rifle made of bones is very subtle. So it's almost a perfect weapon. If you want to become a top sniper, there is only one way to go, and that is to practice. So Liu Hao still needs to spend time making bullets for Sabina every night. But this is not a problem for him. After all, for a top scientist, making a bullet is very easy. It only took Liu Hao 3 days to teach Sabina how to use those simple tools. In the Raging Fire Kendo Hall, Liu Hao finally learned the basics of Kendo. Now he doesn't just draw his sword and slash like he did in the past. He can release the sword energy, basically every attack. As long as Liu Hao is willing, will be full of saber energy. But his knife still couldn't make fire out of thin air. According to the teachers in the Raging Fire Kendo Hall, it was because he had embarked on his own way of Kendo. In order to embark on the path of Lai Yan Jian Dao, he needs to completely change his way of exerting force, as well as his fighting style. There is absolutely no need to do this. So during this period of time, Hawkes, the owner of the Raging Fire Kendo gyms, came to teach Liu Hao himself. Of course not as a master but as a fellow. It seems that Kakas should want to form a good relationship. A few decades ago, Kakas was a high-spirited bounty hunter at sea in his 40s. He even included the scope of hunting pirates in the New World. But latter, unfortunately, Big Mom pirates were offended. At that time, the 4 emperors had not yet been established. The powerful Big Mom pirates are dividing territories throughout the New World. At that time, Hawkes had already clashed with the future pirates of the 4 emperors. Later in a battle, Big Mom's eldest son Deraspero personally attacked him, severely wounding Hawkes, and then returned to the North Sea after a series of turnarounds. Disheartened and depressed for a while, I chose to open a Kendo gym here. But I didn't expect that time would turn around. This Kendo gym opened better and better, and it has now become the largest Kendo gym among a dozen islands. The personality has also changed from the violent decades ago to gentle. 2 people sat on a small coffee table. A cup of tea was placed in front of Hawkes and Liu Hao. My Kendo was passed down to the fire swordsmanship of the country of flowers. And later, in a series of hunting pirates, I slowly formed my own flame Kendo compared with your Kendo. My way of swordsmanship is to attack in a large area and use one's own armed domineering to squeeze and burn at high speed to form a raging flame, the skills of which are not my own disciples. I would not have said it. Kaka said after taking a sip of tea, however. Swordsmanship is a way to kill people. So I can't pass on all my own flame swords to you. But it is feasible to exchange them. This made Liu Hao's eyes shine, originally. Liu Hao had been thinking in his heart how to light the blade in his hand. Although high-speed air friction can indeed make a knife ignite a fire, it still cannot achieve the effect of burning a street with one blow. It turns out that the real core of the flame is the use of the armed color domineering. Through the unique use of the armed color domineering, high temperature can be formed instantly, and even the armed color domineering can be ignited to form a black flame. This is definitely an advanced technique similar to looting. No wonder Hakas dared to challenge the big mom pirates in the New World on his own. If it weren't for the strong crushing of Duraspero, in the future, Kakas will definitely have a foothold in the New World. Armed color domineering is generally a kind of energy. I know that there is a technique for using armed color domineering in Guidao. This technique is indeed very powerful. But it is only the most basic, what I am going to teach you now. Or the skill of exchanging between us is called deflagration. This is the skill I learned from the Kingdom of Flowers. In the top Kingdom of Flowers, the strong will learn to arm themselves. You can make your own armed color burn like a flames. And you can ignite the sea with one blow. You are optimistic now. Although Liu Hao didn't know this Kakas in front of him. Why did he teach him such a precious thing? But such a great favor, Liu Hao must admit it on the surface. Hakas is talking about exchanging and guiding each other. But in fact, Hakas is still teaching Liu Hao how to use high-level armed color domineering. Hakasu was standing opposite Liu Hao. Put his hands on the coffee table. The armed color is domineering and black as ink. And quickly wrapped one of Hakas' palms. Then he fixed his eyes on Liu Hao and said in a low voice. All right, the voice just fell. I only saw the armed domineering on Hakas' hand began to collide and squirm quickly. These armed domineerings actually began to rub at high speed in the blink of an eye. With a bang, a black flame appeared in Hakas' hand. This is the advanced skill of armed domineering. Armed domineerings. This technique can ignite one's own armed domineering in the blink of an eye, causing extremely terrifying explosion and high-temperature damage to the enemy. But the deflagration technique is also a double-edged sword. Once the object that is not easy to explode is used, it is likely to be yourself, which requires the control and quality of a very high-end armed color domineering, as well as the total amount. Looking at the raging black flame in Kakas' hand, it is conceivable that once this black flame is thrown out, the damage it will cause is extremely terrifying, and it can even destroy a house with one attack. I don't know if Mr. Hakas is willing to give me such a high-end move. Does he need me to do something for you? Liu Hao always believed in his heart that nothing can be obtained for nothing in this world. This Hakas in front of him is willing to give Liu Hao the armed detonation teaching. So he must have something to ask for. Hakas circled his palm, and the flaming armed arrogance on his body disappeared immediately. Looking at Liu Hao, he smiled slightly. You are a very talented and powerful pirate. When I was young, I killed many pirates. But there are very few pirates who are as powerful as you at such a young age. This even includes the legendary One Piece and the Four Emperors. So I think you are worth investing in. Moreover, although the skill of armed color deflagration is very high-end, not everyone can learn it, because it is very likely to cause self-destruction. And as your strength increases, as long as you go to the country of flowers, you will always have the opportunity to learn high-end armed domineering skills. I don't need to lie to you about this, in fact. Your question is also right. I do need your help with one thing. I hope you can take my daughter to see Hakas, who was sitting opposite Liu Hao, had piercing eyes. And when he said the passage just now, the expression on his face only changed slightly, especially when he talked about his daughter. The light in his eyes couldn't be concealed. May I ask why? Hakas Syed looked at Liu Hao in front of him, pondered for a moment and said, It's not something that can't be said, Anua. When you see my daughter you will know. My daughter is studying sailing in Marijuoya's Higher Noble Academy. But you know that in that noble academy, apart from ordinary families like us, there are also a large number of nobles. And there are even heavenly dragons people. When he said the three words Tianlongren, a trace of unconcealable resentment flashed in Hakas' eyes. It seems that the matter of his daughter must be inextricably related to the Tianlong people. And it is even very possible that the Tianlong people want to do something to their family. The reason why he didn't choose to do it all the time may be because of Caucasus' strength. Taking a deep breath, Caucus continued, in the college. There was a Tianlong man who fell in love with my daughter. He strongly demanded that my daughter be his servant. Naturally, I refused to agree to this, and later sent my daughter to other colleges to study. But the Tianlong people still refused to give up. Just 3 days ago, the Tianlong people sent people from the world government to give me an ultimatum. Let me send my daughter away as long as I am a father. I will definitely not do this kind of thing. That's why I'm begging you now to take my daughter away. I'd rather let him be a pirate than let him be a slave of the celestial dragons. Hearing the reason for this incident, Liu Hao couldn't help but secretly smiled bitterly. A child of a pirate hunter has to choose to become a pirate in order to escape the persecution of the Tianlong people. What a magical reality this is. Perhaps in most people's minds, Tianlong people are 10,000 times more hateful than pirates. Don't worry, Mr. Caucus, I assure you. Your daughter is my most important companion. No one can hurt her before I fall down. Standing up from the seat, Liu Hao looked at Hawkes in front of him and said solemnly. Hawkes also stood up and looked at the man in front of him solemnly. I believe you for a period of times. Hawkes has actually been observing Liu Hao, after all. Hawkes does not believe that the Tianlongren will let him go easily. Sure enough, after changing schools, those Tianlong people came to him again. So in fact, Hawkes was observing Liu Hao a long time ago. He found that Liu Hao was not like other pirates at all. He had a special method in doing things, and had a gentle personality and, more importantly, his IQ was much higher than other pirates. After thinking about it, Hawkes had no other choice. And naturally, he could only choose to entrust his daughter to Liu Hao under the oppression of the Tianlong people. But if you want a pirate to choose to face the pressure of the world government, thinking about it in Hawkes' mind, you can only teach Liu Hao the armed color deflagration skills he learned in the Kingdom of Flowers. I hope that this pirate will take his daughter and leave this place of right and wrong for the sake of the grace of preaching. It now appears that this strategy has been successful. Since you have agreed, then come with me. I will teach you all the skills about armed colors that I have recorded over the past few decades. Of course, I also need to introduce my daughter to you. Night at 6 o'clock in the evening, Liu Hao came back. In the past, they usually returned home for dinner at noon, and then checked to see if Yang Jihu had passed out. Was okay if he woke up. He would knock him unconscious with another punch. But this time because Hawkes taught too much. And he himself also recorded a lot of learning skills about armed domineering in the book. These things Hawkes is not willing to let Liu Hao bring out. So Liu Hao can only spend some time memorizing all the contents of those books. For the rest of the time, he was building a good relationship with Caucus' daughter. Caucus' daughter was a little girl with big glasses and a round face. He looked only 15 or 16 years old. And when he saw Liu Hao, he was a little timid. But after getting acquainted, I found that this little girl has a very generous personality. If it weren't for the conflict with the Tianlong people, he should become a very good navigator in the future. My name is Natalie. Hello, Mr. Zigura. Liu Hao did not choose to tell Natalie his real name. After all, Caucus was still by his side. And once Natalie leaves with Liu Hao, the Tianlong people will definitely not let Hawkes go. There is no need to tell him her true identity. Natalie followed behind Liu Hao and returned to his rented house. One item arrived at Natalie, who was timidly following behind Liu Hao. Sabina ran over immediately. Immediately, he said to Liu Hao slightly teasingly, "Where did my captain catch a little girl?" Natalie blushed when she said this sentence. But Liu Hao already had a thick skin like a city wall. And he didn't care about Sabina's cynicism at all. At this time, Hawkins was also Bailey with a big bag on his back. And he wobbled back to the house, seeing Natalie. There was a slight smile on the corner of her mouth. But she didn't say anything originally. His personality was relatively introverted. And his face was paralyzed. Being able to smile at a stranger is already the greatest respect. All four of them sat at the table, and the table was piled with various dishes large and small. At this time is the happiest time for Sabina. He kept calling the other three people to eat, little girl. How did you get tricked by our captain? Sabina put her hands on the table and looked at Natalie curiously. Natalie didn't lie. She just told the conflict between herself and the Tianlong people. When it came to the end, Sabina was so angry that she slapped the table hard. Those damned celestial dragons. On the contrary, Liu Hao and Hawkins behaved very normally. Tianlong people have always had such virtues. Don't you even know this kind of thing? But Sabina is a very emotional person. Once anger wells up in her heart, she doesn't care about it. He patted the table vigorously, pointed at Liu Hao and said, "Don't you care about things like the captain? Your mentor is about to be killed by the Tianlong people. If you are a Manthi's kind of thing is absolutely unbearable." But it was too late for Liu Hao to speak at this time. And Nada Liu Hao was sitting next to her whispered, "Sister Sabina, it was my father who asked Mr. Chigra to take me away. He said that if he didn't take the initiative to seek death, those Tianlong people would definitely not let me and his students go. As long as he died, if so, then this matter will stop here. Once you choose to resist, I am afraid that not only my father will die, but tens of thousands or even 10,000 plus people." Hearing what Natalie said, Sabina's eyes widened. Those celestial dragons would be so crazy at this time. Hawkins, who had been stuffing something in his mouth, said with a sneer, "Crazy? What is this to the Tianlong people? In the eyes of those scumbags, we are not even considered human beings. We can only be regarded as animals. Do you care about the life and death of a mouse? In the eyes of Tianlong people, nothing more than the death of 10,000 plus rats." Speaking of this, the anger in Sabina's eyes became even worse. "Captain, tell me something. I'm not afraid of fighting with the Tianlong people. What are you afraid of now?" Liu Hao, who has always been at ease, stuffed a large piece of beef into his mouth leisurely. "What are you in a hurry for? Although I have no way to save Caucus, there is no problem in getting rid of that celestial dragon man. After all, you forgot what my devil fruit is." Thinking of Liu Hao's mask fruit, only then did Sabina and Hawkins react. Sabina, who was originally angry, quickly changed her face. With a flattering smile, "Our captain is still amazing." Only Natalie didn't know why. Even at this time, he is still persuading. "Mr. Ziegler, there is no need for you to take such a huge risk. You must know that killing a Tianlongren is a very serious crime." At this time, Sabina laughed. "You must not underestimate our captain. Let me tell you, you are not the youngest person on our ship. Once you see the true colors of the captain, you will be very surprised." Cough, cough, tilde, tilde. At this time, Liu Hao coughed twice quickly. There are already two companions on the boat who will make fun of him. If Natalie is added, Liu Hao will probably be pissed off. But Natalie still doesn't know why. "You still tell me who is the Tianlong who is going to deal with you?" More than half a month is already enough time for the news to circulate. Even Liu Hao and the others have already made a relatively perfect arrangement on Crow Island. But for such a long time, Rear Admiral Wild Boar did not return to the Navy headquarters. Even if the people in the staff department are fools, they all know that things have changed at this time. Lieutenant General Liu Hao was over 70 years old, was still awake at 11 o'clock at night, brows furrowed. Although in his heart he felt that Prieg should polish it well. But in the future, his talent will definitely not stop at the Major General of the headquarters, at least at the level of a senior lieutenant general. And now there has been no news for more than 10 days. I am afraid that some accident has really happened. Sitting on the seat, Lieutenant General Crane muttered to himself. Could it be that the bone demon Chigra really has such strength? Why was he so inconspicuous in the past? Although there is some regret and grief in his heart, Lieutenant General, he has long been used to parting and death after so many years of military career. It seems that the bounty of the bone demon Ziegler must be increased a little more. Moreover, Ziegler must specially arrange a lieutenant general to hunt it down. There was no news of Rear Admiral Wild Boar returning to the Navy headquarters, which naturally attracted the attention of the Vinsmoke family. In fact, the Vinsmoke family already knew about it 7 days ago, and it is very likely that Yangzha encountered an accident. But at that time Gage was not at home, and the right to deal with this matter did not fall to the other 3 children of the Vinsmoke family. It wasn't until the patriarch returned that it became clear that Yangzhai might have encountered an accident. Where did Yangzhai go after returning home? Jiaji's heart was burning with anger. He didn't expect that such a big incident would happen when he was away from the Germa kingdom in just a few days. If he left for a longer time in the future, wouldn't the whole kingdom be changed? Looking at the father who was already in a state of rage, Lu Jiu, the oldest among the 3, also felt very uneasy. But her younger brother has disappeared, and she is also extremely anxious in her heart. Regardless of whether his father would scold him or not, he immediately stood up from the 3 of them. Father, I ordered Yang Zhai and Major General Wildboar to hunt down the bone demon Chigra together. He hasn't come back yet during this period of time. Jia Zhai has been staying in the New World, just to teach Caesar some basic knowledge of blood factors. And this time he came back and passed through the windless belt. I don't know that Liu Hao's bounty has been increased. Then Lu Jiu gave a brief explanation. After listening to it, Gage smiled instead of anger. It's very good. I didn't expect that someone in Beihai would dare to do something to my son. Have you found out where that Chigra is? Lu Jiu looked at her father, who was laughing all the time, and understood in her heart that although the expression on his face was a smile, the anger in his heart was indeed a volcano about to explode. So at this time, even though Lu Jiu's emotions were extremely weak, she felt a kind of suffocating fear as if death was approaching. Zigra has been found, and he has been staying in Ketoya Island for a while. I heard that he is learning kendo in one of the kendo halls there. But we haven't found Yangzhai's body so far. Only the bodies of some ordinary soldiers and the body of Major General Wildboar were found. Hearing what his daughter said, Jiaji's eyes immediately flashed a gleam. Are you suspecting that Yangzhai didn't die at all? Was he caught by Ziegler's gang instead? The other 3 also nodded at this time. After all, no body was found and life and death are still unknown. And in Lu Jiu's heart, she has been praying that her younger brother must not die. Lu Jiu, since you arranged for your younger brother to help Major General Wildboar, then this time to build Chigra, it's up to you. I want to see people when I live, and I want to see corpses when I die, regardless of whether your brother is alive or dead. Bring it back to me. In fact, in Jiaji's heart, he doesn't care much about the life and death of his son. What he cares more about is that his son is a creation of his blood factor technology. It's a great shame and humiliation for Jia Zhai that he hasn't even beaten a mortal. And on Ketoya Island nights, outside the Raging Fire Kendo Gym, the doors had already been closed. All the kendo halls on the entire street. Coincidentally, the doors were not open tonight. And in the Raging Fire Kendo Hall, Haka seems to have been waiting for a long time. After a while, people from the world government came in from the outside. Those people looked like puppets with ordinary expressions. Seeing that Hawkes didn't speak, he just turned his face and nodded slightly to his colleague. Hawkes did not choose to resist either, because he knows how powerful the world government is. But what he didn't know was, in the darkness on the other side of the street, Natalie was tightly covered by Liu Hao. Silent weeping and tears flowed from between Liu Hao's fingers. She watched helplessly as her father was taken onto the boat. You go back first, I will follow up first. Although Liu Hao's heart was also burning with anger. But he knows rescuing Kakas is unrealistic. And Hakas himself also understands that he has no chance of surviving this time. Even if Liu Hao brought Hakas out of Mary Joa by virtue of his mask fruit ability. Are those people from the world government who captured Hakas fools? They just captured Kakas and then disappeared in the cell. This is a great challenge to the Tianlong people and the world government. Then everyone related to Hakka's needs to be investigated. And the number of people involved may even reach more than. Although there are many strangers that Kakas doesn't know at all. Most of them must be his students and teachers who live with him. And among the people who were surveyed, there was another one who was his cutest daughter as a man. A father and a teacher. He absolutely does not allow his student's children and colleagues to fall into the dangerous situation of being investigated by the world government for a long time. This is also the reason why Kakas chose to catch him without a fight. After all, with his decades of uninterrupted practice and teaching of swordsmanship, not to mention being able to defeat the people sent by the world government, there is no problem in escaping, but once he is gone, those associated with Kakas will definitely suffer. In the darkness, Natalie forcibly suppressed the grief in her heart and said to Liu Hao in a weak voice, "Captain, be careful." Liu Hao looked at the little girl in front of him and nodded. "Go back with Hawkins first. You should leave Katoya Island for a while and don't stay here. Once I really do something, I doubt that people from the world government will immediately search all the places in the Red Earth continent. Maybe it will touch us directly. So now you leave quickly and meet me at Karakala Island." In the darkness, Hawkins came out and nodded at Liu Hao. His expression was also very serious, after all. Assassinating a celestial dragon is a very serious crime. But the entire pirate group didn't say anything. Then Hawkins took Natalie and left. Watching the two companions leave, Liu Hao took a deep breath, turn around and walk in the direction of the ship that detained Kakas. There were not many people on board, this time Liu Hao. Who guarded Kakas probably wasn't from CP0. It should be someone from CP5 or CP6. But Liu Hao didn't care so much. Soon lying on the deck in the dark, several people from the CP organization in black suits came over. "I heard that Kakas is quite powerful. I thought it would be a big fight to catch him this time. I didn't expect that old guy to be captured without a fight." Fortunately, there was no direct conflict. One of the tall ones exclaimed, "Say less, I'll smoke one first." Another short man took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Looking at the short man who came out of the two, Liu Hao's eyes lit up. The short man walked slowly to the edge of the deck and took out a cigarette from the box. When preparing to puff the smoke, Liu Hao jumped out from behind him immediately. The bone in his hand surged like wax with a wave of his hand. He directly covered the short man's mouth and nose. The surging bones rushed into the brain from his mouth and nose. And within a short breath, the brain of this short man was already turned into a paste. "Get it?" Liu Hao sighed in his heart. The translucent mask was condensed in Liu Hao's hands. "Press down." Immediately copied all the body shape and appearance of this short man onto this mask. Then he turned his head to look at the tall man. It was found that the tall man was still on the deck, looking at the brightly lit Katoya Island in the distance. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said to the tall man, "I'm done smoking, let's go see that guy Kakas first." The tall man looked at Liu Hao and nodded in the darkness. He also didn't notice the corpse trampled by Liu Hao. "Then I'll go in first. I don't know if it's the weather or something, but I always feel a little cold." The tall man walking in front muttered in his mouth. Looking at the tall man's back, Liu Hao's eyes also gradually turned cold. But he doesn't want to kill everyone on the ship just yet. After all, Hai's destination is Marigioya, the celestial dragon, not the people on this ship. Once the people on board are slaughtered, then it is no different from robbery, on the contrary. It is very likely to interfere with Kakas, and eventually draw the attention of the entire world government to those students of Kakas. And it may even be drawn to Natalie. With knowledgeable domineering perception, the tall man has walked far enough. Liu Hao immediately injected enough bones of sufficient weight into the abdomen of the corpse. He didn't want to throw the body into the sea, and the body would resurface after a few days, plop. The body has gone into the sea. Although this piece of sea is very quiet, The sound of the surging waves entering the water is not loud. Once again, he sensed the whole ship with his knowledge and arrogance. On this ship, apart from Hawkes' strength, no one who could pose a threat to Liu Hao was found. Into the cabin, the tall man wears a pair of thick glasses. When he saw Liu Hao, the expression on his face didn't change at all. Although Liu Hao's ability to mask fruit does not allow him to obtain the memory of the person he played. But he never thought that he would live as the person on his face for a long time. It is even very possible that you only need to use this identity to enter Marie Gioia and get in touch with that Tianlong person. Go to the lower deck. In the dark cell, Kaka sat cross-legged on the board. The moment he saw Liu Hao coming in, a strange fluctuation flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that the last person who came to see me would be you. What do you want to eat in the darkness? There were still some glimmers of light shining into the cell from the outside of the cabin. This ray of light cast a shadow on Hawkes' face, making it difficult to see the expression on his face. I'm getting old, I won't eat at night. Do you have time to chat with me? Hearing what Hawkes said, Liu Hao understood in his heart. He must have noticed Liu Hao. So he immediately raised his head and winked at the tall man standing behind him. The tall man naturally understood. But what he thought in his heart was different from what Liu Hao thought. I didn't expect that John would want to expand his results and trick his daughter out of this old guy's mouth. If he really does, I'm afraid the two of us will have a chance to take a step forward. So the tall man didn't say anything, just patted Liu Hao on the shoulder, then walked out from the corridors and closed the door very thoughtfully. Seeing the tall man leave, Liu Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he didn't want to kill this tall man. In the darkness of the cell, very quiet. After 2 or 3 seconds, Hawkes said with relief in his tone, I didn't expect that it would be you who came to Zigla. You turned into someone else. It should be your devil fruit ability. Liu Hao didn't hide it, and immediately changed into Ziegler's face. You're right. Are you trying to use your devil fruit's ability to take me out? Then do you want to go out? Liu Hao had a smile on his lips in the darkness. If Hawkes really wanted to go out as long as he asked, Liu Hao would definitely be able to take him away. But since Hawkes chose to be captured without a fight, there is absolutely no saying that he chose to let Liu Hao go to jail. Haha tilde, I don't care about life and death for a long time. In my heart, the only thing I worry about is Natalie. I was always worried in my heart. My choice may lead to Natalie meeting not nice. But now it seems you are a very good Captain Chigara. Liu Hao didn't feel much excitement because of Hawkes' words. Just said plainly, this is nothing more than a matter of responsibility. Is there any last words to say? At this moment, Hawkes untied his belt in the darkness. Then he took out a small piece of broken wood from his belt and stretched it out from the gap in the cell railing to Liu Hao's eyes. Holding this thing, I was still thinking about dying with this thing. But I didn't expect you to come to me. So I will pass this thing on to you. He took the small piece of wood from Hawkes' hand. In the dappled starlight and moonlight, this small piece of wood seems to be made of jade. And it feels very warm to the touch. It should be worn next to the body all year round. And it has been coated with a thick layer of paste. This small piece of jade is actually not a diamond-shaped structure. But there are 5 very complicated patterns on it. But the light is dim and it is not clear. This is the 5 elements order of the 5 elements gate of the Kingdom of Flowers. Only true disciples of the 5 elements gate will be able to teach it. With this 5 elements order, you can go to the 5 elements gate of the Kingdom of Flowers to learn. In addition to the other 4 skills, Liu Hao had doubts in his heart. He remembered that the world he traveled through was the world of One Piece. How could there be such a sect in the world of martial arts as Wuxingmen? Hakasu was sitting cross-legged in the cell. Explained again. The 5 Elements Gate is the most powerful sect in the Kingdom of Flowers. Among the 5 Elements Gate, it is divided into 5 departments divided by Goldwood, Water, Fire, and Earths. Each department learns a specific armed color secret technique. The armed color deflagration taught to you is the art of fire. And this 5-element decree in your hand can make you qualified to learn the other 4 5-element secret arts. What I want to ask is not about the 5 elements gate. The doubt in my heart is why there is a sect like the 5 elements gate. But such a question cannot be said. Because Caucus is not a time traveler, I see. After a while, Liu Hao said, I inherited this 5-element order from my teacher back then. But unfortunately, I only learned the skill of armed color deflagration. And I didn't learn all the other 4 skills. But I still want to remind you in the Kingdom of Flowers. There are many people who want to obtain the 5 elements order. Once others know that you have the 5 elements order, I am afraid that there will be another dispute at that time. Put the 5 elements order in your arms. Liu Hao smiled and said confidently, Don't worry, anyone who comes will not be rejected. Hahaha tilde, I didn't expect someone to see me off before I died. But it's a pity that there is no wines. Hawkes looked up to the sky and smiled, as if he didn't care at all, and would leave this world tomorrow, by the way. Since the long night is long and there is still a lot of time, let me tell you about the 5 elements gate and the things you need to pay attention to when you go to the Kingdom of Flowers. The 5 elements gate is divided into 5 branches: wood, water, fire, and soil are divided. And each branch has its own armed color secret technique. The deflagration I taught you is the method of fire action. And the other 4 armed color secret techniques are the golden line of armed color secret technique, cutting. The armed color of the wood movement method is impacted. The armed color of the water movement method is reversed. The armed color of the earth movement method is shocked. Caucus babbled in the cell, like a dying old man telling his last story beside his child, talking about the past of his youth experience. Perhaps in the past, there was also a young man who walked with a sword and crossed the world. But in the end he became old and became an old man. Telling the past in the darkness, time is like water. The long night is long, the sea is choppy. And the night has already dawned. Katoya Island was originally located under the Red Earth continent. But it took one night to reach Marigioia. On Marigioia's port, people from the CP organization have already been waiting for an hour or 2. Liu Hao and the tall man escorted Caucus down the boat. Holy Castro said he wanted to get rid of this guy himself. So you take him to the Colosseum. A member of the CP organization came over and said to Liu Hao. The tall man standing next to Liu Hao replied immediately, Yes, team leader. Then the tall man turned his face and said to Liu Hao next to him, Let's go to the Colosseum quickly, otherwise Saint Castro will definitely blame him. The Castro Yasheng here is the Tianlongren who wants to deal with Natalie. And it is also the goal of Liu Hao's trip. But Liu Hao didn't know what Castro Yasheng looked like. After all, the appearance of Tianlongren was a very high-level information within the entire world government. The world government also understands that for most people, the hatred for the Draco runs deep in their bones, therefore. It is natural to protect the Tianlong people and prevent their appearance from being known to most people. Although Tianlong people walk on the street with a respirator like a fish tank on their heads, as long as they are individuals, they can recognize them. After bringing Hawkes out of the pier, Liu Hao, the tall man, and the remaining 2 members of the CP organization immediately got into a car that looked like an armored car. Go straight in the direction of the Colosseum. It seems very likely that Hawkes was beaten to death directly in the Colosseum. The tall man said to Liu Hao in a low voice. But Liu Hao didn't answer, just nodded silently. I don't know if I have a chance to meet Saint Castroja. Speaking of the tall Tianlongren, it is obvious that there is some excitement in his heart. Don't worry, there is definitely a chance this time. As long as we can show our face in front of Saint Castroja this time, we will be able to achieve great success in the future. Hearing that it is possible to meet that Tianlongren, Liu Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. But it is also unrealistic to assassinate in public. You can only take one step at a time. Vehicles move quickly across the street. Marigioia in the morning is not very crowded yet. The Colosseum in the distance is close at hand, compared with the Colosseum in Rome that Liu Hao had seen before. Marigioia's Colosseum is majestic. Spiral white tower building. The tip of the towering sky pierces the sky. Even at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, one could hear overwhelming cheers from the Colosseum. This Colosseum is divided into 15 floors. Each layer has different content. Some are fighting between people. Some are fights between man and beast. There are also some fights between beasts and beasts. There are squad fights. There are even armies of hundreds of people fighting. It can satisfy the desire of an animal like human beings for fighting and blood. Drive in through a small gate. Looking at the mottled black blood on the small door. I don't know how many gladiators who participated in the Colosseum were able to come out alive after entering through this small gate. In the dark tunnel, the car drove for about 10 seconds. Suddenly bright. A magnificent hall appeared in front of my eyes. The walls are inlaid with various shapes and precious stones. Sitting in the hall was an obese Tianlong man with snot hanging from his nose. That celestial dragon should be Castro Yasin. Tianlong wiped the snot hanging from his nose. There is some stuttering in speaking. Raised his fat big hand and pointed at Kakas in the middle of the group. This person tilde 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 is tilde tilde is tilde tilde what I'm looking for. I remember tilde what I'm looking for is a woman. The captain of the team who led the team immediately came out and knelt down on one knee in front of Saint Castroia. Great Saint Castroia, that woman is dead. In order to atone for your sins, his father decided to offer you a death fight in the Colosseum. Hearing what the captain said, Castro Yasin clapped his hands excitedly. Good among the small team. Liu Hao's eyes were fixed on Castro Yasheng. But an old man standing behind the fat man turned his face to look at Liu Hao in an instant. A top powerhouse. Although Liu Hao had been mentally prepared for a long time, the murderous look in the old man's eyes still made Liu Hao somewhat astonished. It seems that the background of the Tianlong people cannot be underestimated. So he immediately bowed his head. The old man had some murmurs in his heart. Is my perception wrong? Where did the killing intent just now come from? Although the old man had some doubts in his heart, Saint Castro was in high spirits now. Although he was sent by the 5 old stars to protect Saint Castro, this old man knew that the character of Tianlong could change at any time. In this case, it is best not to have any interruptions. The staff of the Colosseum quickly walked in from another tunnel. When they saw Saint Castro, he first knelt down, then bowed and walked to Haka's side. Without saying anything more, he took Kakas away. At this time, the captain said immediately, Castro Yasana, let's leave first. The big fat man raised his hand and waved at the whole team. You can also see the green snot on his hands. The captain immediately waved his hands to Liu Hao and the others behind him, meaning to tell everyone to leave quickly. It seems that this captain is also a person who knows good and evil. Tianlong people really hate ghosts. Even in the CP organization, there are many people who don't like Tianlong people. But they have long been too servile. Although they hate it in their hearts, they dare not express anything. Get in the car and leave from the Colosseum. The cheers in my ears gradually faded away and became a little quieter. It wasn't until they walked into the street of Marigioia that it became noisy again. The vehicle drove straight towards the CP organization's base in Marigioia. It is a huge black building with a height of 20 floors. Captain, I still have some things to do, so I won't go back with you. Liu Hao received it from the captain sitting on the passenger seat of the car. Although he didn't know that person at all, it was obvious that that person was in charge. Okay, this time we have a 3-day vacation. Don't stay in the dormitory, everyone go out and have fun. There are many interesting things in Marigioia. Obviously, after finishing that job with the Tianlongren, the captain was also relieved. So at this time the tone is a little light, get out of the car. Liu Hao wrapped his black suit a little tighter, and the autumn wind was a little cool. He also didn't say anything to the so-called companions in the car and walked straight into the crowd. Go in the direction of the tavern while in the car. Liu Hao has been chatting with other CP organization people. I know several taverns that people from the CP organization often go to. And information is still being sold in those taverns. Even sell information from the Draconians. Deep Sea Whale Tavern. This one tavern sits at the end of St. Street in Marigioia. Covers an area more than the size of 10 football fields. Every night, the Deep Sea Whale Tavern receives more than guests. Go into the taverns. There are not many people in the open space. It's just that some people are chatting and eating here. Such a huge bar has long been equivalent to a Times Square. Basically, it can meet all the daily needs of a person. In front of the bar is a little girl in a blue dress. She has a graceful figure and is well-proportioned, which makes her look angry, but Liu Hao didn't care so much. Walked up to the little girl and snapped his fingers. "Hi sir, what do you need?" The little girl looked at Liu Hao with a marked smile on her face and said, "A glass of lemon with water, a glass of lemon with ice. A blue firework, a red firework, and no salt at the end." This is a code word. It means that Liu Hao wants to buy information. The little girl's expression froze. But she quickly returned to normal and looked at Liu Hao with a smile on her face and said, "This gentleman invites you to come with me." Then walk out from the bars, leading Liu Hao through the winding corridors to a small house. "Please sit on this one sofa. Your service will come shortly." Looking at the surrounding environment, Liu Hao thought that Uncle Yu Kaian went to the hair salon to have his hair permed. After about a minute or two, a fat man with a height of about 1 meter came in from the outside. That fat man had thick glasses hanging from his nose. And when he saw Liu Hao, had a smile on his face. "I'm sorry that this gentleman came too late." After finishing speaking, the fat man took advantage of the situation and sat on the sofa opposite Liu Hao. Then he took out a mini phone bug from his arms and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. "Sir, what information do you want to buy?" The fat man said straight to the point. Liu Hao was naturally not polite and said immediately, "I want to buy information about a celestial dragon. Where does Castro Yasin live?" When Liu Hao mentioned Tianlongren, the fat man didn't have much expression on his face. After all, there are too many people who come to Marigioia to buy information about the celestial dragons. Some people's purpose is to please a Tianlong person, while some people want to cooperate with some Tianlong people's forces. Overall, there is never enough information about the Draconians to sell. But Castro Yasin's information is rarely purchased. Because Castro Yasin is a fool, it is said that he accidentally dropped his head when he was born. So his IQ has not been very high. Although the status of Tianlong people is indeed very honorable. But if it's a fool, no one cares too much. But after listening to Liu Hao's request, this fat man still made an embarrassed expression. Information about the celestial dragons. Liu Hao naturally understood the meaning of this fat man's prolonged speech. Definitely want to sit on the ground and raise the price. But Liu Hao never thought of giving money. "I'm John from CP5, you must have known it when I came in." After giving the information to me, "How much is this information worth?" "You can go to the CP organization to get it yourself." "I'm relieved when you say that," the fat man said immediately. He also doesn't care why the people in the CP organization want to buy the information of the Tianlong people. After all, it is normal for people from the CP organization to want to please the Tianlong people. And Castro Yasheng is a fool if he can please this fool. Then it is really possible to achieve success and reach the sky in one step. "Please wait a moment, I'll make a call. And the information you want will be sent right away." After saying this, the fat man stopped going out to make calls and picked up this mini phone bug in front of Liu Hao. Facing the phone, I said a few words from inside, sure enough. After less than 10 seconds, another girl with a graceful figure walked in, holding a thick stack of documents in her hand. "Mr. John, this is the information you want to buy." After receiving the stack of documents from the girl, Liu Hao turned and left without even saying a word of Zai. There was always a kind smile on the corner of this fat man's mouth, until Liu Hao completely disappeared from his sight. The smile on the corner of his mouth disappeared. Go and investigate this John of CP5 and see what he wants to buy the information about the Tianlong people. Liu Hao is not afraid that the person from the deep-sea whale bar will investigate him. After purchasing the information, John can give up his identity after walking out of the bar. Liu Hao walked in the direction of the villa where the sanctuary of Castroja lived according to the map depicted on the document, while flipping through the stack of documents in his hand. Using his domineering aura of knowledge and knowledge, Liu Hao walked in the Alice corners and roofs of houses, and walked in Marie Gioias. Liu Hao did perceive the aura of many strong people through his domineering aura of knowledge and knowledge. But fortunately, Liu Hao has no hostility towards those strong men in his heart. So after the knowledge and domineering sweep, those strong men did not have any reaction. In addition, Liu Hao has been walking in the alley. No one knew at all that he had come outside Castroya Sands Villa Castle. This villa castle is not big, although it covers an area of only more than 200 mu. Compared with other Tianlong people, Castro Yasheng does not live in a large area. Until Castro Yasheng was not very popular among the Tianlong people. Liu Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that by that fat man's side, only the old man I saw in the Colosseum should be protecting that fat man. And there is no other strong man to protect that fat man. Among the group of Tianlong people, it will not cause too much disturbance, although he said so. Liu Hao still decided to wait until night before acting. Because in the daytime Caucus is about to engage in a death fight that belongs to him. And in this fight to the death he is certain to die. Liu Hao couldn't bear to look at it, so he stayed outside Castroja Sands villa and castle. Until sunset and moonrise, the stars are shining. The lights in the villa have been turned on. Liu Hao has used his knowledge and arrogance to scan this villa and castle no less than 1,000 times. Even the internal structure of the entire villa castle has been well thought out. And you can walk in with your eyes closed once again. He swept away domineeringly with the color of knowledge and knowledge. Liu Hao jumped into the villa castle lightly with his toes. Flipped through a window. The room behind the window is a utility room. And basically no one comes in. But as long as you walk out of the utility room and walk through 3 corridors, you can come to the bedroom where Castroya Sanctuary sleeps. This time the assassination has been close to 99% successful. Walk in a dark corridors. There was only the sound of that fat man in Castroja snoring in his ears. As soon as the fat man came back, he immediately fell into a deep sleep. The information-colored domineering is always on, scanning the entire villa and castle like a radar. In the basement of the villa castle, the old man who caused Liu Hao to worry did not fall asleep, but sat cross-legged on his bed. Seems to be thinking all the time. But as long as Liu Hao gets rid of Saint Castro as soon as possible, then he doesn't need to deal with that old man. He walked lightly into the bedroom where Castroya slept. In the dark, the snoring sounded like thunder. Even if Liu Hao accidentally stepped on something like potato chips and made a slight clicking sound, there is no way to cover the snoring of Saint Castroya. But here comes the problem. Once Liu Hao killed Castro Yasheng, the snoring would definitely disappear. That old man is not a fool, living with Castro Yasana fat man. For many years, he must know his living habits and even the sound of his snoring well. And he knows it well. Suddenly the snoring disappears and I will definitely come over to observe. It is even very possible to call the Tianlongren guards over. And I am afraid that it will be an extremely cruel fight, but now that he has come here, Liu Hao is going to set up a mechanism in the bedroom. This mechanism is delayed release after Liu Hao leaves. This mechanism will start to work, and then Castro Yasheng will be killed. Only in this way can Liu Hao guarantee his own safety and leave Mary Juoya intact. Now that he had thought of Liu Hao, he quickly used his bone power to create a small mechanism on Saint Castro. This mechanism is very simple. It is placed in Castroya-san's mouth and nose. And as he breathes, this mechanism will enter the fat man's lungs. In the end, Saint Castroya died in a deep sleep. Although this fat man was not tortured. But Liu Hao's purpose is to kill this Tianlongren. And he also needs to ensure his own safety. Although Liu Hao has the power to destroy the world under endless anger. As long as his anger has not accumulated to a certain limit. Liu Hao's own endurance is not very strong. If the group of Tianlong people really used their whole cards, they could indeed kill Liu Hao before his own anger had accumulated enough to bear it. So it's better to be honest. Watching that small mechanism like a white ball enter Castroja's body with the breath. Liu Hao also breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave this villa and castle directly. But at this moment in the villa and castle, the lights suddenly brightened. Liu Hao's heart was shocked. Damn it. Could it be that someone knew about it? Thinking of this, Liu Hao hurriedly ran outside. But suddenly a gust of wind hit from the outside window. And the window was blown to pieces by the gust of wind in an instant. Turn around and look. The old man standing next to Saint Castro was actually floating outside, with a strong wind blowing on his body. The old man's face was so gloomy that he was about to bleed. I didn't expect you to be able to kill my master under the nose of my ghost. You really deserve to die. How did you find out? It stands to reason that all the preparations I have made should be perfect. Liu Hao's face was a little gloomy. I didn't expect him to be discovered by others after all his calculations. It would be better to simply hijack that big fat man of Saint Castroja and kill him with one knife when he is fleeing. After spending so much effort until now, it was still discovered by this old man named Gaifeng. I am an air fruit-capable person. I can sense the surrounding air. And when you enter the master's room, I feel something is wrong. We are there 2 breaths. Because the master is a person who has no desire for sex. When he returned to the bedroom, would only do one thing. And that was to sleep. Even his parents had never entered his bedroom. But I didn't expect it to be a step too late. Your little ball has already entered the owner's lungs. So don't worry. I will use my ability to manipulate the air to cut you into pieces and slowly torture you. The world government will use the best medical skills to heal you. And then torture you for 100 years. Gaifeng's voice was very flat. But the hatred and anger in his heart could not be concealed. At this time, Liu Hao's face also became a little gloomy. Although he bought some information at the deep-sea whale bar, there was no news about this old man unexpectedly. This old man turned out to be an ability user of the air fruit. Although the air fruit ability is a superhuman type, its effect is even stronger than some natural types. No wonder the world government just arranged for Gaifeng to protect Castroya-san alone. If that's the case, then I can only kill it. Now that it has been known by Gaifeng, it is also impossible for Liu Hao to catch him without a fight. Then let's fight. The voice just fell. Ghost Wind waved his hand and turned a gust of wind into a sharp blade. The originally plain and even amiable expression became extremely ferocious. Like a beast, 1,000-knife gale. The sharp wind blade flashed. It cut into the wall in an instant. Like a hot knife cutting butter. The speed was so fast that a series of buzzing sounds could be heard only in the ear. Like a swarm of bees buzzing, but in an instant. On Liu Hao's bodies, there were already dozens of thin and narrow wounds. Blood flowed from it, slowly dripping on the ground. But before the blood dripped, the injuries on his body healed instantly. Liu Hao's reaction speed is also very fast. The body was instantly wrapped in armed domineering. He knew in his heart that escape was impossible. After all, the entire villa is already brightly lit. The celestial dragon guardians will definitely come when they see this bright light and the fluctuations caused by the battle. So there is only one way. And that is to kill the ghost K's in front of him. And then use the ability of the mask fruit to pretend to be ghost K's and Castro Yasheng to escape. So at this time, Liu Hao's body does not retreat but advances. Like a tiger descending a mountain, death to me. With a wave of his hand, the white bone extended and turned into a blade. Seeing that Liu Hao didn't retreat, but rushed towards him instead, Gaifeng sneered. Looking for death, crazy knife. The violent wind flying in midair opened its hands, only to hear a series of whistling wind sounds. The huge air began to form a tornado under his control. And when he listened carefully, he could only hear a series of cracking sounds of air being torn apart. Under the huge suction force, the rocky floor was sucked into the air by the tornado, and the sharp blade instantly cut those rocks into extremely regular cubes. These endless sharp winds of sharp blades also wrapped around Liu Hao's body instantly, like thousands of blades approaching him directly. But Liu Hao's body has long been completely wrapped in armed domineering. Although it is a silly thing to wrap the whole body with armed domineering, because it consumes a lot of energy. But Liu Hao has plenty of physical strength. Ding ding dong. The blade-like gust of wind hit the armed domineering armor, and there was a sound of gold and iron clashing. At this time, only a black-on flashed from the strong wind, like a thin line splitting the tornado from the middle. Ghost prison kill. It's not that Liu Hao didn't learn anything under Caucus. On the contrary, his swordsmanship has already entered the room, and he is no longer a so-called one-sword swordsman. Armed color domineering quickly extended between the knives of the white bone blade. But it did not spread. Instead, it turned into a thin thread like a silk thread. But this thin line is sharp enough to cut the earth and tear the sky. But Gaifeng's reaction ability is also extremely fast. The moment he saw that thin line killing him, the gust of wind surging on his body turned into wind wings. Swish, it disappeared in an instant. Dragon sucks water. There was a faint sound of wind in my ears. It was the sound of ghost wind. The sound stopped abruptly. However, a series of chattering sounds came from Liu Hao's ears, and the domineering look was swept away. A terrifying scene appeared in Liu Hao's perception. The sky did not know when a huge black tornado had appeared. The violent wind rang in my ears. That huge black tornado, like a black mad dragon's, sucked the entire villa and castle in midair, only to hear a series of clicks coming from the ear. The sturdy villa and castle, like Lego blocks piled up like a broken toy. If you can't stand the slightest wave, you will be completely put to sleep by the black tornado. The ghost wind flying in the air opened his hand and grasped the villa and castle like a god, and instantly turned into powder. Liu Hao is like a little ant in the wind. There is simply no way to fight against this terrifying force like a natural disaster. Can only float with the wind. Reluctantly use his knowledge and arrogance to lock the ghost wind. But the wind is too noisy and manic. Although the place where the sanctuary of Castroja lives is extremely far away from the entire main city of Marijoya. But such a huge and manic tornado. Naturally, it caught Marijoya's attention. The Draco Guardians are coming soon. But it was obvious that Gaifeng wanted to capture Liu Hao alive. In the gust of wind, shattered buildings kept flashing in front of my eyes. Liu Hao immediately seized the opportunity, stepped on the broken stone slab with his toes, and rushed towards the ghost wind standing in the center of the tornado. It is impossible for him to be caught without a fight. The domineering armed color as black as steel is wrapped on the white bone long knife. This domineering spirit is frantically rubbing against each other. There was a sudden bang. A high temperature extended from the white bones. Armed color explosion. The high-speed burning armed domineering energy consumed most of Liu Hao's physical strength in an instant. If it weren't for the fact that he has a steady stream of gamma divine power converted into his own physical strength, I am afraid that the armed deflagration can only last for 2 or 3 seconds. In the wind, Liu Hao's domineering look in the distance has already sensed the arrival of a large group of people. In a maximum of 1 minute, those celestial dragon guards will definitely arrive. Ghost Wind must be defeated within this 1 minute. But that guy was already wrapped in the tornado. How could he get into the center of the tornado and kill that guy? Extreme heat. The flame heating the air will cause the air to expand, and finally destroy the ghost wind's control over the entire air. Although his devil fruit ability is indeed powerful, It still has to obey the laws of physics, scorching hell. The black flame exploded instantly, following the force of the strong wind. It has been spreading and burning upwards. The black flame formed by igniting one's own armed domineering aura is a terrifying supernatural flame that doesn't need oxygen to burn. It only needs to consume Liu Hao's own armed domineering aura. So in just a few seconds, the black flame formed by the armed domineering wrapped the huge black tornado inside, and only heard the sound of crackling flames, Gui Feng, who was controlling the giant tornado. Naturally noticed this, good method. But do you want to use such a useless flame to deal with me? Heavy air cannon, Gaifeng roared. An invisible airflow formed a huge high-speed, rotating air bomb in his hand. The air bomb expands at a high speed in just a few seconds. In an instant, it swelled to the size of a house. Go to me. After speaking, it was as if Sun Wukong had thrown a vitality bomb, and he smashed this giant air bomb towards Liu Hao's direction. A series of jittery sounds came from my ears. The voice of Wang Ming is endless. Air bombs descended like meteorites. It hit the wall made of black flames. All I could hear was a series of whistling sounds like electric currents. In less than half a second, the black flame wall was pierced by the air bomb with a bang. The terrifying force directly hit Liu Hao's body. The high-speed rotating air bomb wiped out a series of sparks on the surface of Liu Hao's body. He directly bombarded the ground with his body. Click, click, the whole ground is already overwhelmed. In front of the high-speed rotating air ball, it began to collapse and crack in pieces, but right now, a violent explosion was heard. The high-speed rotating air ball immediately collapsed due to the extremely high temperature in front of the deflagration of the weapon color used by Liu Hao. At the same time, the black tornado made by the ghost wind was also destroyed by the extreme heat. Boom, 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 the explosions continued. Looking at it from a distance, a black flame with a length of several thousand meters shot straight into the sky. Like a giant python entangled in the world, howling to the sky Pangu Palace at night. Even though Wu Leoxing had already fallen asleep, he was awakened by such terrifying and continuous explosions. The domineering arrogance of knowledge and knowledge is released in an instant. Who dares to invade Marigioia since Tiger, the head of the Sun Pirates, invaded Marieoa decades ago and released a large number of slaves? The protective facilities of the entire Marigioia have been raised by another level. However, today, there are still people who dare to do such violent damage in Marigioia. Once the flame entangled in the sky falls, I am afraid that several blocks of Marigioia will be completely burned to the ground. People who were enjoying the beautiful nightlife in Marieoia naturally saw the fire dragon from a distance. What the hell is that? Most people living in Marieoia have no sense of security. After all, it is too peaceful here. And the only threat is the Tianlong people, but in fact, the Tianlong people have never been able to see it often. So for most people living in Marieoia, the earth-shattering emancipation of slaves more than 20 years ago is just a legend in the words of the elders. And today, when they saw the scene like a natural disaster for the first time, fear from the depths of the soul welled up in my heart. Someone is invading Marigioia. Suddenly someone shouted loudly in the street. The expressions of the policeman standing nearby changed suddenly. He took out the pistol in his satchel, pointed at that person and said loudly, "Catch that spy." In the huge pothole, Liu Hao was panting slowly, and the steady stream of armed domineering energy was ignited at high speed, and then turned into flames and soared into the air. The impact of such a terrifying explosion was almost covered in dust. Like a thick fog, only the humming sound from the explosion was left in my ears. Layers of golden flowers flashed in the eyes. I don't know what happened to that guy, Ghost Wind. However, at this moment a strong wind hit. Looking carefully, a black figure passed through the dust. A passage was knocked out in this pervasive smoke and dust. But Liu Hao's reaction speed is so fast. The moment the figure came over, he made a slight wrong step on his toes and jumped directly behind the figure with a flicker. Then with a wave of both hands, He immediately grabbed the long knife made of white bones. Slashed from top to bottom, it's now the blade falls. Flame reborn black light overflowed, brush it bloody. Liu Hao's knife actually cut off Gaifeng's 2 legs at the waist. What? I only heard a scream from this old guy. But in this flash every second counts. How could Liu Hao care about this old guy again? And swung the long knife in his hand again. The black flame exploded at high speed boom. There was only another violent explosion. And the ghost wind had already turned into a corpse that had been burned clean by the flames. The dust in front of him has not yet dissipated. Liu Hao quickly changed. This face on the face has changed from Ziegler to ghost wind. At the moment when he turned into a ghost wind, the ability of the air fruit naturally came to his mind, go. Not to mention the ability to control the airflow. He directly pushed Liu Hao's body into the sky. In this darkness, the celestial dragon guards arrived slowly. But the smoke cleared. But there was no body, only broken buildings. Under the extremely high temperature of the black flames, even if there were corpses, they would have already been burnt to charcoal. How could it be found among these ruins? But Liu Hao has already used his mask fruit ability to change into a ghost wind, and then controlled the wind to leave Marie Gioia. It's day 2. The news that Mary Gioia was invaded by a devil fruit-capable user who could control black flames quickly spread throughout the sea. No one doubted that the black flame released by Liu Hao was actually armed domineering. After all, even in the 5 elements gate of the Kingdom of Flowers, no one has ever been able to release a deflagration fire that is thousands of meters long at one time. This is definitely not something that humans can do. Even for giants, therefore. The world government firmly believes that it must be done by an arrogant devil fruit ability user. But they don't even know the face of that devil fruit ability user. The only person who has seen that ability user is Anakazi. But that damned old thing is actually missing. And I don't know if it was killed by that capable user. Or if he really betrayed. In the world government's CP organization, it has long been a mess. But what they didn't know was that the director of the invasion of Mary Gioia had already returned to the South China Sea. I have to say that the ability of the air fruit is really powerful, especially in terms of traveling during the strong wind. They have already flown from the red earth continent of Marie Gioia to the South China Sea. Has been rushing in the direction of Caracalla Island. But on that island, Hawkins, Sabina, and Natalie have just arrived. The captain asked the 3 of us to wait for him here. But I guess it will take at least 2 or 3 days to wait for him to finish his work. We'd better buy some supplies in these 2 or 3 days. Hawkins was a captain at any rate, and without Liu Hao here, he naturally became the deputy captain. The other 2 had no other comments. But on Caracalla Island, with the appearance of the 3 of them, immediately entered the line of sight of interested people. It's a member of the Bone Demon Pirates. Hurry up and tell the Germa Kingdom this news. Immediately after Gaji came back, the news that the Bone Demon Pirates were going to be caught spread throughout the underground world of the South China Sea. Caracalla Island was originally the island closest to the upside-down mountain in the entire South China Sea. The 3 teachings and 9 streams from the South China Sea naturally gather here. Hawkins was known as soon as they arrived. The news quickly spread back to the Kingdom of Germa. Has it been confirmed? Sitting in the office, Lu Jiu already had a grim face. His younger brother was captured, and his life and death are unknown. And the person who caught his younger brother actually lived well in the world. And even lived well for a month. This is simply a shame. She must personally rescue her younger brother and bring the most desperate punishment to the Bone Demon Pirates. This time I will go alone if there are too many people. I am afraid it will take a long time to sail on the sea. I will fly directly there, kill them all. Lu Jiu paused word by word with a ferocious face, and did not care about those high-level executives of the Germa Kingdom who were persuading her. Airjets from the combat suit on the body surface. In an instant, she took her body directly to the sky. On the island of Caracalla, Hawkins, Sabina, and Natalie split into 3 groups to buy supplies. But suddenly in the sky, there was a rumbling sound like thunder at an unknown time. But when I looked up, it was clear sky. A bad feeling enveloped Hawkins' heart. The streets of Caracalla Island are very bustling. The length reaches nearly 800 meters on this street. There are a large number of nearly 100 large and small shops. In these stores, you can basically buy what Hawkins needs. 3 people are divided into 3 groups. Natalie went to buy things related to navigation, including compass, nautical charts, and information about various places on the Great Channel. It doesn't take a lot for Bailey to spend. But fortunately, there is more order in Caracalla Island. Even in the ghostly place of the North Sea, there is generally a place where pirates need to be arrogant. Sabina's task is to buy all kinds of food, including wine and fresh waters. Food is a very important part of living above the sea. After all, only one color is too monotonous in the eyes. Only music and food can make up for the numbness of people's hearts. As for Hawkins' mission, it is to calculate how much space there is in the ship to store how much supplies. In addition, it is also necessary to investigate the situation of the naval branch on the Great Channel. There are so many things in a store that sells flour. Sabina is bargaining with her boss. The staple food is also very important above the sea. After all, starch can supplement a lot of energy for people. Of course, protein is also extremely important. But fishing on the high seas has always been relatively simple. So actually, the ship goes to sea. Most of the food stored in the warehouse is starchy food. However, at this moment, a rumbling and dull thunder sound came from Sabina's ears. She turned her head immediately. Standing outside the store was a tall woman in a pink cheongsam. The woman's face was gloomy, obviously in a bad mood. The woman walked straight towards Sabina. It seems to know her. You are on the ship of the Bone Demon Pirates. This woman is Vinsmo Kriaju seeing Riet. Sabina instinctively wanted to pull out her revolver. But how could her speed be as fast as Ryaju's? Bang. Before Sabina could react, she was knocked down by Ryaju's punch. If it wasn't for using you to call Zigra out, otherwise you, a woman, would have died here long ago. Although in the Vinsmoke family, Ryaju's personality is relatively mild. But this kind of gentleness is only relative to the style in the Vinsmoke family. In fact, in the eyes of most people, Ryaju's tyranny and those of his relatives are the same as before. After knocking Sabina unconscious, Ryaju's knowledgeable domineering has also locked on another person. That's Natalie, in fact. Ryaju originally wanted to take her younger brother Yangjai away directly. But Nei did not find Yangjai in Liu Hao's boat. That's why Ryaju made such a bad move to catch Liu Hao's companion. Just when Ryaju walked towards Natalie, Hawkins' originally calm face suddenly paused. Ever since Liu Hao helped Hawkins solve his devil fruit dilemma, the ability of scarecrow fruit has been fully controlled by Hawkins. He left a brand of curse on everyone. Although this brand is called a curse, but it is actually equivalent to a life card. But now the aura coming from the brand made Hawkins feel something unusual. That is, Sabina's heartbeat seemed to stop for a moment at that moment just now. But soon it jumped again. In the end, what happened? A bad feeling lingered in Hawkins' heart. But he is not as knowledgeable and domineering as Liu Hao. It is not possible to know what happened to Sabina in an instant. But Hawkins decided to find Sabina first, but at this time, there was a flash of black light in front of his eyes. A woman appeared in front of Hawkins, Vinsmo Kriaju. This is a name that all pirates in the North Sea will know. The eldest son of the Vinsmoke family, known as the Poisonous Flower. How the hell did this woman appear here? Did he know about Yangjai? Hawkins instantly thought of Yangjai, who was caught by Liu Hao. But this time, Hawkins put his gaze on the 2 people beside Lei Jiu. That's Sabina and Natalie. This should be your companion. Magician Basil Hawkins. I didn't expect you to join the Bone Demon Pirates. Where is my brothers? Ryaju's face was cold. She looked at Hawkins and said, seeing that Sabina and Natalie had been captured. Hawkins was shocked, but there was still no expression on his face. thanks to his perennial facial paralysis. Looking at Ryuju, she said, "I don't know where your brother is. Because the captain took him away, if you are willing to wait. You can wait here for a few more days. And my captain will come back." Hearing Hawkins say that, Ryuju was furious. "You are looking for death, call Ziegler now. If he doesn't send my brother over, then I will let you know what the consequences will be." After saying this sentence, a layer of green poisonous gas appeared on Ryuju's arm. Each of the 4 children of the Vinsmoke family has different abilities. Among them, the ability of the eldest sister Ryuju is to release poison and can also be treated. Looking at the green poisonous smoke in Ryuju's hand, Hawkins' face was a little gloomy, but he knew in his heart that once Yangzhai was handed over, the 3 of them might not have a chance to get out of Beihai alive. So even if Sabina and Natalie will be poisoned, Hawkins is not willing to hand over Yangzhai. But it's best not to poison Sabina and Natalie. Even when it was such a dangerous time, Hawkins was extremely calm. This may be because he lives alone all year round. The 2 people standing on the street stared at each other. Yet at this time, Hawkins' body was instantly enveloped in a puff of smoke. The white smoke has not dissipated. A giant scarecrow has appeared behind Ryuju. In fact, Ryuju was also taken aback. She didn't expect that someone in Beihai would dare to attack the Vinsmoke family, because it is no different from courting death. That's why her reaction was half a beat slow. But Ryuju's strength is far stronger than Hawkins. Although Hawkins' strength on Crow Island is terrifying. But that's because Hawkins has absorbed the power of the curse that has accumulated on Crow Island for decades, and has completely released his mind, allowing the Scarecrow demon to control it. That's why it's so powerful. But now Hawkins is very much like the strength that a fledgling pirate should have. Although his potential is high, but it's still a little younger now. It is also impossible to pose a threat to Ryuju. Perceived that Hawkins dared to do something to himself. The anger in Ryuju's heart can be imagined originally. In her heart, she just wanted to threaten Hawkins. And now she decided to let this guy know the price of provoking the Vinsmoke family. When the huge scarecrow sickle slashed on Ryuju's neck. But there was only the sound of gold and iron clashing. The hardness of the battle suit on Ryuju cannot be underestimated. Hawkins transformed into a scarecrow, and the sickle in his hand could not cut through the battle suit. In the blink of an eye, Ryuju's body turned around. The fist hit Hawkins' abdomen hard with a bang. The force of this punch sent Hawkins flying dozens of meters away. Rumble! A gully tens of meters long was drawn above the street. At this time, the straw on Hawkins' body surface was also slowly gathering to repair the injuries on his body. The scarecrow fruit endowed Hawkins with extremely weird and rich abilities. This also includes the ability to heal itself in a short period of time. I didn't expect Ryuju's strength to be so terrifying. Hawkins was seriously injured with one punch. If it weren't for his scarecrow fruit having the ability to heal itself. Otherwise, under this punch, Hawkins would need to lie in bed for several days to recover. Can you tell me now, where is my brother? The murderous look on Ryuju's face never disappeared. But she was suppressing the anger in her heart. Because Ryuju didn't want to become a lunatic like her younger brother. Only no killing, only no tyranny. But now Ryuju is willing to show the anger in her heart. Hawkins slowly stood up from the pothole. His hands hold the scythe, looking at the unconscious Sabina and Natalie in the distance. He had to think of a way now. It was delayed until Liu Hao's arrival. But Hawkins knew it too. It's been less than a day now. Want to assassinate a Tianlongren? Such a time is simply too short. I don't know if it can be delayed until Liu Hao's arrival. Nightmare Realm, Hawkins growled. At the same time, an invisible wave rippled from his body. Ryuju frowned slightly. Because amidst her knowledgeable domineering, she seemed to sense some wonderful changes in her surroundings. But this wonderful change disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Ryuju turned her head to look again. The 2 people she had thrown on the ground had long since disappeared without a trace and appeared in Hawkins' hands. Weird Scarecrow Fruit Ability. It's not just about quick self-healing. Also includes teleportation. So the two partners appeared in Hawkins' hands. But at this time Hawkins has already withdrawn from the Scarecrow state. There is cold sweat on the forehead, obviously. Taking other people to shuttle through the space is not a small burden for Hawkins. Unexpectedly, those two people were taken away by a pirate who just appeared in the sea not long ago. The anger in Ryaju's heart could no longer be suppressed. You're looking for death, Hawkins. Standing on the other side of the street, Ryaju could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. She decided to teach Hawkins a lesson. Poisonous flower see, Ryaju waved his hand. Endless purple smoke spread over his body. Under the sunlight, the purple smoke faded from purple to pink. Where the pink poisonous smoke passed, due to the open datura flower, illuminating the world from reincarnation. Seeing that puff of poisonous smoke, Hawkins' eyes immediately froze. He gritted his teeth and growled, "It's really TND, damn it." Although he cursed secretly, Hawkins decided to take the two companions away first. The body quickly turned into the form of a scarecrow at this moment. Nightmare Labyrinth, raising the huge sickle in his hand. He slid hard on the ground, crash on the solid rocky ground. A trace nearly 20 meters long was drawn in this trace. Endless purple-black rays of light emanated. The moment the pink poisonous gas touched the purple-black light, there was a whistling sound like electric current. But that pink gas seemed conscious. It turned into a huge column of red smoke and dust. Rushing directly into the sky, poison dust explosion. Ryaju growled. The huge column of smoke and dust in the air quickly landed. But it didn't spread out on the street, instead. It turned into a vortex, constantly absorbing the surrounding dust. But in less than a blink of an eye, that soot column has turned into a huge pink soot ball. Saw that big ball, Hawkins' heart sank suddenly. If Sabina and Natalie were to be taken away, I'm afraid there would be no chance at all. So Hawkins gritted his teeth, held the sickle in his hand, and began to spin rapidly in midair. The purple-black light began to turn into a translucent shield covering the three of them. That's when this one shield takes shape. Only a loud bang was heard. The pink smoke ball seemed to be ignited by something, and immediately exploded from the inside. The horrible poisonous smoke corroded the whole land from brownish yellow to pure white. There are potholes everywhere. What came from the ear was the rustling sound. White smoke slowly floated in the air. And after this white smoke, Ryaju walked over with a blank face. Remember to ask Zigla to come to Germa Kingdom to find me. If he doesn't come after 3 days, then I can't guarantee that your two companions can appear before your eyes alive. He lowered his head and looked at Hawkins, who was about to pass out. Ryaju said flatly, then grabbed Sabina, who fell beside Hawkins, and Natalie. Jet surged, the body cut through the air quickly. And there was a rumbling thunder, but for a few seconds. Lei Jiu left the island again. Hawkins, who was lying on the ground, clenched his teeth. The straw on his body surged again. The place where a large piece of flesh had been corroded by the poisonous smoke grew again. Looking at the direction Ryaju left, it was hard to hide the anger in his heart. The anger in this is towards Ryaju and more towards herself. It would be great if my strength could be stronger. In this way, Ryaju can be defeated. There is no need to put Natalie and Sabina in danger. And now Hawkins has no choice. They can only wait for Liu Hao's return on Caracalla Island. As for where Ryaju's younger brother Yangjai is in fact, Hawkins has already hidden him in a secret place. Then, using his scarecrow fruit ability, Yangjai fell into a deep sleep, and he must still be living a happy life in the dream. After Sabina and Natalie were taken away, Hawkins also had no intention of buying the supplies he wanted on the street. He had to find a way to contact Liu Hao first, then find a way to go to Germa Kingdom to bring back Natalie and Sabina. Even going to Germa Kingdom this time, it is very likely that they will never return. So Hawkins must find a way to buy enough information, including information about the Vinsmoke family. In addition to that, You need to find a way to escape from the Vinsmoke family. Even when it was such a tense time in Hawkins' heart, there was never any chaos or loss of rules because he knows. Even now you must think calmly. Anger doesn't solve problems, Liu Hao, who used the ability of the air fruit to fly in the air, did not know that his 2 crew members had already been taken away by the elder sister of the Vinsmoke family. Now he is still thinking happily in his heart. Take Yangji to the Vinsmoke family to make a deal. Gain access to the basic technology of the Vinsmoke family on the blood factor. Then he used his air fruit ability to lead the crew to the country of flowers. Go to the country of flowers to stay for a year. After making great progress in one's own strength, it is estimated that the drama has already begun. Then began to walk the road of One Piece. But when Liu Hao arrived at Caracalla Island, it seems to feel a little bad. This is his intuition. He returned to the ship that he entrusted the Blue Top Hat Merchant Guild to repair. In the domineering look, only the breath of Hawkins alone. The other 2 did not exist at all. At this time Liu Hao also knew it, something is wrong. Sabina and Natalie must have been captured by the Vinsmoke family. Otherwise in this sea, who else has the ability to take people away from Hawkins? It couldn't be that those 2 people left by themselves. Right, step into the splint. Hawkins is in the captain's room, constantly sorting out information. At the same time write and draw on the map. He had to find a quick way to sneak into the Vinsmoke family, and then bring people back from the Vinsmoke family. As for the replacement through Yangji, Hawkins never thought about this plan. Hawkins, who grew up in the North Sea, knows exactly what kind of shit the Vinsmoke family is. Once Hawkins dared to make a substitution, then what awaits him is death. Even death is a luxury. Without even noticing, Liu Hao had already walked in. What happened? Where are Sabina and Natalie? Liu Hao sat on another seat in the captain's cabin next to him, looked at Hawkins and asked. Only then did Hawkins realize that his captain had returned. Then he put down the pen in his hand, looking at Liu Hao. He recounted everything that happened the day before. Liu Hao frowned and nodded. Where is Yuji? I locked Yangja in a wooden box, wrapped it with iron sheets, and hung it at the bottom of the cabins, so that Ryuju couldn't find it. Liu Hao nodded. Now bring people. Let's go to the kingdom of Germa. Bring Jiang Sabanon Natalie back. But I don't think the Vinsmoke family will be so honest and change people with us. After all, the dominance of the Germa kingdom in the North Sea is well known. Hawkins said, but Liu Hao smiled slightly, worry. Now I have a new identity. The strength of this identity is enough to catch the Vinsmoke family by surprise. The ghost wind with air power is absolutely omnipotent above the sea, while the kingdom of Germa is above the sea. Their land is composed of dozens of large ships, and there is no fixed territory at all. Liu Hao manipulated the air to instantly form a huge storm. He wanted to see if the Germa kingdom wanted to be destroyed or let people go. I saw Liu Hao's confident appearance. Hawkins nodded too. After all, Liu Hao is the captain. It is he who makes the decisions. Hawkins can only come up with his own strategy. Now that Liu Hao has decided to go to Germa kingdom, then Hawkins no longer hesitated. Walked out of the captain's cabin, immediately transformed into a scarecrow form. The sails were hoisted immediately without anyone controlling them. The rope rolled like a snake. The ship actually moved without anyone's control. This is the power of the scarecrow fruit. And in Germa kingdom, Sabina and Natalie also woke up. After all, Ryuju didn't give the 2 of them a strong enough poison to kill them. It just made the 2 of them unconscious, just woke up. Natalie said to the people outside the cell, "Who the hell are you? Why are you arresting us, after all?" Natalie's life experience is all in school, and now she is suddenly caught in a cell. Especially before she was caught, she had already joined a pirate group. This made Natalie extremely terrified. She thought that she would spend the rest of her life in the city. And outside the cell, the guardians of Germa Kingdom also turned their faces. They wore black combat uniforms. There are 2 Arabic numerals on the combat uniform 66. Natalie was slightly relieved after seeing the combat uniform of this life. After all, the people of Germa Kingdom are not the World Navy. As long as they can pay the money, they are still willing to let people go, but Sabina, who was sitting next to her, had a gloomy expression on her face. Appeared in the prison cell of Germa Kingdom. It must have something to do with Yanji, the fourth child of the Vinsmoke family. So Sabina turned her head to comfort Natalie, worry. The captain will definitely come to rescue us. We just need to stay here for a few hours. Looking at Sabina's normal eyes, Natalie, who was originally flustered, felt a little relieved. And outside the dark cell, those guards were like puppets and they kept silent. After a while, Ryuju walked in from the outside. Looking at the two people in the cell, she said, "Your companions will come to you in a few days. So I just want to ask, where is my brother?" A cool sea breeze slowly blows across the entire Germa Kingdom. Compared to other countries with fixed land territories above the sea, the territory of Germa Kingdom is composed of dozens of huge ships. Usually these ships will carry a large number of soldiers from the Germa Kingdom and go to various countries to participate in battles. The Kingdom of Germa is the most outstanding mercenary country on the entire sea. But not every day, after all. Such a huge country always needs certain meetings and exchanges. This more than a month is the time for the Kingdom of Germa to report on its work above the sea. However, don't know why this gust of wind has never stopped and has been blowing the entire kingdom. People from Germa Kingdom walking on the street looked up into the distance. When you look carefully, the clouds in the distance seem to be slowly gathering, converging into a huge vortex. People who have lived on the sea for a long time know what that vortex is. Tornado. Above the sea is also known as the dragon sucking water. That huge vortex has a diameter of at least 5,000 meters. Once such a huge tornado came to the top of Germa Kingdom. At that time, it will be a catastrophe. Even if the land hit by this tornado has an extremely terrifying impact on the entire land. It is even possible to scratch the ground 3 feet. That tornado I saw. The Germa Kingdom immediately sounded the alarm. Beep beep. However, Natalie and Sabina, who are still in the cell, still don't know what happened. Lying on the small window of the cell, he kept looking out. But in front of their eyes, there are only buildings of different heights. But this alarm sound became more and more intense. Sabina has a feeling. I think this siren should be related to them. But seeing Natalie with a flustered face again, Sabina's side came to Natalie again and said comfortingly, "Don't worry. The captain should have come to save us from the alarm we heard. I'm afraid we will be able to get out of the cell after a while." Hearing Sabina's comfort, Natalie felt a little relieved. But the tension in my heart never disappeared. And with the formation of that huge vortex, the entire Germa Kingdom has entered emergency procedures to face natural disasters. And at this time, on the reception port of Germa Kingdom, but a ship appeared. The owner of that ship is Liu Hao. Standing behind him is Hawkins. But due to the formation of the huge vortex, there was no one on the entire port at all. Once that vortex really came to the top of Germa Kingdom, it would be a natural disaster, so everyone has to be ready. Looking at the panicked crowd in the distance, Liu Hao took a deep breath, then he said loudly, "I Chigra have come. Yuji is in my hands now. Where is my companion?" This one has a loud voice. After all, Liu Hao used his domineering aura to spread the sound waves. But in an instant, it spread to several large ships in the Germa Kingdom. Ryuju naturally also heard the news. Ryuju's expression changed suddenly when she heard Ziegler's appearance. Originally, he was still arranging his men to face the coming huge tornado. But now none of that matters. You have to catch this guy Ziegler first. Among the complicated streets and houses inside Germa Kingdom, several jumps quickly shuttled. He came in front of Liu Hao. "You are the bone demon Ziegler. Where is my brother?" Ryuju's voice was very low. Liu Hao looked at her and said with a slight smile, "Your brother is in my hands, of course. But where is my companions?" Seeing Liu Hao's disdainful expression, Rieju's anger rolled slightly, but she quickly suppressed the anger in her heart. Yangzhai must be brought back first, and revenge will come later. Grab a mini phone bug in your arms. Rieju opened a phone number on it, and then said, "Bring me the person." After speaking, hang up the phone. "Now can I have a look at my brothers?" Rieju's face was as gloomy as ever after. The anger in her heart could no longer be suppressed. After dozens of seconds, a group of soldiers from the Kingdom of Germa dragged a carriage and slowly arrived at the port. Inside the carriage are Liu Hao's two companions, Natalie and Sabina. Seeing that the two companions were safe and sound, Liu Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, what is the Kingdom of Germa? People above the sea are well aware of it, originally. I thought that the two of them might be tortured, but I didn't expect them to be unscathed. Seeing that Sabina and Natalie had nothing to do, Liu Hao also winked at Hawkins next to him. Hawkins nodded to the captain, then he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a huge iron box rushed out behind the two of them. Inside this iron box is the sleeping Vinsmoke Yanji. "Your brother is in this iron box, now let's change." Looking at Rieju Liu Hao opposite, he still said expressionlessly, "After all, he is now ready." A huge natural disaster is brewing. Liu Hao has been thinking about robbing the Vinsmoke family for a long time. Although using the ability of the air fruit to manipulate it is impossible to truly form a huge typhoon, however. It is possible to use the typhoon that has formed to change the course of the typhoon, and even create some tornadoes to guide the huge typhoon into the territory of the Kingdom of Germa. This is Liu Hao's bargaining chip. But such a chip is enough to suppress everything in Germa Kingdom. After all, let me take a look at the person. You just took out an iron box in front of me and said that my brother is in it. How can I believe it? Rieju suppressed the anger in her heart and said in a flat tone, "Crash." The iron box was opened. Inside there is a glass case, and Yuji was sleeping in it. But what made Rieju feel dazzling was that her brother had lost an arm. Originally, it was torn off according to the technique of the Vinsmoke family. An arm is no big deal, it can be reattached at any time. But it must be within 7 days. Now it seems that more than half a month has passed, which means that Yangzhai has really become a one-armed man. Seeing her brother become like this, Rieju was heartbroken. Compared with other members of the Vinsmoke family, Rieju and Sanji are less cautious, reinvented people with human emotions. That's why there was so much anger and pain in her heart. After a while, Rieju looked at Liu Hao with glaring eyes. It seemed to spew fire, doing really well. Liu Hao smiled slightly and did not speak. The situation on both sides is now in dire straits. There is no need to give face at all. You should have seen that your younger brother has nothing to do. Then we should talk about the next transaction. I want the blood factor technology of your Vinsmoke family. As soon as this sentence was uttered, it was like a thunderstorm exploding on the ground, instantly igniting the anger in Rieju's heart. Almost instinctively blurted out, "You are courting deaths." The soldiers of Germa Kingdom standing beside Rieju also surrounded Liu Hao and Hawkins like ants. But Liu Hao and Hawkins kept their usual expressions. Hawkins is because of his incomparable trust in his captain. Liu Hao believes that in a few hours, that huge typhoon will come to the skies of the Germa Kingdom, and that the Germa Kingdom will face the end of extinction. So how to choose is simply obvious. I can tell you clearly that bloodline factor technology is the most important technology in the entire Germa Kingdom. Even if you risk my brother's life, it is impossible for you to know even a single word about bloodline factor technology here. A large amount of pink poisonous gas emitted from Rieju's body, corroding the ground and sending out a burst of white smoke. Obviously, if Liu Hao continues to provoke, I am afraid this woman will directly choose to do it. But Liu Hao's expression was still the same as usual, even with a teasing smile. Look at the top of your head, Vinsmoke. That huge typhoon not far away is about to descend on the sky of Germa Kingdom. Do you want to hand over the bloodline factor technology to me? Or do you want to be the typhoon will destroy the country? Hearing what Liu Hao said, Rieju who was originally furious in her heart, was like an angry volcano suddenly colliding with a glacier that has been tens of thousands of years old. My heart suddenly became cold. But soon she realized it again. How can humans control typhoons? That was a real disaster. Moreover, Rieju has never heard of the news about the wind fruit of the natural system. Obviously, the Ziegler in front of him is not a wind fruit ability user. If this is the case, then what ability does he have to how about controlling the typhoon? Look at the rapid change of expression on Rieju's face. Liu Hao naturally knew exactly what was going on in her heart. But at this time Liu Hao raised his hand. His body was quickly wrapped by a black cloak. Now Liu Hao is still unwilling to show his ghostly identity in the eyes of outsiders. After all, this mask is his trump card. And in the entire world government, the matter about the ghost wind is being frantically investigated. So now Liu Hao decided to keep a low profile. Although the ability of the mask fruit allows Liu Hao to possess the strange abilities of various devil fruits. But after all, Liu Hao's ability to obtain mask fruits is still short. And he doesn't own many masks, so this time we need help. That is Hawkins, the owner of the scarecrow fruit. Using the scarecrow's ability to create illusions. Pretend that Liu Hao already has a fifth companion. The black cloak slowly drifted away with the wind. Two people stepped out of the cloak, one is Liu Hao, and the other is Liu Hao's identity ghost wind. But hidden behind heavy black gauze. The wind is a little noisy. Rieju had been used to the sea breeze blowing from afar since she was a child. But don't know why. Looking at the person wrapped in heavy black sand, in Rieju's heart she felt a bit of timidity and fear. Although she didn't know where Ziegler found that person. But Rieju felt the wind. Feeling that natural disaster in the sky. There was some faint connection with the person in front of her. Even if there is only a % chance of this kind of thing. You can't gamble, so Rieju said dryly. I need to talk to my father. The news about the approaching typhoon was quickly sent to Jiaji's desk. At the same time, a series of inferences about Liu Hao and the possible connection between the typhoon and one of Liu Hao's companions were also placed on the table. Look at the information in front of you. Gage frowned deeply. If one of the four emperors asked him about the technology of the blood factor, then Gaji would not refuse at all, and would even readily agree. It's as if in the original storyline, the Vinsmoke family handed over all their blood factor technology to the beast pirates. In fact, with the emergence of cyborgs, the Vinsmoke family has shifted their focus from scientific research to national conquest. Gage has fallen into the frenzy of the 66 days ruled by his Vinsmoke family, and feels that the Vinsmoke family should become the Tianlong people of the entire North Sea. Even studying the blood factor ranks second to state conquest. Although Jiazhai was extremely angry in his heart, he even wanted to send his soldiers to fight Liu Hao head-on. But his heart is clear. Regardless of whether what Ziegler said is right or wrong. You must go and see, because now that the typhoon is coming, there is only a few short hours. And there is no time to send the ships separately. You really picked a good time to threaten me. Gage hummed from his mouth above the port. A yellow current flashed. A man with long blonde hair and gloomy eyes like a mad lion walked in front of Liu Hao. You are the bone demon Ziegler. The person in front of him is the head of the Vinsmoke family. Vinsmoke Gage looking at the person in front of him. Liu Hao smiled slightly. Time is not on your Germa's side now. What is Patriarch Vinsmoke thinking? Should he hand over the blood factor technology and my companions to me? Or will the country be destroyed under the typhoon? The phantom of Liu Hao made of scarecrow fruit spoke. Standing beside Liu Hao, who had already turned into a ghost, remained silent, looking up at the growing vortex in the sky. Jiaji's face was also a little gloomy. Natural disasters are irresistible. This is true even if it is as powerful as Roger the Pirate King, and as terrifying as the Flying Admiral Golden Lion. But the premise is that the typhoon really needs to be controlled by people. I want to see what kind of means you want to use to control the typhoon and threaten me. Liu Hao's fantasy smiled slightly, standing beside him. Liu Hao, who had turned into a ghostly wind, raised his hand. The clothes on his body slowly moved with the wind, and his body also began to float high into the sky. Sudden. The sound of high-speed swirling and cutting airflow was heard next to my ears. Everyone is familiar with this voice. This is the whistling sound of the typhoon blowing over the sea. When this sound comes, it represents the arrival of a typhoon. A natural disaster. The faces of those who heard this voice changed. Some became gloomy, some terrified, some pale. Even the clones who had been transformed by the Germa kingdom showed some emotions at this time. That is the fear of death. As Liu Hao kept urging the air in his body, the gust of wind around the fruit became bigger and bigger. But in the blink of an eye, a huge tornado with a height of nearly 200 meters appeared in front of him. But although this tornado poured directly into the sky, but was only controlled by Liu Hao. Such a huge tornado is like a rotating translucent pillar. Standing in the center of this pillar is Liu Hao. Once this tornado is not under control, the port will instantly be reduced to ruins. Then the phantom spoke again. Now that you have seen our ability to control natural disasters, let's talk about transactions. After all, there is not much time left for you, after all. The huge tornado was forcibly condensed by Liu Hao using the ability of the air fruit. As Liu Hao no longer controlled this tornado, it also slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. But the huge typhoon in the distance seemed even more glaring. No one has ever dared to threaten the Vinsmoke family in Germa Kingdom. Your kid is definitely the first, ha 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 ha. At this moment, Vinsmoke Gage smiled instead of angry. Then he clapped his hands quickly to the men behind him. It will be a very good deal to bring all the data of the blood factor technology. Very good was almost spitting out of Vinsmoke Gage's own blood. Not only was his own son torn off an arm by others, but he was also threatened on his own country's territory to hand over his country's most important science and technology. Such humiliation was unbearable. But Vinsmoke is not a fool after all. He is too aware of the consequences of a typhoon. The loss of the entire Germa kingdom now is nothing more than a lack of information on the bloodline factor technology and a loss of face. Once a real typhoon descends on the entire Germa kingdom, then what is waiting for Vinsmoke Gage is not just as simple as the bone demon pirates in front of him. From the world government, from other countries in the North Sea, and especially from other large forces in the North Sea, like a vulture smelling carrion, they will frantically pounce on it and tear the Germa kingdom into pieces. And now, as long as he can hand over the blood factor technology in his hand. Although the Vinsmoke family has lost a lot of face, Lizzie has not disappeared after all as time goes by. This matter will gradually fade in people's hearts. The Germa kingdom is still the most powerful country in the North Sea as before. This is why Vinsmoke Gage, even knowing that this would be a devastating blow to the national image of the entire Germa kingdom, had to smash his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. After about 10 minutes or so, hundreds of people came running over. Those people were all holding huge boxes in pairs, and an unknown amount of manuscript paper could be vaguely seen in the box. I am afraid that those technologies are the most important bloodline factor technologies in the Kingdom of Germa. I saw those manuscript papers. Liu Hao felt a little nervous, so he relaxed a little. Then raise your hand, the howling wind blew by. Those dozens of boxes flew to Liu Hao's boat in an instant. At the same time, Sabina and Natalie were detained in the compartment. Liu Hao also pushed Yang Zhai out. Now our deal in Germa Kingdom is over. The typhoon will slide over the edge of Germa Kingdom in 3 hours, and will not enter the territory of Germa Kingdom. But I hope that this thing Germa the Ma Kingdom can keep calm. It is best not to spread any gossip over the sea. In fact, this is Liu Hao threatening Vinsmoke Gage. Tell him not to spread the fact that Liu Hao has all the information on the bloodline factor technology in his hands. It's actually the mask that Liu Hao wants to protect his ghost style. Once the identity of this mask is known by the world government, it may be another cruel battle. It will waste a lot of Liu Hao's time, naturally. Vinsmoke Gage didn't want to spread such a shameful thing across the sea. So he nodded immediately. But now he didn't want to say a word at all, because he was afraid that once he spoke, he would order his soldiers to surround him. Looking at the many people from Germa Kingdom standing on the port, Liu Hao smiled slightly. He turned and walked back to his boat. But on the deck of the ship, Natalie and Sabina were already waiting on it. Watching Liu Hao come back said to the Phantom, "I knew the captain was amazing in just a few hours. Natalie and I were rescued. But I don't want this kind of thing to happen a third time. Then you should strengthen your own strength. It just so happens that this time we are going to the country of flowers. And we need to stay for at least a year in such a long time. Our strength should be able to make a huge leap forward." At this time, Liu Hao's phantom disappeared, and the original Liu Hao had replaced Gui Feng's mask with Ziegler's mask. Naturally, Sabina wasn't too surprised to see this scene. Only Natalie, who was standing beside her, had already been grinning from ear to ear. Sabina explained to Natalie a little bit. "I didn't expect the captain to be so powerful. I already said we'd have no problems. Stop talking so much, let's set sail now. Destination, the country of flowers in the West Sea." However, Liu Hao still underestimated the extent to which the world government has eroded the Germa Kingdom. When Liu Hao led his crew to the port of Germa Kingdom, all information about him has been placed on the desk of the CP0 chief. "According to what you said, there is a member of the Bone Demon Pirates who has the ability to control the wind, which is very similar to the ghost wind. If this is the case, then let's investigate them carefully.